Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. Africa Freaks. MVP. SK Telecom T1. ESC Ever. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome to LCK Summer. I'm Doa, that is Monte Cristo, and we've got a great set of matches for you today. Actually, it's going to be really cool, right? Because we've got MVP versus Africa in our first match, which could end up being pretty close, actually. And then we've got SK Telecom versus Ever in our second match. Not maybe going to be the closest match, but, you know, Ever did win a game against Samsung, even though they are slumping a little bit. But the most important thing today, guys, is that is the last day of the first round robin of the tournament. So this is it. This is the halfway point in the season already.
Yeah, and we're looking at the standings, coming into this one. We do have a chance for SKT to regain their #1 position with a win, which would be expected against
You'd think
ESC
so.
Ever. But yeah, they take any victory here today, either 2-1 or 2-0, and they will be back in the pole position in this league halfway through. As a result, we actually are not going to have any more matches this week, so no matches tomorrow, no matches on Saturday as we take a break between the round robins.
Yep, that's right. So we'll be starting again next week, of course, on the normal time. But yeah, this is it. So let's take a look at our rankings so far. Pretty much the final rankings. Just waiting for those two matches today. KT Rolster on top for the moment. Rocks Tigers in second. But like you said, Monty, SKT can take that top spot again.
And MVP with a chance to really put themselves in the playoff picture, actually, coming into the start of this one. Of course, maybe having a shot at actually usurping Jin Air in that 5th place position. If they do come out with any victory just because of the game differential, they will have that advantage.
True enough. So like we mentioned, our first best of 3 of the night is going to be the Africa Freaks taking on MVP. And if Africa can win it, they're still down quite a bit in game deficit, individual game score, but they can at least put themselves in a position to make a run at the playoffs next round anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Africa not out of it in the playoff picture at this time. A win for them would put them at 4-5, and still with a better record in the second round robin, they would be contenders. And they've already shown, coming in that they can beat SKT. They did take that 2-0 victory, but then followed it up with a pretty convincing 0-2 loss to the Tigers.
Yeah, very true. It's been an interesting season for the Africa Freaks so far. I mean, flashes of brilliance, I guess we could probably say, but overall things have looked pretty dull on that side.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem for this team right now is that they have no dragon control. They have the lowest number of dragons in the league by percentage, sitting at only 34%. And this is a team that has struggled to adapt to the importance of the Drake in the early game. Now, we've seen some flashes of brilliance. Obviously, Ixu on the Hecarim was a really important factor in their win against SK Telecom.
Right.
But I think Rox had the right idea. Ixu's a good player on a few champions. Last season it was Poppy, had an excellent Hecarim game, but Rocks Tiger said no more of that, just banned out the Hecarim, and they really couldn't find any footing against the Tigers.
Yeah, in their last 5 matches, the Afrika Freaks are 1-4, which is quite a contrast when we're going to look at our next team in our first best of 3, MVP, who are 4-1 in their last 5 matches. So kind of polar opposites at the moment. MVP also 6-0 in their last games, 3-0 in their last 3 matches. Looking good.
Yeah, and their only loss came at the hands of SK Telecom, and in the meantime, yeah, they've been mostly beating up on teams lower than them in the standings. Their last 3 wins have been against Jin Air, CJ, and Longshu. But the Jin Air win was very important, and the longer this season goes on, the better MVP look.
Yeah, absolutely. And for a squad that has no subs, every player really kind of has to count, and they've all been delivering, at least in the mid to late game anyway. It's kind of a strange team for a relatively new squad to come into the league, have, because usually when we see newer teams, they've got a stronger early game and then have issues late game, but MVP is kind of the opposite.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that, Doa, because it is a weird factor at MVP. About MVP, they are the worst team in the league for gold at 15 minutes. They are down on average 1,100 gold, yet they have a 64% Baron control rate, which is second to only SK Telecom, which says that they're making very intelligent decisions when it comes to the late game and the way they actually take the Baron. They've been getting just a huge number of them, and they've been closing games off of that Baron buff. So struggling early, but for some reason, this new team without a whole lot of veterans on it, in fact, really just a couple of substitute players in Maha and Max, has come together as actually having some pretty decent late game shot calling.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating to see, actually. And when I look at MVP, I kind of think of them as sort of like a Neo Jin Air that can close a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, I think that's apt. Obviously, they are powered up by their jungler in Beyond, who is now second place in MVP points, sitting at 600, right behind Smeb. So that's a pretty impressive feat for a rookie.
Well, Beyond is doing great, man. I mean, he's got almost 83% kill participation right now. I mean, that's very high. It's very good.
Yeah, that's actually extremely good for a jungler.
Yeah.
And he's taken 6 out of their 9 MVPs in their game wins. So should be interesting to see how he does against the veteran Lyra today.
You know, throughout the season, too, as we're looking at the KDA, MVP's KDA has improved steadily. It started out around 1.6, and now it's about 3.1. And here's a graphic to show exactly that. So this is clearly a team that's kind of on the up and up.
Yeah. KDA, of course, isn't the best metric, but you do see that this is a pretty convincing trend when it comes to their ability to actually coordinate as a team, make sure they're getting a lot of kills and assists in the game. And it's a steep rise.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, and one that the Afrika Freaks, I think, would probably want to emulate. And we'll see if they can maybe get a start on that today. A win over MVP at the very end of the first round robin would be great for them, but you got to give the edge to MVP. Either way, though, I think this one could easily go to 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely could. One player we really haven't talked too much about, Doa, is Ian on MVP, but he's actually 7th place in terms of damage per minute right now, and he's been a little bit of a dark horse among mid laners, but he's a rookie, and he's actually delivering in terms of just outputting a lot of raw damage for his team. We've seen them go towards that Anivia versus the Vladimir against Longshu, so he's shown some depth to his pool. He's also had very impressive LeBlanc and Varus performances.
Yeah, having a pretty deep champion pool, honestly, and I think the fact that he was able to just bust out that Anivia, on command against Longshu, like you mentioned, is a really good sign. So, time for picks and bans. Game number 1, Afrika Freaks versus MVP, and Elise going to be the first champion banned away today. There's the Hecarim, of course, a respect ban against Ixu. Can't really be too shocked about that one.
I really am not surprised that they're just following in the footsteps of the Rocks Tigers when it comes to the pick ban phase, and the Grog is taken out. So we're seeing a lot of respect played to Beyond, and he has been just amazing on Gragas this season.
Well, I mean, you have to agree, because out of the MVP players right now, he's the one that certainly seems to be commanding the most attention in the bans, but that kind of leaves players like Ian open to really kind of get his pick.
Well, it's also, Beyond has a lot of tricks. I mean, we even saw the Amumu jungle come out from Beyond, which is a specialty pocket pick, and they won that game against the Rocks Tigers. So he is a little bit tricky at times. Trundle will be the final ban here. Now, ADD's Shen has been a bit of a crutch, I feel, for MVP because ADD has not been a world beater of a top laner, and it did help propel them to a victory against Jin-Air. But this is dangerous, I think, if they are going to be giving the Shen over. I fully expect MVP to take that pick very early on in the draft.
We will see. Nidalee, the last ban. MVP also taking out the Aurelia, just not wanting to deal with that from Ixu. And so the Afrika Freaks, yep, they will take that Shen first.
Yeah, I think you have to take that Shen first. Can't afford to give it away.
Yep.
Beyond still, I don't really know if he's going to be hurt too much by this. Obviously, he can go back to either the Rek'Sai or the Gragas, which are his, or the Rek'Sai or the Graves rather, which are his two most played junglers this season. And the Vladimir still up, the Rise still up in this draft, so there's a lot of wiggle room. The Karma, I mean, because we had a few pocket bans poke into this draft with the Gragas and the Hecarim, we're seeing quite a few power picks left available. MVP may have a tough time deciding between.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of shocking to see the Gragas and the Karma get through the second round here.
Well,
The Graves wouldn't be surprising. Gangplank would, but they're
Wow.
going to go with the Sivir, so Sivir Graves.
no Vlad, despite the fact that that's been one of the most banned champions against Mickey this season. So the Vlad gets through, but they are also going to have access to that Rise if they want it. And Karma up too. I mean, this picking Sivir, maybe not so much of a surprise. Now, people will be wondering about the Graves. It has been, this year, probably Lyra's best champion. He's been very good on it. So it is a little bit of a denial pick, and also they want to put as much emphasis on Beyond carrying as they can.
Yeah.
Because he has been the standout star of this MVP team.
Well, it's like you mentioned too. I mean, Beyond's second most played jungler is Graves, and that's only one behind his Rek'Sai. He has Rek'Sai 5, Graves 4, so it's a good pick for him as well. Lyra deciding between the Rek'Sai, which is his most played jungler this season.
I wonder where MVP is going to be going with this. They probably, if you see the Graves Sivir, you're probably going to want the Karma, so Afrika may just deny that pick, and that is what they're going to do. Playing it safe, nobody really willing to commit to the Vladimir or the Rise quite yet.
Yeah, do you think maybe MVP is trying to bait out the Vladimir and then go for something like a Anivia last pick?
Probably. And I think you have to imagine that that is going to be the case. Aurelion Sol, are we going to have another Aurelion Sol player in this league besides Fly on KT Rolster? Ian has not played it this season.
Yep, that's right. And the Bard's been a popular pick for Max, so wouldn't be surprised to see that locked in. It will be, and will they go for the Aurelion Sol already? Nope, swapping into the Maokai.
All right, we haven't seen a lot of Maokai ever since he did get some nerfs. In terms of his health regeneration, it does make him a bit more challenging to lane with, but they are setting up here for some pretty damn strong initiation. Bard ult, Twisted Advance, and a Sivir ultimate. So MVP really is going to be able to get in onto the Afrika Freaks.
Yeah.
Afrika, they have not had a solid form of engage show up yet, but of course Thresh and Ashe would provide that for them. But it would be a really low damage composition for Afrika. Yeah, I think you have to take the Vlad here and just move that Karma over to support.
You got to be a little bit worried now if that Anivia pick's going to come in from MVP. Really seems like they're trying to set it up.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, though. I think that they are definitely trying to set it up.
Yeah, okay, Vlad and Ashe locked in. And so Sargon's played a couple games of Ashe this season, but only a couple. Will it be that Anivia for MVP? Is the bird the word? The ice bird?
They have a lot of answers to this Vladimir already. They can tie him up in the front line with the CC from the Bard or from the Maokai, so they don't necessarily need to go with the Anivia pick.
It's true.
But Anivia has proven just ridiculously successful. Longzhu has been trying to play with Vlad every game, and both against SK Telecom and against MVP, the Anivia really messed with the Vladimir pick, and why not just go for the counter pick? This is the counter pick that SK Telecom and Faker really innovated at the start of this season.
Yep. seems like a good plan, and the timer's ticking down. And there it is, so Anivia locked in.
Also a bit of concern here, picking the Ashe into the Maokai. Low mobility AD carries do not do well against targeted CC.
Well, yeah, the teleport engages from ADD. If he can pull them off, are going to be a real problem for Africa.
Yeah, Africa also struggling because their only form of primary engage is an Ashe Arrow, so that misses from Songyun, and there's not going to be much they can do about actually getting in to fight MVP, not to mention just the number of disengage tools that MVP have with that Anivia wall and everything else they can throw at it, Tempered Fate. So they'll be able to stop any kind of engage or follow-up engage on an Ashe Arrow as long as they use Bard ult properly or the Glacial Storm.
Indeed. So, Africa maybe picking themselves into a bit of a corner here.
I will say I am not the biggest fan of Africa's composition in this game. I think it gives them very limited options as to how to play this to win. Certainly they can play a double teleport game and maybe pull it off, but still going to be a challenge, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. MVP set themselves up to have a good chance to move ahead in the rankings in their last match of the round robin. Monty, I have some good news for you.
Oh.
ADD is using a skin that you've been wanting to see for a long time. It's Maokai time. Are you ready?
I am ready for a tree and a cat suit for some reason.
That's right. I thought you'd be ready for a tree and a cat suit. Well, let's see if Africa's ready to take on MVP. Time to get into game one. Ooh, Infernal Drake starting things off today as we get into game number one. Africa Freaks versus MVP. I gotta say, this morning when I woke up, I didn't expect to be saying, I thought you'd be excited about a tree and a cat suit. I didn't think that'd be a sentence that I would be uttering today.
I am still waiting for them to make the Greenpeace Maokai skin with the protester chain to it.
Yeah.
Like a platform with a bucket on it. Like
Throws
on
other
top.
ones. Yep.
Throws other protesters.
That's right. That sounds, although then I suppose they need to like run towards people and explode. That may not go over too well, so.
It's okay, you can just throw the buckets instead.
Yeah, that works.
They'll
Okay.
explode with
Let's go with that.
fecal matter.
Wow, and nobody wants that running after them, let me tell you. Awkward. Oh, well, Africa Freaks may have their work cut out for them a little bit in this game. We'll see. That's a deep laugh coming from that bird. Oh wait, is that Vlad? Never mind.
And that's how Doa was confused.
That's pretty much every 10 minutes.
All right, invade here, but it's a bait from the Africa Freaks.
Yep, Songyun and Snowflower waiting for Max and Maha. They can walk right into it. Max taking some damage right off the bat. On the way out.
Yeah,
Taking a lot of damage. There's the exhaust. Gonna have to flash summoner for summoner there. But the flash a bit more valuable. So Snowflower and Songyun coming out a little bit ahead in that one.
Yeah, you see the trading going on in the mid lane right now.
Yep.
And this is just a waiting game for MVP. And he should be in a very good place to team fight late. And Africa is going to have to use this Shen ultimate quite well from Ixu early on in this game if they want to make an impact and try and run away with this. They will have a decent 1-3-1 split push with the Vladimir and the Shen. See how ADD does, bringing out the Maokai, pick that nobody has nobody's taken in a few weeks now.
Yeah, it's certainly fallen off as we've seen more carry tops kind of pop back up again.
Yeah, the tank tops, wow, nice Gaza riding.
Yeah.
We've seen more the emergence of Shen and Hakurim more as tank top laners.
Yep.
So.
True enough.
Oh, Lear going for an invade, actually, pretty early.
Yeah,
Knows that they have the pressure and good positioning. Watch Snowflower's positioning on the map right now in Tri-Brush, so just making sure that he can respond in case anybody's going to be coming over to that side. So Lyra is going to pick up the red buff out of that. Beyond went for a full clear, his side of the map. So just going
Aw.
red to red, and that means Lyra is a happy Rek'Sai.
I would say so. Beyond is a sad Graves.
No,
Taking his anger out on the Raptors.
with a shotgun.
That's right.
He's hunting for game birds. It's okay.
He has to eat the whole thing, though. He's a subsistence Graves.
Is he? He picks all the shot out of it.
I think so.
That's one of the more exciting things about eating English cuisine or British cuisine sometimes, is that you get to pick the shotgun shot out of your quail.
Whoa, Mickey going aggressive. Ian responding. I feel like that would really be uncomfortable to bite down on if you weren't
Yes, it
expecting
is.
it.
But that's one of the things you have to expect when you're eating that kind of food, Doa. It comes with the territory.
Oh,
You have to chew gingerly.
glad I was warned now. A lot of people are chipping their teeth on that. Xu just TPing back to lane. And here's Beyond for a little bit of a gank in the mid lane. Well, as much of a gank as Graves can provide, I suppose. But can do a little bit of damage to Mickey anyway.
Yeah, just helping push out right there. He needed a time to go back and shop, refill his mana pool.
Yeah.
Mickey going the boots first just to try and dodge out some of those stuns. Teleport used to get back in right after picking up his tier, so we'll begin stacking that immediately. And Beyond just sticking around and helping everything reverse for
Yeah.
Ian.
Well, Mickey's gotten a decent little CS lead already. And it's probably not going to shrink anytime soon. Lyra hiding in Try. Beyond, though, maybe coming in for a gank. Ah, they're going to see each other, though. That's a double bust for Lyra. Beyond in a bit of an awkward spot right now. But is anyone able to really respond? Doesn't really look like it. Nope. A little bit lucky, I guess, that Mickey couldn't come down to the jungle for the collapse.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Maokai was going to get there faster, so really dangerous actually for Africa, and more important that Beyond actually just knows where the Rek'Sai is. He wants to keep farming. The goal here for MVP is a scaling composition. They want to get the Graves big, they want to get the Anivia big before they actually start fighting. So just knowledge of the enemy jungler, valuable enough.
Well, Mickey's doing a good job of harassing Ian, though.
And we've Mickey actually doing a much better job in this matchup than we've seen other players do with the Vladimir. A lot of the time we've seen the Vlads fall a little bit flat, but it should go back more towards Ian's direction once he gets that Glacial Storm and can really punish the Vlad for walking up on the minion wave, catch him in the AoE, and then get the Flash Frost afterward.
Neither of these guys have Smite at the moment. Beyond should have his a little bit sooner, but it looks like Lyra's going to abandon it. More action in the bot lane. Which does better, the terrible ninja or the tree in a catsuit?
The eternal questions that philosophers were born to answer, Doa.
Yep, that's right. I'm sure Plato, Socrates would all be proud that the brain power of mankind is going to thinking about things like this right now.
That's right.
The important things.
I'm sure they're spinning in their graves.
Why would a living tree wear a catsuit anyway?
Just has identity issues, though. It's okay.
I mean, maybe. He's been climbed by so many cats. Cats have used him as like a scratching post for a long time, so he wants to see how the other half lives. He's going to go and scratch some cats.
Do you think that when cats get stuck in Maokai, they have to call firefighter Tristana to get them out?
Yeah, I think that's about right. That sounds about right. But does he give them back? I think he just consumes them.
It's a very cruel tree. You think he'd be happier with his natural world brethren?
No, I think he's just a natural predator, right? He lures cats in, and then he consumes them.
Wow.
You know, like a Venus flytrap.
I didn't know that Maokai was a carnivorous plant, but now I do, Doa.
Of course he is. Why wouldn't he be? Why would he have a mouth if he wasn't carnivorous?
Talking, maybe?
And eat it.
Uh-oh.
Like you walking right into ADD. There's a carnivorous tree right there, man. But here comes the Sand United. Shun coming down. Ixu is there. ADD has the ultimate popped. Chasing him back through lane. No summoners really used aside from those teleports yet.
Yeah, that was a great answer, actually, from Ian. The wall straight into the stun onto Shen prevented Africa from doing anything at all with that play, and a very safe disengage after the Stand United was used. So nice to be able to pull that ultimate out in the early game. That does mean that these side lanes, which have been struggling a little bit, especially the Sivir, will have a nice opportunity to get some farm. Top laners will be heading into the top at this point because that Infernal Drake is there as the first Drake of the game. So nobody want to give that one up for free, but Africa not in a good space right now, and here we go.
Yeah, Max and Beyond coming in behind Ixu. Ixu trying to taunt through. He flashes, still low. Tempered Fate catches him. This should be first blood. Waiting for it, and there goes Ixu. Can't dodge his way out of that one. First blood going to Max. Africa, though, responding with that Infernal Drake, and that's a pretty good trade.
This is not a good trade
for Africa.
Yeah, it's not a good trade for MVP, absolutely. And very good for Africa. They'll be happy to give up that first blood. And not only that, but I don't understand why MVP would even be trying to make a play onto the top side right now instead of trying to kill Mickey. Or at least, because Mickey is low, just waiting for him to recall and then making a play onto the Drake itself. I think if MVP had been a bit more patient, they would have been able to actually get a lot out of that.
Ian could be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got his flash. He's going to have to use it right away, and that's going to be enough to get him out for now. But, you know, it's interesting, like you said, that we see MVP doing this, because I feel like it's more illustrating what we were talking about earlier, in that they're just not the greatest team early game.
Yeah.
But for some reason, the decision-making gets a lot better past, like, 15 minutes.
Well, usually like 25 minutes
on.
around the Baron. That's where MVP has actually excelled this season. But I really find it interesting that you would try for a gank onto the Shen when his Stand United was down, so he would have a harder time joining any ganks elsewhere on the map. And all they had to do was wait for Mickey's recall, considering how low he was without TP, just to basically 5-man around the Drake and pick up the first Infernal Drake, but instead they give it up. So Africa will be quite pleased with getting that. It's a small price to pay.
Say so? Oh, Max is like opening up his own hot chocolate shop in lane here. First one's free, Bart said.
That's how they get you, Doa.
Yep, I know.
But then you're hooked.
Yep. Hooked on the cocoa. The hot cocoa, that is. Of course. Devious Santa Claus.
Lyra does not see Beyond.
He sees the ward, though, and Beyond sees Lyra. ADD Nixu tangling up in the top lane. ADD thinking about collapsing onto the jungler, but that's not going to end up happening.
Nixu going for Force the Spectre's Cowl first. We did see ADD start with Double Doran's Rings just so we could push the Shen around and just get that minion wave right next to his turret in the early part of the game. So using Maokai's superior wave clear with the Arcane Smash to get that done.
Meanwhile, the AD carries brutally murdered scores of minions in front of each other. The sick and twisted game continues.
Just about who can decapitate more minions.
That's right. It's really horrifying when you think about it. You get the last hit.
That's right. The execution is what's important, Doa.
Yeah.
It is really sadistic to think about that these Sivir and Ash are just standing there in lane, and they're like, all right, minions, just hit each other, just beat each other to death, except I get to kill you. I'm the one
Yeah. I mean,
who will be your doom in the end.
even like the Dothraki horde looks at bot lane and they're like, dude, that's kind of messed up. Do you have to be so violent?
Just cruel. Just cruel.
It is known.
Well, we're just going to be here waiting for a while. Beyond is in a ward and thinking that Lyra doesn't see him.
Uh-oh. Oh, Asher onto Beyond. Tries to dodge out of it. Flash knockup as Shen comes in. Goodbye, Beyond. Sent to the great Beyond as Africa goes for this blue buff now.
Ooh,
and
EDD teleported for that.
Yeah.
Not good.
You're never going to get there as quick as Shen is. And with that Ash Arrow connecting, you know he's pretty much going to be dead right from the beginning.
Yeah, Beyond also died with his flash up, and he was quick drawing the wrong way. He went in a straight line away from the arrow.
Yeah.
So pretty big mechanical misplay there from Beyond causes that play to occur, but it was well set up. Good planning from Africa. Ixu was there with his finger on the trigger of the Stand United so that he could get with Lyra and make sure that they actually confirmed the kill onto Beyond in the end, so nice setup. And that's a pretty big play there for Africa, because making sure the Anivia doesn't get blue buff is a #1 priority in this game. And you can see Ian very low on mana at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Nivea's always been a bit of a mana hog. And that's going to be a big problem.
Especially with her nerfs on 6-11, and here we go.
Yeah, Ixu teleporting down. They're going to go after Max and Maha. Maha in a little bit of trouble here. He's got the Severalt. Tempered Fate locks up Ixu, so they will just trade that Bard ultimate and keep their summoners, but they may lose this bottom turret for it. Looks like they probably will.
Yeah, one of the keys to this game was Africa's ability to play around with this Shen ult and make it work and turn it into a significant gold lead, and that's what they're doing. ADD trying to do some proxy farming in the interim, and it looks like we are going to see Beyond make his way up to the top side so that they can at least trade turret for turret.
Yep. Well, that is a confusing looking skin. Oh, wow.
A little bit unlucky with the minion wave.
Yep. They still get the turret anyway. I mean, the gold's still pretty even. And the thing is as you know, MVP's been, well, I should say Africa's been making good moves, but you got to worry about letting the game get too late against MVP.
Yeah, you do, and especially with this Anivia is just growing in power with the tier and soon to be Rod of Ages. They are going to hit a power spike. I do like that Songyun did pick up the Runins first. They do need more reliable wave clear in this game, considering that Mickey and Ixu have to get pretty close. And that leaves them very vulnerable to getting caught out by Maokai if they are defending against a siege.
Yeah. Ocean Drake comes up, so not quite as good as the Infernal Drake, but it is something. Let's see if we can claim it.
ADD already on the way down.
Yep, looks like MVP is going to go for this one. Ah, but Snowflower coming up.
Standing United's available.
Yeah, MVP, their entire team pretty much going to be seen by a combination of wards and the Hawk Shot. Is that what it's called? I think that's called Hawk Shot.
Yes, it is.
All right, there you go. It's been a while. So getting some decent damage under that top turret, though, and it looks like Africa's just going to claim that second dragon for themselves.
Good patience, and they put on the pressure before going for it. They forced MVP to respond in the top lane to keep that turret up, and MVP decides that the turret is of more use to them than picking up the Drake, and Beyond wants to go in and try and take a blue buff also to do a little bit more denial. Not that big of a deal. Beyond now caught.
Yeah, trying to dash away. There's a flash, gets out of the taunt.
That was actually really well done by Beyond, using his ultimate to make sure that he wasn't going to be in Shadow Dash range. Preemptively using it. Does cost him a flash, but they do take away the blue again. And we're talking about a composition here with a Rek'Sai and a Vladimir, so they don't really need the blue buff.
Yep.
But you take what you can get. If you can, you're already committed to not going ahead and contesting the Drake, which, you know, I like MVP, what they're doing in this game. They're not playing in a power trough. They're just showing that they are patient, waiting for the scaling that they know is going to come.
Oh, there's the arrow, and it misses everybody. Ixu engaging onto ADD, though, but he's still got his turrets, so no gank onto the Maokai this time. Yeah,
and Africa doing what they can in this game. They're trying to snowball early. Couple of Drakes already down. They're trying to move the Ashe and the Karma around to different lanes to keep pushing and snowball a turret advantage. But they do get a little bit scared. Cold feet. And they don't push into that top side at all. Instead, we have 3 people from MVP in the mid lane, and everyone just recalled on the side of Africa.
All right, well, Stand United coming in for Mickey. He's going to keep going. There's the taunt. They're going to be able to pick up Maha with that. Ixu not done yet. Ian has to flash away. They take the magical journey. Mickey goes in. Beyond still alive for the moment. Will he live? Looks like he'll barely make it out.
Beyond escaping by the skin of his teeth again. Here comes ADD.
Yep.
So they try and make a play, turning around the pressure in the mid lane, but they do it at the cost of a significant amount of their HP.
It does hurt a little bit. Good pick by Mickey, you know, going in kind of on his own, trusting that Stand United to keep him healthy enough to survive.
And this is another instance of Maha.
A blue buff taken by Lyra there. They're going in on the Snowflower, though. Snowflower extremely low. There's the flashes. They're going to get a 1-kill at least. Cosmic Binding doesn't hit Lyra, so they're going to have to settle with that. They don't get their blue buff back, which is, again, a bit of a problem for Ian.
Yeah, Africa's been playing well around the Drake and the blue buff. Fortunately, in the same zone, and because they were winning the duo lane matchup so handily in the early game, and they got the turret down, meant that they could play aggressively here. So let's take a look at this. I mean, Maha, again, too far forward on this one. Also in the wrong place. He should have been at the top side, actually, of that pack, because being as far away from Mickey as possible when there is a Shen on the Rift is very important. And
Well,
as I was going to say, Maha's positioning has been suspect at best this season, and he has been very prone to getting picked off.
Hey, what do you know? Spell shields the Ash Arrow. I guess that's good.
Oh.
Oh, Lyra misses the flash knockup. Teleport coming in for ADD. He completes it. Can they catch anybody? Yep, flash engage on the Songyun.
Right into
There's
the
the
stun.
stun. Ian with a good job there. But Ixu coming from the top. Ian in trouble. Gets turned into the egg. Max trying to do the damage he can on that Bard. Lyra low himself. And here comes Beyond picking up a kill with that collateral damage on the Songyun. MVP backing away now. They've got one. And as Mickey joins the fight, I think they'll be satisfied with that.
Yeah, Africa doesn't want to actually get into this cluster of MVP because they are so good at kiting
Yeah.
with their champions right now. And there you go.
Well, Mickey, okay, Stand United used. Ixu taking a lot of damage in return for that.
Well, that's just a free ultimate out right there. Lyra goes into the mid lane, but he does not have a Tiamat or a Titanic Hydra yet, so pushing this will be a little bit on the slower side.
I gotta say, ADD and Ian did a great job of setting up that kill on the Songyun.
Yep.
The way they chained that CC.
Also, Beyond just coming in for the finisher at the end. Songyun sticking around for too long, got a little bit greedy and was punished for it. So MVP still lagging behind in the gold total, but they're holding their own, and we're getting to the point in the game where they are going to start getting very scary in about 5 minutes.
Yep. Minute 40 till the next dragon. And Ixu able to put some pressure onto this bot lane here. But, yeah, Maha's positioning. It's constantly been a point of contention for MVP. And he just doesn't seem to be getting that much better at it. It's weird, like he can, oh, all right, arrow onto ADD. Maybe they've got a pick here. Chain's locked in. He's tanky, but that's a lot of CC. Here comes Beyond to help out, though. Looks like ADD will go down. Twisted advance over the Krugs, but nope, that is it. You have killed Garfield, skinned him, and have worn his skin as your coat, and so you will be killed in turn.
Is that how it works when you skin
That's-
Garfield and wear it?
That's how it works when you skin any comic character and wear it.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I was going to do it to Marmaduke, but I won't now, I guess.
Not Marmaduke. Oh no.
My Marmaduke skin coat is not going
right.
to come to be, unfortunately, Noah.
At least you didn't say Dilbert or something. That would have been really messed up.
How about Dogbert?
Dogbert, yeah, okay.
I can skin Dogbert.
You can skin
And wear him as a
Dogbert.
coat?
Sure. I'll skin and wear Snoopy then.
I'm coming for you, Hobbs.
That's right. Well, he's not really a real tiger, though. Or is he?
Or is he, Noah?
I don't want to break the illusion.
You never know. That's the whole joy of it.
Sure, yeah. Yep. I actually like Calvin, though, so I wouldn't do that to Hobbs. But as far as the Peanuts characters go, not as much. Oh, ADD. Walking right into it again. Max is there with the rest of his team, though. Mickey flashing over the Anivia wall, goes in, looking for a big chemo flag. Gonna find on 2 members anyway. They do get the kill on the Maha, who was way too far forward. Random Ash Arrow makes an appearance. Meanwhile, Beyond backing away from the fight. They've got to try to kite as best they can. ADD not gonna make it out of this one, though, I don't think. Nope, there's another kill for Mickey. He is getting pretty huge on this Vlad now.
And that's a mistake. Africa wants MVP to split up in these engagements. And
Yeah.
MVP, they tried to actually engage that, but what they need to do is just stay together. Use their kiting to the greatest effect possible. And instead, when you get in these little bitty skirmishes, ADD's going to face check this. Remember, ADD does not have any armor yet. So Songyun is going to do a lot of damage to him, which is why he got picked off in the last gank also. Now, everybody else, Maha, like you said, too far forward. They're just taunted there by the Shen. No chance to really do much of anything. ADD thinks he may be able to get away because the attack damage just isn't there, but Karma speed boost allows Mickey to get under that turret and work through the Spirit Visage. And now we're going to see them going for a Baron. Bold play. Very bold. TP available for both Ian and ADD.
Yeah, very bold, very dangerous here. Baron getting low. Max May use that Tempered Fate. No, it's actually on cooldown. Ixu comes over the wall. Oh, actually, the Baron does go to Afrika. They get it at the very end. MVP on the run now. And this could be bad. Maha, a little bit behind the rest of his team, but the Sivir ult does help propel them away. But now we've got Afrika Freak with the Baron buff, so.
Yeah, quick take
Good
there
luck.
from Afrika, but this Maokai is just getting shredded by the Ashe.
Yeah.
And has the Bombing Cinder, but he's had that for a very long time now, unable to build into his first fully completed armor item, and that is really hurting. Now Songyun, of course, has the QSS, so just getting him with a Twisted Advance and exploding him is no longer an option for MVP. They've got to find another solution, but Afrika have been doing a great job of accelerating the pace of this game. 3 Drakes.
Lyra's still got that blue buff, too.
Yeah, and when we think about Afrika's game plan, they were obviously ready if they picked Vladimir for the Anivia pick to take hold. The winning duo lane that they had in the bottom side of the map has allowed them to take away these blue buffs so consistently from Ian, which means that they haven't had the wave clear that they would have normally had to turtle this game. And instead, now a very large lead, about 7,000 gold for Afrika as they continue to push aggressively. And this is exactly what they needed to do to win.
Yeah. Tempered Fate comes down. They do lock up Songyun with that. Will there be any follow-up? Not with Mickey there, I don't think. That's going to be a tier 2. Maha flashing out of the way of that Ashe arrow.
Yeah, must not have had a spell shield available.
I guess not.
So had to burn that flash. That's going to hurt in
Yep.
any upcoming fights. Does make him a lot more vulnerable to dive plays from Afrika.
Yep, could be a problem.
Ian should not be flanking.
That's pretty dangerous. Yep, Lyra taking a lot of damage in return, though. Ian barely escaped with his life.
ADD had to
Big
use his
emo
TP.
play. That's right, Snowflower a little bit low. He's going to have to back away. Has a shield, though, from that Karma. ADD gets taken out by Songyun. Yeah, they just can't stand up to this Ashe. That's going to be the inhibitor. And that may be the game if Afrika can pick up another kill or two, but it looks like they'll probably just take the inhibitor and go for now.
Well, they have
Yeah.
such a huge gold advantage, Doa.
Yeah, they don't need to try to end it at all.
And Maha they're not scared of him at all with only the Essence Reaver and the Phantom Dancer. They haven't even really been building a whole lot of armor items. Protobelt for the Vlad to give him some mobility, but no Zhonya's Hourglass just yet. And it's a bit rough now for MVP, but Afrika has been doing really a good job of turning their lane victories into a game win, particularly Songyun and Snowflower,
Yeah.
who have been playing around this Maokai, who has died now multiple times as a result of just not having the right items.
Yeah, Afrika's done a great job of getting the lead early and then keeping it. And, you know, we talked about how good MVP's late game was, but that's, you know, talking from kind of an even perspective. This kind of deficit, tough for anybody to come back from.
Yeah, it
just
is a bit
advance.
tricky.
ADD goes deep, a little bit too deep maybe. Gets a lot of damage done to him very, very quickly. Ian zoning out Lyra with that wall, but no real follow-up for MVP. Can't really follow up. So far behind. All right, trying it again. Mickey gets low, actually gets stunned underneath the turret. He's going to pool to stay alive for the moment. Tempered Fate locking him up. If they can get a kill on Mickey, maybe they can make something happen. Sand United, though, saves him. Beyond going in, gets exhausted as soon as he enters the fight. Now they're going to turn it around. Beyond in big trouble. There's a kill for Lyra. And MVP on the disengage yet again. Looks like for now they'll keep the turret up, though.
MVP is playing so aggressively with this Sivir and with this Graves, trying to go in when what they need to be doing is kiting.
Yeah.
And Ixu has been having the world's easiest time landing taunts as a result. And then the rest of his team coming in to burst down the CC member of MVP.
Well, that's going to be inhibitor number 2. Going to the Afrika Freaks. Another dragon in about 45 seconds. But so far, this is looking like a pretty one-sided win for Afrika.
Yeah, this Maokai just not doing a whole lot in this game so far and getting shredded all too easily. Unfortunately for MVP, Mickey has been doing a lot of work on this Vladimir, though.
ADD is kind of looking like that guy in solo queue who just picks a champion for the skin, even though he can't really play it. You know, he's like, well, I got the skin. I got to play this. Like, why don't you play it? in blind pick.
I mean, I don't think individually he's been doing that badly. It's just he didn't have the farm or the gold to buy the items that he needed, right? It wasn't like he had 3 MR items. He had 1.
Sure.
And then was trying to build into the Sunfire Cave so he'd have that beefiness that he needs. But it's just they've sort of lost all their lanes here, and they couldn't hold on with the Anivia, with the Sivir wave clear.
Pretty much.
Now they're in a tough position. At least Maha does have the Executioner's Calling now, so he will be able to apply Grievous Wounds to the Vladimir pretty easily.
To do that, though, he has to get close enough to do it.
No, he just
And
has to ricochet.
He has to also not die first.
Well,
That's the real issue.
yeah, he could ricochet onto it, any application of physical damage, so Boomerang Blade will also do it. He shouldn't have too much trouble.
All right, well, Tempered Fate goes down, catches a couple members of Africa. Turret's still pretty healthy for now. Hemo Plague used. That's a kill really fast on the Songyun, though. Now the 4v5, Africa going in. Couple kills. They're just so far ahead. They're able to put on a ton of damage. Oh, we escaped from Twitch chat just in time. Lyra gets the MVP, 507 on that Rek'Sai.
Yeah, great setup on a lot of the ganks, especially with the Stand United, and excellent control of this blue buff. Beyond there, a little bit slow on the quick draw. Did get stunned at the end of the dash, and a lot of the unburrows in this game were quite good, helping to lock down people, especially in some of the later team fights. But again, really just want to emphasize his enemy blue buff and Drake control was the big factor in actually winning this game. Again, Lyra finds a double knockup. Now, why Maha and Beyond are not with the Anivia and trying to kite out as a unit, we can ask. This knockup was beautiful, but this entire tower dive here was really well executed from Africa. Just watch the way they juggle this aggro, switching those targets, and Mickey just staying underneath, just sucking mana out of Ian, who's continuing to channel that Glacial Storm. Going to come back in and mop up the rest.
Yeah, you gotta... I see a game like this, and I think to myself, what would MVP be like with a different AD carry?
Yeah, and it is a bit of a question mark because Maha has been the weakest member of a team that is potentially playoff material if they can continue their streak into the second round robin. But
they seem like they're right on the edge, but then you see these games where Maha just gets caught over and over again.
Yeah, and you look at the teams that were relegated with Spenu and Kongdu, and both of those teams had very good AD carries in Nuclear and Seoul, and probably would have been an upgrade on Maha, but sticking with him in any case for now. And so the result is sometimes he gets caught out quite a bit in some of these games.
Yep.
And now Africa, they've ended a 6-game winning streak that MVP had, winning all 3 of their last best of 3s 2-0. So Africa putting themselves in a position to take another win here and continue their ascent in the standings.
Well, I think they would probably prefer to end the season 4-5 over 3-6. Or in the first round of the season anyway. Ekrim Elise, the first 2 bans.
All right, so they're not going to first pick Shen in this game. Now, Ryze uncharacteristically falling all the way through the draft in our first game of this series because it was a little bit of a wait-and-see game if the Vladimir was going to get picked, but Africa executing on that pick quite well, and MVP may want to first pick Vlad here.
We'll see. Trundle ban and the last ban coming in for MVP now. See what they decide to remove. Maybe the Rek'Sai would be a bad idea.
It's interesting to see the Elise go so quickly. MVP may be rethinking their plan of trying to deny the Graves pick early on. Gave up quite a bit for that, including Vladimir and the Karma. So the Vladimir will be banned this game.
So one last ban over the Afrika Freaks. See what they decide to go with.
I don't think you need to ban the Gragas. The Ryze would be the natural ban, but they decided not to actually remove it. Nidalee's still available also. And
Gangplank? What? I mean, we saw MVP hovering over Gangplank in game number 1, but...
They have played 0 games of Gangplank this season as a team.
And Nidalee immediately grabbed up for Beyond. I'm really surprised.
Yeah, and like you say, we did see the hover, but
yeah,
very confusing as to why they would ban the Gangplank here, considering that it hasn't even seen success from other teams. Jennair tried to run it and was kind of smashed by the Rocks Tigers.
Right.
Well,
strange. Okay, well, I
curious.
mean, there are scrim results out there that we are not aware of that may have been affecting that. Most likely.
But the Karma still available, the Sivir still available, the Ryze still available. A lot here for the Afrika Freaks to work with.
Could just go Karma Sivir here, I suppose. Or maybe Rek'Sai Sivir.
I think you take Rek'Sai Karma. That's what I would do. But if they really want this Ashe pick, it was successful. Songyun had a lot of great setup, and they're just going to go for the strategy that worked, which is the Ash Arrow into the Unburrow combination that they were able to land on multiple occasions to create those picks.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Giving up Sivir Karma, though, is troubling, I will say. So there's still a lot of choices to be made. You could take the Jhin. So they don't want to take the Sivir into the Ashe matchup again. They didn't do well against the Ashe Karma.
Oh, man. I mean,
You could take Jhin Karma here and just have a ridiculous amount of poke.
this would be Maha's first game on Jhin this season. And, you know, if you're having issues getting caught as a Sivir, playing Jhin seems like a pretty big risk. So I don't know about this one.
Yeah.
He's going to have to play a lot better than what we saw him play in Game 1.
They are going for a pretty great poke composition, and they're going to blind pick a Gnar? What is going on?
I do not know. I do not know. MVP, though, they think they've got it all figured out. That's for sure. They've got a plan, and they're sticking to it. So the Gnar, I mean, I suppose a potential zoning tool to keep the Jhin safe, but...
This is really weird. The Gnar has mostly been used as a Trundle counter pick recently, so taking the Gnar blind says a lot, I think, about the confidence they have in ADD's champion pool, because his most played champions are Maokai, Shen, Trundle, and Echo. Echo is pretty much useless. Maokai was not successful in the last game. Shen and Trundle have been banned. So where does he go? I guess it's just a blind pick Gnar at this point, but giving him Gnar he doesn't really have bad matchups per se. Except for the Aurelia. That is not a good matchup for Gnar.
I was going to say, they banned the Aurelia in game number 1, but they left it open this time, and the Freaka Freaks are going to grab it along with the Braum. So Aurelia, Braum, and then what are the last two picks for MVP going to be? They need a mid laner.
This is a very weird draft.
Yeah.
Ixu, I'm curious about what he's going to do on this Aurelia. It's his first Aurelia game of the season. And again, we talked a little bit about Ixu having some champion specialties, but not being a player with the deepest champion pool. So this is a new pick, and we'll have to see if he can actually follow through with it. It looks like it's basically just a siege composition from MVP, which is why the Braum was taken. In fact, I'm very confused, Doa, because when you take Nidalee and Jhin in your first two rounds of the draft, I expected MVP to take Jhin Braum here. And obviously, that's a pretty weak lane because you can't stack the concussive blows very quickly with Jhin.
Yeah.
But it does prevent them from taking the Braum against your Nidalee and your Jhin and your Varus.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a lot of potential damage blocked by that Braum shield.
One thing to be excited about is the Taric Gnar combo,
Yeah.
which means that you can set up a Gnar ultimate straight into a Dazzle with the Bastion Dazzle.
Yep,
So
do a slam with the Gnar, do a stun him again.
Yeah.
So it's potentially a lot of CC there.
yeah, huge amounts of CC with this composition. Root from Jhin, Chains of Corruption from the Varus. But getting through the laning phase might be a bit tricky for MVP. And I don't know if I would set myself up to a tough laning phase, considering that they straight up lost in the laning phase last game.
Okay, and there's a TF for Mickey hovering over the Yasuo for a while, but Mickey, of course, no stranger to that Twisted Fate previously.
Man, Africa just has so many options for ganking. Single target CCs at both side lanes, also with the jungler setup. So Mickey is going to be very happy when it comes to choosing targets for him to go to. He's going to roll with the Twisted Fate teleport. And that means that they will have a strong 1-3-1 in the mid and late game with the Aurelia, with the Twisted Fate in the side lanes, and a Hurricane Ash in the middle to provide that wave clear. Jhin doesn't have great wave clear, so he's going to be maybe in a bit of a bind early on. And MVP with a Jhin and a Varus simply cannot send anybody to match a split push Twisted Fate. They can't do it.
Yeah.
Anybody that they send will be too low mobility to actually escape from any kind of ganks put down. And Jhin Taric, not a strong lane.
Well, it's pretty shocking, too, because, I mean, MVP's issue last game was largely that they lost lane so hard. And now they're kind of picking themselves into some rough lane matchups again. And
I think it's going to be another early game snowball from Africa Doha.
might be.
I like this composition a lot more from Africa than I liked their one in game number 1. It's just there's so many options to create picks. Africa going back to their pick comp roots here.
Yep. Well, let's see if MVP can fight the odds and tie it up. Time to get into game number 2. Ooh, Mountain Drake. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift yet again. MVP versus the Africa Freaks. And a match that we went into thinking maybe MVP had the edge here has turned around in a big way. And after kind of a mysterious pick ban, we'll say, MVP may be fighting a little bit of an uphill battle.
Underlords on Jin.
Yep.
Okay. Curious. So this is definitely going to be a lot about the long-range poke for the Jin.
And how is this Gnar going to work out? I don't know. It's a bit surprising, to say the least. I mean, the one thing that MVP maybe does have going for them is they do have Beyond on that Nidalee, and that's certainly a very powerful combination.
Yeah, I mean, MVP, if they can get to a point in the mid-game where they can siege with the pretty traditional armor penetration builds on Varus and Jhin, they will be powerful. And if they can get that Mountain Drake, they're going to be quite happy. But Africa can just play cross-map against them so effectively with this composition that they never even really have to group up. And if anybody overextends on MVP, they're going to have a rough time. The Aurelia split push combined with the Twisted Fate split push means that MVP is going to have to commit to some hard sieges as a 4 or 5-man group and just hope that they can push faster.
Yeah. Oh. That's right, we love Hangman here.
We do love Hangman here.
That's right. You and Achilleos kept us very entertained yesterday during the pausening.
Yeah, the pausening was definitely real. Did you guys miss yesterday? Oh boy, there was an hour and a half of pause before the game even started.
Yeah. Nice dazzle from Max and Haha to set up some damage onto Snowflower. And yep, glad to be back here where delays are just a thing that happens elsewhere, you know? It's nice. It's nice. Gank onto Ian, though. He's going to flash. That gold card coming in anyway there with the knock-up, and that's going to be first blood for the Africa Freaks already. And one may begin to worry if one is a player on the MVP team right now.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about this, but both mid laners not going for a cleanse here. And Ian, maybe not the most necessary considering that they banned the Elise, so it's not like it's an Elise TF combination or anything like that, but a little bit of late on the Summoner spell usage means that Mickey does get the gold card, and that could set up for repeat ganks. And I just think this is a recipe for disaster. Yep, this is not a good matchup for Gnar, by the way, Doa.
Yeah.
Gnar has good matchups. Remember way back when in Champions Spring of last year when we saw the surprise Aurelia pick from Smeb into Marin's Gnar in the finals, and the reason why is because Aurelia can get onto the Gnar. So a lot of tanky top laners when we see him played against Trundle can't actually get to the Gnar because they lack their own movement abilities. But basically, if you walk up to the Gnar and force him to use his hop, then you could just get right on top of him with the Blade Surge and just wail on his face with true damage with the Hiten style. And Gnar does not deal well with that.
Yeah.
He only has that one movement ability, so it makes it tough.
Okay, Max gets stunned, takes a lot of damage, deals a bit in return.
And the other factor is because you're going to be building damage on Aurelia, the percent HP damage from Hyper is not going to be doing as much as it would to true tanks.
All right, Beyond getting flanked by a Mickey here. There's the gold card. Lyra can't really follow.
Yeah, Mickey doesn't have mana, so.
Beyond doing a decent amount of damage in return here. But Lyra does, I believe, get those Raptors.
Now, this is scary, though. We already have a 1,000 gold difference at 4 minutes into this game because of the gank on the mid lane and Ixu's dominance in his top side.
Well, Mickey looking pretty good in the mid lane, too. Here comes Beyond to try to turn it around. Africa takes a little bit of damage. As he exhausts onto Songyun. In some trouble now. Mickey comes down with the teleport. Gold card onto Max. They will trade 1-for-1 maybe here. Max staying alive. Mickey now the one low. There's the Dazzle. They trade. He manages to take out Max at the very end. So it does end up being 1-for-2 in favor of MVP.
Yeah, no TPs from the top laner, so Mickey going in alone again doesn't have the flash. So 2-for-1 trade. That'll be a nice pickup for Maha, especially getting that gold lead with wacky times in that bottom lane. Let's take a look at how this happened. I mean, what a great play from Max, actually. The flash dazzle, and Beyond is just right there waiting.
Yeah.
Dancing Grenade gets the finisher. Mickey's going to come in, but you can see, I mean, Taric gets very tanky with the Bastion. And so they can survive just long enough. Also, it is going to be a Rod of Ages Twisted Fate, so he didn't really have any additional damage to offer. Not even getting the CDR boots first makes skirmishing early a bit of a problem to this Twisted Fate.
Definitely might. That Mountain Drake's still up for grabs, and again, you know, that's one that MVP is really going to want to have with this poke comp that they've put together.
Yeah, it'd be great for, I mean, it's great for either side because Africa can definitely use it as a part of their 1-3-1 split push just to go through the turrets quicker, particularly once they get a Lich Bane onto the Twisted Fate. So it's going to be pretty nice. It's a crucial dragon for both of these teams that are looking to provide a lot of turret pressure, but just in different ways.
Yeah. Snowflower able to take out that ward there. And the Africa Freaks have caught up a little bit in gold anyway. Cut that deficit in half, more or less. And Mickey's foray down to the bottom lane did give Ian a chance to catch up in CS on this Varus at least. And ADD able to catch up in CS as well.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a boon here for ADD.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going to be going for a Warden's Mail first. Not going to do much against the true damage from the Heat-10 style. And Ian finally gets a blue buff. He'll be happy after last game to be able to have a buff.
Yeah, he did not get a lot last time. He might not have even gotten one.
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
They did steal them from Africa, but again, it wasn't a big deal considering it was Vlad and Rek'Sai.
Right.
A combination in the mid and jungle. They didn't care about getting blue up at all.
Well, so at what point do the Africa Freaks have to get worried, you know, because it does seem like there's a bit of a window in this game where they do need to get kind of a lead, you know?
No, as long as they play defensively, there isn't an answer to the split push, the double TP split push from Africa. As long as they can keep wave clearing, Mickey going for a bit more sustain with the Catalyst and a bit more HP to survive the poke from MVP, but yeah, they've got some answers here. Songyun should definitely be trying to build into a Runins first. That is where you want to go with this Ashe build because you need as much wave clear as possible and to allow your TF to split push.
Oh, Lyra going after Beyond, but Beyond just hops away. Meanwhile, Ian forced to freeze, or forced to flash rather, getting frozen. Whoa, Chains of Corruption onto Mickey now. Ashe Arrow comes through. Nice dodge from Beyond, goes right back in though. Here comes Snowflower. Beyond in trouble now, exhausts onto Ian, so he can't do much damage. Turning around onto Mickey anyway. Mickey dodges a Q. Somehow, oh, I thought he was going to live, but he couldn't quite do it. Curtain Call comes in. Can he pick off Lyra? Not quite. That was close.
Yeah, Lyra right on the edge.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade.
Call. Yeah, 1-for-1 trade because Mickey was actually tanking the turret. He was a little bit foolish and over pursuing into that objective and got the turret aggro. He got a little bit greedy trying to pick up the kill onto Beyond actually. And then paid for it with his life. So trade going over, but Snowflower gets the kill onto Africa. Not really what you want. So let's see how this all went down. I mean, Ian does burn both of his summoners very early on. Now, Beyond comes in after the Chain of Corruption. Remember, Mickey's pretty tanky, though, and Lyra is going to block that spear. Enchanted Crystal Arrow just barely missing, and then they turn on to Beyond. Snowflower there, and here's where Mickey gets greedy. He walks really far under the turret, takes that turret shot, then takes number 2. Doesn't quite get out of the turret leash range. Songyun and Snowflower there for the body block for Lyra, so they don't take an unfavorable trade. Here we go.
All right, Mickey coming down to the bot lane yet again. Nax knocked up with that Braum ultimate, trying to get away. Lyra's there. Nax will flash, so will Maha. Gets hit with the gold card anyway. Whoa, that's a lot of burst damage. Mickey exhausted. Teleport coming in, though, for the Afrika Freaks. And as Ixu joins, ADD finds himself kind of behind enemy lines. He'll be able to get away, though.
Yeah, and the minion wave is just not there for them to push as a 5-man unit, so they probably should have actually canceled that TP from Ixu. But there's an arrow right onto ADD.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Gets blown up, knocked up. Goes Meganar at the right moment, but still gets taken down by Ixu. And Songyun just really doing work on this Ashe yet again.
Yeah, that's a nice reversal, so they get something out of the investment of the Twisted Fate ultimate and the use of the teleport. TP has to be used just to preserve the mid lane right now because Ian is pushing into it so hard. Mickey still without, a little bit early for the Rod of Ages, so has a few minutes to get a normal timing on it. And otherwise, just a lot of action here in the early game. Afrika really trying to accelerate this, and that's what they should be doing with this composition, is just playing as aggressively as they can.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a lead, but MVP's been able to stay, not equal, but more or less equal, I suppose.
ADD really didn't want to come in behind enemy lines, and MVP, they actually have the Taric ultimate to preserve them and get back underneath the tower in spite of having pushed forward and getting the TP from TF behind them.
Yeah. Ixu coming down to the mid lane now. Ian's going to walk right into him. Aurelia all over that Varus, and there's no flash for Ian right now. He's in big trouble, man. Lyra chasing.
Nice chain.
Wow, they can't quite catch him. Yeah, chains the corruption, keeping him alive for the moment. ADD coming down as Beyond backs away. Gold card loaded up, though. Mickey not getting close enough to use it.
MVP is just getting smashed in these skirmishes.
Yeah, Lyra, though, in a lot of trouble. MVP turns around and gets one in response.
Yep, no flash and no tunnel. And now Jhin is here.
Ixu. Yep, that's right, the slow from Curtain Call. Max coming in, and Beyond picks him off with the spear. So MVP responding with 2 kills of their own.
Yeah, right as I say they're getting smashed, but they respond faster with more members. Jhin walks up, has the opportunity to get into the top side of the map to use the Curtain Call, and they've got all of that long-range poke, and Afrika splitting up after successfully skirmishing and taking out most of the HP of several MVP members. Just sort of walks in and dies one by one immediately thereafter.
Yeah. Let's watch that one again.
Yeah, it's just, they get such an advantage, but with Beyond and Ian, but Lyra for some reason walks into that top side, and Nar's auto attacks do most of the work with an additional spear. And again, what we're going to see is Ixu splits off from Mickey, flashes early, but Max with a point-blank dazzle right here. Walks up, stuns him, straight to a spear. Beyond just landing the skill shots to get a couple finishers.
Well, I think MVP may have found the answer to Maha. They just put him on a champion that plays so far back that he's not even in the fight. There we go. Problem solved.
Still dangerous when there's Twisted Fate that can TP onto him when he is in that Curtain Call, but the TP right behind him, outside of his cone.
All right, Ashtar goes through, does connect to Ian. Ian again with no summoners, and he's just going to get destroyed.
Yeah, he thought it was
an easy kill there.
He thought it was safe because Mickey didn't have his pick a card up, so wasn't anticipating the arrow coming through, but Songyun with another nice one, and that means start pushing very hard onto this mid lane.
It's a lot of damage onto that mid lane turret.
Right, we're getting to the scary point for MVP, where they're going to have so much armor penetration. You already see the Dirk starting to be built from MVP, and that means their poke against Afrika is going to be massive, because it's essentially going to start doing true damage because no one on Afrika is building armor. So it really is going to come to a head in this game as to where, who's going to push faster with the split push from MVP or just seeing the 5-man sieging.
MVP may have an opportunity for Dragon.
Yeah. It's been
Let's see.
been a while, bit of a late Drake.
Yeah, they're going for it, though. And there's no vision for the Afrika Freaks. Ping's going down to go and check it, but they make it there a little bit too late. And this would be really big for this Mountain Drake to go over to the to MVP. Although it looks like they may lose their top turret for it.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent trade for Africa.
Yeah.
I mean, getting the gold lead here is fine. And we talked about that Mountain Drake. It's still pretty important to both these teams, but very important in this situation as they force Mickey's flash. Max is doing a great job on this Taric.
Curtain call yet again. Mickey slowed down by that Beyond throwing in the spear. Mickey manages to dodge that. Mid lane turret will still go down. Whoa! Somehow Song Yoon's Ash Arrow goes right through the middle of the team, and it's nobody.
Yeah, but that's a mid turret and a Drake just for a top turret.
Well, that's really good, especially against the Twisted Fate from Mickey. Taking out that mid turret early on really limits the Twisted Fate.
Well, he's going to be moving into a side lane pretty soon anyway.
I suppose.
But they need Songyun to get more wave clear in. He went for the dagger for the Berserker's Greaves. He must have quite a bit of money right now. And he needs to get that Hurricane as soon as possible so that they can start their split push.
I'm not sure how wealthy Jin is. What do you think?
How wealthy Jin is?
Yeah, do you think he's a
Think he's a rich guy?
character?
I don't know.
Hard to say.
I mean, he must be pretty bad at creating his art because he is actually just killing people instead of surviving off of his art.
But maybe he just takes their wallets, and that's how he survives off his art. You know, he's just like, well, there we go. All right, speaking of there we go, Mickey coming in, Twisted Fate, Snowflower, and Songyun having to use that flash right away. ADD teleporting down, big Gnar ultimate right into the root for Songyun, or on Songyun for Maha. There's a kill for MVP. They're going to keep chasing. Snowflower not going to make it out of this one either. A double kill for Beyond. This in Italy certainly has been damaged, but man, what a great chain of CC. ADD's Gnar ultimate right into Maha's W. Deadly Flourish certainly living up to its name. Oh, Chains of Corruption, though, misses for Ian.
Yeah, fortuitous timing, too, on the Gnar bar because it was right when they were pushed too far forward to actually combat against that. They are abusing the low mobility of Ashe and Braum when they push up, and now Maha's going to have some free time on this turret, so not even having to group in that mid lane. Instead, just a quick punish there, and now finally MVP starting to have a bit of a gold lead, but there's still not an answer to this Aurelia. Songyun goes back. He completed the Essence Reaver. That is not what you want to do right now. You need wave clear in mid so that you can actually open up Mickey onto the map and get him into the side lane.
Bad Songyun.
Yeah, it's just pointless, right?
I mean, what is he supposed to do with it, really? Do more damage?
Doing more damage is great, but you need Mickey to do the damage now. Mickey also going for a Zhonya's Hourglass, or at least the Seeker's Arm Guard next. We'll see if he actually completes the Zhonya's. I would say he should go Arm Guard Sheen, and then pray that Songyun gets a Ruin's Hurricane somewhat soon.
Terror comes through yet again, doesn't connect with ADD, but he still will be stunned by the Braum passive.
Mickey's here.
Trying to get away, he's got Mega Gnar in just a second, there it is. And can ADD turn this around? Mickey could be in trouble. Yeah, they're going to go after him. Krug, though, blocks the spear. ADD low even in that Mega Gnar as he gets exhausted. Lyra locked up for just a bit. Beyond coming from the side. There's another kill coming in for MVP. Jin picks one up. Meanwhile, Aurelia gets in the back lines. Takes out a couple. MVP having to be careful here. That's a lot of kills for the Afrika Freaks. Double kill for Lyra. And Max the only one left. As Africa somehow wins that team fight goodbye. That's an ace. That's going to be a bot lane tier 2.
Yeah, they committed to that instead of just poking right there. MVP doesn't want a team fight. They just want to keep poking with their advantages, with their double Youmuu's Ghostblade. Africa had a few more teleports to use, but man, Mickey played that fight just terribly. He came in with the teleport into the Krug pit and then started doing the Krugs. I don't even know what he's doing right now. He used teleport and is doing Krugs.
Well, the Krug did block the spear from Beyond at least, so there's that.
I mean,
there we go.
What the hell was this fight? ADD also coming back in after he was brought so low. So here's the poke. They land the Chain of Corruptions, but why MVP actually commits to this is a little bit beyond me. They're coming in, but their one tank doesn't have any HP, so by the time Ixu arrives with a teleport, it's just free kills for the Aurelia because everybody on MVP who's remaining is so damn squishy.
I mean, it really looked like they thought they could kill off Mickey and Song Yun. You know, they went for that. They
Why was he
probably
doing
shouldn't
the Krugs?
I don't know, man. He wanted some gold. He hates Krugs. Maybe he just needed that tiny bit of gold to finish the Zhonya's Hourglass. Maybe that's it. He's got it now.
Yeah, Mickey, why were you doing the Krugs?
Sometimes you just got to do Krugs. You know?
You got a TV for Krugs? I don't know, man. I think Africa
You do?
got away with quite a bit there because MVP, again, they didn't have to commit. They just needed a poke and then make sure that Africa didn't take their Tier 2 turret. And then they just go right back to sieging, and they've got an excellent composition to do that. Instead, they give Africa just a large gold lead.
Whoa, nice.
goodbye.
Asher onto Ian as Mickey comes back in the lane with that teleport. Easy pick there for the Afrika Freaks. They get the mid lane turret as well. Flash gold card onto Maha, followed by the Braum ultimate. Great engage again. Although they didn't keep Maha alive. I thought maybe Max was going to be able to do it with the Cosmic Radiance, but
He tried.
He tried. The ultimate from Tarek, not quite enough. And Africa does pick off the two main damage dealers for MVP.
Africa getting big breaks in this game. MVP falling apart during their power spike.
Yeah, I would say so. Mickey with that gold card onto Max right now. Snowflower just blocking some damage. Big engage immediately, though. The Unburrow sets things up for the Afrika Freaks to get another kill, this time on to Beyond. Ixu goes deep to force ADD out. That's going to be another turret in favor of Africa. Chains of Corruption, though, onto Ixu. He may have overstayed his welcome a little bit here. Exhausted, goes back in for a bit more damage, but ends up dying. So a little bit messy on both sides there, but the Afrika Freaks certainly coming out on top.
Yeah, they are. And Ixu, we're going to see which build he is going to prefer. If he's just going to stick on the giant spells, or if that is going to eventually be a Dead Man's Plate.
Well, it's another Mountain Drake. And I guess it's nice to get for MVP, but they aren't really putting themselves in a position to use it.
Okay, Ruinous Hurricane is done. Mickey should be reassigned into a side lane after grabbing his blue buff.
Probably. Yep, looks like he's going bot. No, looks like they're going for the dragon first.
That's what he's worried about. He can easily clear that wave from range at the bottom side instead of grouping up in the mid lane with the Ashe, but a little bit more safety for clearing out some of these wards. I can walk bottom just fine and deal with this wave.
I can feel your frustration.
Well, they don't
building
have
up.
vision. They don't have vision, so I understand why he
Sure.
would be a little bit reluctant to go down there alone. TP is available for Ixu. Ixu is also a monster at this point in time. ADD has the Frozen Mallet, I guess, trying to just kite out Aurelia. Not going to be the easiest thing in the world, though.
I mean, we're already seeing Africa be very good at getting into the back lines of MVP, and, you know, when MVP tries to engage, Lyra's right there with the Rek'Sai Burrow.
This Aurelia being fed is just the nightmare scenario for Ian and Maha, neither of which can actually escape from Aurelia.
Yeah. All right, curtain call popped. Mickey in a little bit of trouble. Chains of Corruption lands as well. Still alive, though. We'll see what happens after the teleport completes. ADD having to run away. Ixu flashes out as MVP, turns onto him. Slow comes in from the hail of arrows. Max is there as well. MVP trying to chase down the Afrika Freaks. Can't believe Mickey is still alive out of here. MVP turning onto the dragon now.
Also, Ixu doesn't have TP any longer, so if he leaves, he's not going to be able to come back in. Mickey, on the other hand, will get a recall.
And Mickey can teleport back in, too. It looks like the Mountain Drake may go. Big Gnar ultimate, but it's mitigated, though, by the Braum ult. Cosmic Radiance coming in. MVP gets that invulnerability for the moment. That's going to help Maha as he's jumped on. Gets the kill onto Snowflower, though, and MVP may have this team fight. Lyra, though, setting up a kill for Mickey onto Maha. Dodges the spear on his way out. That Rek'Sai will live. Meanwhile, Mickey on his own, and MVP are going to get themselves the first big team fight win.
Yeah, they are, and just the Tarek ultimate there was so clutch
Yeah.
in keeping the members of MVP alive during that team fight, and also they are really at the pinnacle of their powers. You look at these armor penetration builds from Maha and Ian, who can just absolutely chunk out the members.
Check this fight out. MVP does get the second Mountain Drake during this too, which is pretty big.
Yeah, great Gnar ultimate setup. Song Yun stuck at the back, has to flash out of this engagement, and Ixu goes down early. And because of the Tarek ult, he can't actually pick off one of the big carry threats from MVP. Gets stuffed. Mickey tries to do some work here. He is not going to be able to get away from ADD as long as that Frozen Mallet is
Whoa.
there. Nice, cute
That was-
move from Lyra.
That was close, man. He noped right out of there. Did save them the kill, though. And so MVP, despite being about 5,000 gold down, they are still very much in this game.
Well, that was
does go to Beyond. Ash Arrow doesn't hit anyone in a fight already again. Africa going in onto Ian. He's not going to make it out. And the Africa Freaks responding to that lost team fight right away with a pick of their own.
Well, they just have to keep playing aggressively, right? Because
Yeah.
the more they are going to have more globals up more frequently, so keep on trying to pick off Ian. Ian also had that flash, but had to burn it to get out, so he's going to be even more vulnerable come the next pick attempt. And Africa has to be careful. They don't want to overcommit to this.
Well, they're doing the Baron for
They
now
want to
anyway.
turn. They should want to turn here.
Yep, there they go. They're turning right now onto Max Maha in the back where he should be. Mickey very, very low. Ixu actually setting some things up here. There's a double kill for Maha, and he's in a great position for once with this Jhin. Able to do quite a bit, of course, with that armor penetration build. Snowflower goes in with the shield. Max trying to escape, still alive on that Taric. Maha picks up his third kill of the fight. There's another one, and MVP, that's 2 team fights in a row now that they've won, and this is going to be an ace. Lyra can't escape this time.
ADD was an absolute hero in that engagement. He flashed back in even though he was low right as he was transforming into Mega Gnar to hit the ult that actually won that engagement. Opened up time for Maha with that Yomu's Dustblade build to do the work, and now here they are using the Taric ult on the Baron just to get that little bit of extra tankiness, and they're going to take it out.
Yep, that's right. I mean, the combination of that tankiness from the Cosmic Radiance and Ashura, whoop. Recall's going off just in time, but that combined with the 2 Mountain Drakes let them take this Baron.
Watch ADD.
And we're back on LCK Summer. ADD gets a very well-deserved MVP for his performance in game number 2 to tie up the series between MVP and the Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, blind picking that Gnar ended up working quite well, but just really good flash usage in this game, as well as just making sure that he was there at the right times with the Gnar bar. I mean, that gank was extremely well executed, and there wasn't a lot of counterplay possible from Afrika at that point.
I mean, he flashed the Braum ultimate like multiple times. In the last 2 clips, he flashes the Braum ult to set up for his. Really cool stuff.
Yeah, and these auto attacks are doing so much damage from Jin and from Varus at this point in the game, just because this is the sweet spot of their power spike. So even buying a few seconds with some Gnar ultimates, and Baha right there just shooting basically uninhibited from the back line.
Well, we doubted the Gnar pick. He hadn't played the champion yet this season. It was picked so early, but man, when you see stuff like that, now you know, oh, AD is actually like a really good Gnar player, apparently.
Yeah, did have trouble in the laning phase, and to be fair to the situation, Afrika did beg for those fights, and they should never have been taking them in the first place.
Yeah, that is true.
That was not the purpose of their composition. They were already winning the lane matchup with the Aurelia versus the Gnar, and all they needed to do was to buy the earlier Hurricane and then set up a 1-3-1, and there wasn't going to be an answer for MVP, but instead they decided that they wanted to fight at objectives like Drake and Baron, and that really didn't play to their team composition's strengths, especially when a few instances of poke got them extremely low because they didn't have a tank really on their team aside from the Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
And also, guys, it looks like Mickey was actually stuck on the Krugs in the last game. I didn't actually know you could get stuck there. Especially after the TP, but it looked like a bit unlucky. Fortunately, in patch 6.13, they will standardize the location of where your teleport actually ends up. So you're not just ported into a random point around your target,
right?
Which should at least make that a little bit more obvious as to when that's actually going to happen. So Mickey, it turns out, got a little bit unlucky.
Krugs got the revenge, finally. I've been waiting for this. Elise and Gragas banned out by the Afrika Freaks so far. Vladimir and Shen banned by MVP.
So Afrika sticking to the same bans that worked for them in game number 1, which they were victorious in. This time, they are not going to be giving up that Shen. MVP the one banning Shen in this series.
Yep.
And now they've got the Gnar for a possible counter pick on the red side. Shown that and shown how effective they can be with that particular champion.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, MVP is starting to develop a pretty scary deep champion pool. That it's tough to ban these guys out. Looks like it will be the Trundle and the Nidalee as the last 2 bans for each side.
Yep, identical bans to game number 1.
Yep.
When these teams were on the same sides. So
it was the Aurelia ban in
oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Except for the Shen. That was the
right
adaptation. Sorry, and the Hecarim was banned too by MVP. First time that MVP is not banning the Hecarim.
And so that does leave it open for Ixu to take, but it's not really a first pick kind of thing.
You also don't pick it into Gnar. That's the thing, is a classic Hecarim counter pick, which makes you wonder why they were banning the Hecarim when ADD really wants to play a Frozen Mallet Gnar, because that has been a pretty traditional lane counter pick, because Hecarim just is never going to be able to attack you. Once you get that item, you can kite him basically forever, and you also cut a lot of his damage from his passive by slowing him down consistently.
They just wanted to make it exciting.
So first pick, Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
This one, Lyra wants that pick, has had it now for the 3rd game in a row in this series, and ADD, you up to the task, buddy, on this Aurelia, or are we going to see a blind pick Gnar come through once more?
Well, they've avoided it so far. I'd love to see a first pick Blitzcrank, but I don't think we're ever going to see Blitzcrank get picked again until it gets changed.
They may take away the Ashe.
Yeah.
Afrika have been putting a premium on that. They picked it in the first round on red side in the last game.
MVP's had some pretty interesting picks throughout the course of the season, the Amumu and all that. Be pretty surprised to see the Zac, but you never know with these guys.
Zac has shown up in other leagues, but I think you take the Gnar here and dissuade them from going for the Hecarim. Maybe they say, okay, well, we want that Aurelia matchup once again, now that it's available. But it wasn't, the Aurelia wasn't enough to actually stop the team fighting potency of this Gnar pick.
True. So 2 picks over to the Afrika Freaks side. They can take the Karma and the Sivir, actually. Might not be a bad idea.
Africa did use the Karma effectively in game number 1. But
Combining that with the Sivir is always a good thing.
yeah, it is. And they could go for a Graves here, play mid Karma, and go Sivir with that for some nice burst.
True. When you've got a chance, though, to grab the Sivir Karma, you might as well do it. Yep. And they will. Powerful duo for the Afrika Freaks.
Yeah. All right, well, they did run the Karma at the support position in game number 1, but no Vladimir means Mickey maybe going back to that pick and MVP. What is their solution going to be? Ian has been playing some LeBlanc to some pretty good success this season, but I think if you have that mid lane counter pick right now, you just go ahead and wait and see what they're going to be doing with the Karma before you commit to that. But
I'd agree.
maybe they're going to run a weird jungler.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, right? So we'll see. But you wouldn't run something like a Amumu with an Azir, though, would you?
You can.
suppose
The
you
engage
can.
is still there, and the Sand Soldiers can be repositioned to do a lot of damage on the
That is a.
Azir ultimate,
That is a.
or rather on the Amumu ultimate.
I mean, it's a huge wombo combo if you combine all of that with Gnar, Ashe, Alistar as well. But they are going to go with the Varus instead.
Well, a lot of engage and
Yeah.
crowd control from MVP. Huge amounts of engage. Chain of Corruption. Basically, everybody has an engage tool on MVP's team composition right now. And so Gnar will have some really powerful follow-up with the Gnar ultimate after the rest of the CC abilities go down.
So Mickey keeps, or I feel like it's got to be Mickey, keeps threatening this Yasuo pick.
Well, he's done it before, Doa. He's done it before.
Yeah.
Ixu, of course, the traditional Gnar counter pick is the Yasuo pick in the top lane.
Yep.
You have to respect the fact that it can come through. Someday the
Whoa,
progenitor of that particular counter matchup, but they are going to take the Hecarim into a counter matchup. And they take Hecarim and Lissandra, so huge amounts of engage from both teams. Super fast move speed from Africa. Hard engage
it.
with
Do
Lissandra
it.
ultimate, and do it.
Lock in the Amumu. Make it happen. They took a game off the Rocks Tigers with this Amumu pick.
Well,
it's not just for trolling Cloud Templar anymore. It's for winning games if you're MVP, and they're going to lock it in.
crowd likes that one. I like it too, Doa.
Me too, man.
So
I mean, they played it so well the first time.
And this was Beyond's trick in the
Yeah.
Challenger Series too. He has this pocket of Amumu. You had to believe with the last pick jungler that they were at least considering this option. And when we saw Peanut play against it, because no one else does it, he didn't play as aggressively as you have to play into Amumu. But is Rek'Sai going to be the jungler to really punish on a Amumu pick?
Well, that's the
Gotta
thing.
say, probably not.
I agree completely. I mean, that was really the issue last time, is that you'd expect Peanut to really punish this Amumu pick. He didn't. This Rek'Sai from Lyra is going to probably even have a harder time doing that. So the Amumu pick might work again.
Yeah, and these are really tricky matchups, by the way, for Africa. They've taken Lissandra into Varus, so you're going to take a lot of poke damage and be denied in the early game. Also, with the cleanse from Ian, it does eliminate a lot of the kill pressure that the Rek'Sai-Lissandra combination is going to have. They picked the Hecarim into the Gnar, which is really just a terrible matchup after you get that first core item for the Hecarim. And to round it out here, they don't really have they have a lane in the bot lane, okay, that may be able to put some pressure down, have the poke advantage, especially against Alistar, whose healing was nerfed pretty substantially when they made those changes to his Triumphant Roar and to his ultimate. So they do have that matchup, which should be going well, but that's about it.
That's right. Well, game number 3 of Afrika Freaks was MVP. Let's see who takes it. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Mountain Drake for the third time in a row today. Africa Freaks versus MVP. Game number 3, and Beyond is bringing the Amumu back. It worked once already this season. We'll see if they can make it work again.
He's also using the best Amumu skin,
He is. Sad robot, Amumu.
which had the best bug of all time.
That's right. Nobody will ever forget the global lab. Whoa, Flash pulverized on the Snowflower. There's a Flash as well. MVP going hard early on. And they get 3 summoners out of the Africa Freaks, both used by Max, but I suppose that's a bit of an edge.
It is, especially because they're going to delay the recall also. So Snowflower
Yeah.
going to be taking a little bit of time to get into lane. And they are going to lane swap right now, trying to move that Sivir and the Karma into the top side of the map. So we are going to see a lane swap in this game. And Beyond, there's an Amumu. He's
Yep.
a sad robot. By the way, the bug that we were referencing is that when Sad Robot Amumu came out, his laugh was global. So everybody in the game at all times, no matter where Amumu was, could hear his like robot laugh. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
My favorite bug. To this day, my favorite bug. Or hidden feature. It was a hidden feature of the Sad Robot Amumu skin.
My favorite ones were always some of the ridiculously overly long Blitzcrank and Amumu grabs too. Some bugs on Mickey getting very, very low. He's got his flash. He may need to use it here. Yep.
So
There it is. So Ian poking, taking a lot of damage from the caster minions in return, but getting that summoner out of Mickey, and Africa really kind of starting off on a...
oh, he
foot.
stole it!
Wow. Never mind. Snowflower.
Comes in with the
No
mantra Q.
No summoners, no problem.
Wow, Beyond.
Oops. He's a sad mummy now.
He is a sad mummy now.
I mean, he'd be sadder if he missed out on the blue buff, but that hurts too.
Tough times for Beyond.
Yep.
And so lane swap going to continue. I mean, stealing the red buff actually probably is not going to be too impactful because by the time Karma is actually in a lane with somebody. Now, if they were at the 2v2, that would be devastating. But
Right. All right. Well, at least Beyond should be able to take his own blue buff. It's a big deal since Amumu can be a bit of a mana hog early on.
yeah, the blue buff actually much more meaningful in
Yeah.
the early game to Amumu anyway, so it's not a complete train wreck. Ixu here being a little bit sneaky.
Yeah, but there's the headbutt pulverize over the wall. Gonna get slowed down a little bit.
That was
Taking
clever.
A lot of damage, yeah.
So he did not go as typical in a lane swap to match into the top side. Instead, snuck around to get a little bit of experience. He does it level 2 first, and we'll see how this plays out. MVP may have to push all the way to tier 2 instead of just recalling because of what Ixu is doing, just being extremely annoying.
It's a cool Hecarim skin.
Yeah,
but
Beyond's here
comes
for
Beyond.
Beyond's here to gank.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Bandage Toss does connect. They're going to go in. Nice headbutt pulverize again onto Ixu. He has no flash. He's Hecarim. Flash from Beyond, though, and that's going to be first blood for the Sad Mummy.
And that's the risk you run, Della. You're
Yep.
playing on the weak side of the map. The jungler you have to expect is going to be in that quadrant of the jungle. Your quadrant of the jungle where the lane swap is pushing down the tower for the enemy team. So they come in, and we talked about the amount of engage this MVP composition has. Max has been an absolute boss so far with his pulverizes. Hits one right there that's very important. Bandage Toss goes down, and the Amumu getting ahead, not what you want. And
here
there
we
is
go
no
again.
flash onto Mickey, but he does have the E.
All right, managed to see his way out of there. I got to say, Max has really been doing work, too, on this Alistar so far this game. He's been hitting all the headbutt pulverizes, hitting that flash pulverize at the beginning, and he's going to be seen by this ward, but...
He was a close second for MVP of the last game.
Yep. All right, well, he's in big trouble now. Gets the ward, but he may need to flash it out. He doesn't have a flash. Headbutt pulverize on a Snowflower. There's a lot of damage from Ian. Meanwhile, ADD comes in. There's a knockup from Lyra, though. MVP might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew, and yeah, they have to flash out.
Yeah, getting...
Oops.
Don't really want to... I mean, you're level 2 teleport Gnar at 5 minutes with 0 items. It's not something you're terribly afraid of, so that's a pretty
Yeah.
big misplay there from ADD. They weren't going to get a kill, and that's going to give Ixu quite a bit of farm and get him ahead. Meanwhile, Songyun just sitting here. They're farming 2 lanes right now, Africa, while MVP is farming 0, or 1, I suppose, in mid.
Looks like they're trying to clear the wave so that Ian can go back and buy. But yeah, I mean, that hurts. ADD had the, had the option to go into lane against this Hecarim and do really well, but now he's a little bit far behind it. They're going to have to send Maha and Max up there.
Yeah, they just need to push it out and make sure that Ixu isn't going to get some sort of crazy freeze going on and just remain unpunished. But that entire wave just melted into the turret, so ADD still sitting there 2 levels back.
Yeah, that's a bit rough. He's got another wave coming in now at least. That he can maybe catch up a bit in levels in XP. Levels in CS rather. But we know how good Ixu is on this Hecarim. If you can do something like ult the Amumu as the Amumu comes into ult, that can certainly turn the fights around. But meanwhile, Lyra getting caught though, in big trouble, trying to get away with the burrow, and he'll be able to.
Lots of damage.
Close call, yeah.
Lots of damage there. So Beyond just doing work, and this is going to be another unpunished Amumu. Yes, he's been a bit slower when it comes to clearing out the jungle, but made up for it with the first blood kill.
Yeah, definitely. And it's cool to see. Beyond put so much gank pressure on with this Amumu. It really, it does feel like a game of solo queue, or I should say dynamic queue now. But it's still fun to see.
Yeah, it is fun, and I like the fact that you just have to keep this in mind when you play against MVP. And
yeah.
I love MVP's composition. Just really should be entertaining to watch. So much engage potential. Just incredible amounts of hard CC. Every single champion in this roster has a form of hard crowd control.
Right.
So dangerous, super dangerous to fight against MVP. This is like the Bronzodia comp right here.
It is. One thing to keep in mind though is that Songyun does have a pretty big CS lead over Maha at the moment, and he's got 2 levels on him too. So they need to get this Ashe caught up.
Yeah, well, they're slowly working on it. We'll be pushing back towards her now, so she will have a chance to come probably within about 10 CS. And that's just the nature of these lane swaps, is that they create these long lanes where there are temporary CS imbalances.
Might be ganking time onto ADD. He does not have his flash right now, but you can sometimes just hop over the heads of whoever comes in to try to gank you.
Yeah, they may be waiting for Ixu to hit 6. He's close.
Yeah, they may be waiting for Songyun so far to catch up. Here we go. ADD in trouble now. I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. Maybe. No, I don't think so. Nope. Goodbye. Goodbye, Gnar. It's been fun.
Was it fun, Doa?
Kill? Well, it was fun for the Afrika Freaks anyway.
So as a result, actually, Beyond has to sort of desperately do this blue buff. He's just going to have to take it.
Yep.
No chance. Lyra wants to steal it away from the Varus. Blue, of course, important to that Varus. Mickey doing a good job of farming in this lane in spite of the really troublesome matchup versus the
All right,
Varus.
Wow. Already. He was really far up with no vision. He is going to get wrecked.
Wow. Okay, well, that
Oops.
was actually a very unexpected play from Afrika, because MVP no doubt was thinking that they were going to do Dragon. They did not think that there was going to be a teleport play, so they are punished MVP for Maha was going to push up and try and make a cross-map play onto the objective under the assumption that there would be some attempt with 4 people on the bottom side to go for the Drake, but instead what they're going to do is just try and get Ixu more ahead. So Afrika is saying, okay, well, we know this matchup is bad for us, but between Hecarim and Gnar, so we're going to try and get the Hecarim ahead so he doesn't have to be quite so punished by it. And they make that decision over taking the Mountain Drake. Interesting.
Well, they certainly are getting Ixu ahead. He's 2 levels up on ADD now.
Yeah, and as you say, it's been effective.
Yep. Sure enough. All right, maybe gank coming in here on the bottom lane. Teleport, bringing Mickey in. ADD backs off in time, though. Here comes the Ashe arrow. Oop, not hitting anyone, though. And that turret will go to the Afrika Freaks.
Trying to use their double teleports to set up plays and get the pressure on early. And it is working out pretty well so far for the Afrika Freaks.
All right, might be Dragon time. Nope, doesn't look like it. Afrika Freaks felt the pressure coming in from MVP in the river.
Runic Echo's now done for Beyond. Definitely a useful item just to speed up his jungle clearing a little bit. And ADD trying to pick up what CS he can. At least he's got a longer lane to work with right now. The benefit of having his tower knocked down.
Oh, hooray. The tower's been knocked down.
It has. To lose a tower sometimes means at least you can farm in more relative safety because your enemy has to push further down the lane.
Yep.
Try and get a kill onto you, so
It's really good to get kills. Beyond thinking about setting up for a gank onto Mickey there, but not going to work out.
Everybody in the top side right now for Africa.
Yeah, and MVP knows that they're going to go for this Mountain Drake, and they're probably going to be able to take it. Yeah, okay, the Afrika Freaks trading for the Rift Herald, but I feel like it's good for MVP.
Yeah, this is not something that they should have traded for Africa. The wave is not in a position where MVP could normally do this Drake in the bottom side. They also didn't have a lot of vision, but because everyone was just hanging out in the top side jungle from Africa, they had a free line onto the Drake. Now it is going to give Ixu again another advantage with the Herald buff.
Okay, wow, Ixu going deep onto ADD. Turning it around though, there's a counter engage. Ixu on his own now in the 1v4. That's going to be a kill for MVP, and they're going to keep chasing. Nice ult from Beyond, catching Snowflower and Songyun. That's going to force a flash from the both members of the bot lane. ADD very low, but he's going to be Meganar pretty soon here. Goes in, engage from Max. ADD just waiting for that Meganar. And the slow, inevitable death of Karma. There's Meganar. Are they going to give it to him? ADD could use a kill. There's a Q. Meanwhile, Maha, oh, well, there's a shock. Maha gets caught, gets killed. Max trying to still set it up. There's the Q. This Karma's hard to kill, apparently. There we go. Ah, yeah, finally uses the ult to finish him off. That was a bit of a rage ult there. That was, he didn't need that, but he's like, all right, I'm mad now.
Got to scoop that Karma. It's all right.
That's
The
right.
ult will be back up by the time he needs it once again. And
Yeah.
Maha gets a little bit exposed in the mid lane while the rest of his
Yeah.
team goes off to try and chase down Snowflower down the lane.
Well, it's not good, too, because Maha's 20 CS down now. He's a full BF sword down against Songyun. Let's watch that fight again. It was a bit interesting.
Yeah, ADD actually not going to die as a result of this. But look at Max once again. Look at the setup here. Punts him straight into the turret, uses the Ignite, makes sure that they actually finish off that kill. Then Beyond flash ultimates.
Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous to get that follow-up kill. Snowflower on the chase right there. ADD nearly eats it by flashing close to that Karma. You have to really respect that Q damage at this stage of the game. But he's banking on the fact that he's going to be able to get that extra HP from the Meganar form. And
It was brave. Meanwhile,
I mean, Maha was legitimately surprised right there. Mickey did flash ult him, so it's not like he was in a super dangerous position or anything like that.
I suppose. Just kind of one of those things. All right, blue buff. We'll see if they can give it over to Ian this time, but Lyra's already there. This might be another fight as Max and Maha come in. Ian loading up that Q, and he gets it.
Nice. Piercing
Yeah.
arrow.
Pretty big that he was able to take that. Really need it.
Yeah, it's important to note that in this particular game, there are going to be a lot of skirmishes and there are going to be a lot of kills. And
yeah.
people are just going to be caught out because the engage from both teams is incredibly strong. So even in situations like that with Maha, there's not much you can do against Flash Lissandra Ultimate. You're just on an Ashe. You can't really get away from that, particularly if you don't have a Flash available to you.
All right, you Maha apologist.
Hey, I was not apologizing for game number 1.
Oh, all right, Ian. Chains of Corruption in response does not connect. Ixu really dedicated a lot to that. Ultimate, Flash. He got both summoners out of Ian, though, I suppose.
And the TP, so definitely worthwhile for a Ghost and Ultimate trade from the Hecarim. And that's the scary part. Playing the Varus and the Ashe is not easy into Hecarim Lissandra. Plus, when you combine that with 2 forms of speed boosts from Sivir and Karma, that is going to be pretty sticky onto Ian and Maha here. So
Yeah.
really is who gets the engage first. Fortunately, the Amumu ult is actually very good for peeling. Doesn't necessarily have to use that offensively.
Sure. Mickey picks up his blue buff. And Songyun continues to farm. Way ahead of Maha. Bit of a lull in the action now. Didn't catch what the next dragon is going to be.
We'll find out together, Doa.
We will wait and see.
It's an exciting mystery. It's like a present on Christmas morning just waiting to be unwrapped.
I know, man. You know it's going to be good, but, well, I suppose it might not be, though. Is the Cloud Drake kind of like the equivalent to getting socks from your grandmother?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Or coal.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, socks at least are semi-useful. Coal,
Hey,
in a modern home, Monty, is not that great. Oh, Bandit Shoss misses from beyond. Looks like they'll keep their mid-turret up for the moment anyway.
It is if you want electricity, Doa.
Yeah, but somebody else is theoretically making that for you. ADD jumped on by Ixu. Actually, Ixu, whoa, you're going to take a lot of damage in response. Here comes Max. Ixu going way too deep. Whoops. That's unfortunate for the Afrika Freaks. Not sure what he really thought he was going to accomplish there.
Well, I thought he was going to not be, taken out by an Amumu. Fortunately,
Yes.
that is not his fate today.
I mean, he took so much damage that
Or
ADD
the
probably
Dar,
would have been able
rather.
to kill him. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, a good roam, though. Max has been setting up all the plays this game. You really have
Yeah.
to commend him for his performance thus far. 100% kill contribution.
Yeah,
Only
he's been
4
doing great.
kills, but there's a deep TP.
Wow.
Whoa, what is this?
Okay. All right, well,
It's time to kill Ian.
Hecarim is lurking in the back, yeah. Operation Get Ian.
It's going to be
Wait for it.
successful.
Over the wall. Yep, that's pretty successful, I'd say. Well, and then sometimes that happens.
Wow,
You
and
take the mid lane turret.
Right now, MVP should not have stopped putting pressure on the top side. They really just should have pushed down the top lane turret if they had any opportunity to. They would have been worried about a collapse from 5 members through the river immediately afterwards, though, so they take it very safe, but I think they had a little bit of time there to work with the turret. So Beyond has the duty of clearing out that bottom wave, picking up what CS he can.
Yep. Meanwhile, Lyra takes the Wolves. And MVP just going to push on the mid lane a little bit. The Dragon is up, and it is another Mountain Drake, I believe I saw. Yep, it is. And so if MVP picks up this one, it'll be their second. Certainly will be helpful. Lyra not looking like he's going to try to steal this.
No, I don't think he's going to go into the hard CC death zone.
I don't think so.
Very easy to just get perma-stunned in that dragon pit until they kill you, and it will be a 3rd Mountain Drake, actually,
Wow.
coming up afterwards.
That's pretty big for MVP. I mean, if they get any time at all with these turrets or with the Baron later on, they're going to be able to catch back up in the objective department pretty fast.
Yes, they will. They are pretty far behind in terms of gold, though.
All right, ADD going to get ulted by Mickey. Meanwhile, Ixu coming in. ADD still alive, though. They're going to turn it around. And there's a huge ultimate. Chris's had Mummy Asher coming through. Big scoop from Gnar. And a great fight for MVP so far. Although Afrika turning it around, getting the double kill for Songyun. Somehow, some way, that Sivir survived. And that's going to be a triple kill. Maybe a quadra. Yeah, quadra. Pentakill for Songyun. Man, talk about a turnaround.
Wow, and he barely lives alongside Lyra, so they're going to be able to get this top tier 2 turret and expand this gold lead to about 6K.
Crazy.
That's a great pentakill there from Songyun.
I thought for sure that Afrika was dead after that big ultimate from Beyond. He caught, like, everybody in that Curse of the Sad Mummy.
But Maha wasn't there, and take a look at this pentakill once again.
So.
Mickey's going to start this fight. They try and get ADD. Remember, he only has a frozen mallet, so he's not the tankiest. But it is a 5v4 for the most part. Of course, this Ash Arrow going to come in and do a little bit of helping, but there's just not enough damage there. And Songyun, in that small area, is able to get a ton of ricochet and boomerang blade damage. As just bouncing between people, flashes forward and just picks this one up. Maha probably selected the wrong target at the start of that fight. Thought he could maybe take down Lyra, but Lyra just a little bit too tanky. And there it is, pentakill for Songyun.
Yeah. It's a good pentakill.
Was a good pentakill.
Yep. Good fight for the Afrika Freaks, and like you mentioned, that's going to put them about 6,000 gold up. And MVP really on the back foot here now.
Yeah, but as you saw in that fight, MVP nearly won that fight in a 4v5 with a gold deficit. So you really have to respect their CC.
Oh, Ian. All right, well, he dodges the charge anyway. Ixu in a little bit of trouble. Beyond comes in to try to turn things around.
It is dangerous
It
to
certainly
dive
is.
this composition that MVP has.
Yeah, even that Varus can get out. nearly kill you.
Really good chain of corruption after the tower aggro had been taken by the Hecarim after using his ultimate.
Yeah. I mean, Ixu's huge, obviously, on this Hecarim right now. But there's just so much CC and so much engage on both sides that it's kind of engage, counter, engage, counter, counter, engage,
Yes.
counter, counter,
Yeah.
engage.
But it's definitely fun comps to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Go head to head against each other. No shortage of action in this game, but
I like it.
well,
I like it a lot.
This is what happens when you pick compositions like this. Both
great.
teams need to go in order to be successful with their compositions, and that means that we've got a lot of teams crashing into each other.
See, the way I feel, this is how the game is meant to be played.
It's a way to play the game, though. It'd be boring if it was this way all the time.
Would it?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Yeah, screw variations on strategies. Just all-in hard CC compositions every game.
Well, we can see variations on maybe champions that have different ways to engage, different cool abilities to throw at each other. I'm on board with this. And you'd just be bored with this.
I would be.
Yeah. Now you know how I feel most of the time. Africa Freaks going in on this Baron.
That's right. It's going to be...
Like I need my fight games once in a while, you know?
This is a good
Teleport coming in from MVP. And they're going to push Afrika off for the moment.
Big Gnar is down, but the poke is certainly
Oh,
real.
here we go. Onslaught of Shadows doesn't really connect with anybody. Maha in a good position, actually. Beyond wrapping people up with that Curse of Sad Mummy in the back lines. MVP fighting for their life, though. There goes Maha, and the Afrika Freaks turning it around. Songyun did not really get stopped at all, and this is going to be another big team fight win for the Afrika Freaks. It's Baron time.
Yeah, that's a result of their gold lead right there, because Beyond actually had a very good play in that fight to get into the back line, but it just wasn't enough in the end. Tried to stop up the back line, but there's just too much damage coming out of the Afrika Freaks right now with their 7K gold lead. Now it's going to turn into a Baron. Afrika doing well, just they're playing the map better right now than MVP is. They've had more people around.
ADD, he's Mega Gnar. He could flash in on this one. Yep, going in. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's the big Mega Gnar ultimate, but gets one. Gets, all right, well, they get the Baron in the end. So he killed Snowflower, but that's about it. Don't know if that's really worth the trade.
It is. Death timers are still low enough that taking away one Baron buff
All right.
going to work out okay for you. ADD still working on getting some more consequential defensive items for these team fights.
Sure.
Looks like he will have his Randuin soon enough. Certainly necessary right now, considering how incredibly fed Songyun is.
Now that third Mountain Drake coming up in just 30 seconds.
As our observer is showing us right now, Maha's items not the greatest. He took a little bit of a detour from the Essence Reaver and still hasn't picked up a Hurricane.
Yeah. Man, you gotta wonder, like, even if MVP gets this third Mountain Drake, are they ever going to get a chance to really use it?
Yeah, it's probably not, though. Probably not. With the Baron already down and no hope really of sieging turrets with this Baron buff up for Afrika, it does make it challenging, and the gold lead just continues to roll.
Yes, it does. Up to about 11,000 now. And in 24 minutes, that is a difficult deficit to overcome.
I like what the Afrika Freaks are doing. Fully half of their gold lead is actually just the difference between Songyun and Maha right now, who finally gets the Hurricane that he needs to be able to clear the waves and stave off any more damage from the Baron. But there's the first Mountain Drake of the game for Afrika.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to put that to good use.
No, they don't have much to put it to use for right now. Just a few turrets between them and victory.
They've got plenty of time to do that, though.
They have all the time in the League of Legends world.
Yep. Which is much less time than in the Jin Air world, but still a good amount of time. All right, Onslaught of Shadows in onto Maha, gets absolutely run over. Big Engage comes in, Beyond gets in the back lines, but again, everybody just so low immediately. 4-man Gnar ultimate, but again, where's the way for MVP to capitalize on this? They don't really have one at the moment, and the Afrika Freaks will continue to bulldoze their way into the base.
Yeah, Ixu with the clutch opener to that fight. Maha didn't have flash, he knew it, so able to get instantaneously into the back line. This is where Hecarim is so good. And Ixu he struggled in the laning phase, but is able to turn it on in these team fights and make a big difference. It's kind of the opposite of last game, where ADD
really
was the one who was struggling in a counter matchup in the laning phase, but then showed up big time when it came to actually coordinating and fighting in these team fights. And look at Maha. I mean, there's the Q, E,
Dead.
just dead. And
Yeah.
Lyra's there too to help out. So is Songyun, and Beyond gets another good ultimate, but they can't quite chain it into the Gnar ultimate because of the ult that went down from Lissandra onto ADD. So the chain CC just wasn't there, gave them enough time to get a little bit more damage down in between ultimates. And
I mean, ADD is playing well on this Gnar. I mean, he's
Yeah.
5-3-4. He's been getting great ults, but there's just no follow-up from the rest of his team, especially not when Maha dies so early.
well, Maha got rocked in the laning phase, and
Yeah.
that was true of game one, and it's true here also.
Yep.
He's just not able to stand up, but they picked the Ashe into this composition.
Yes, they did.
They went for an early Ashe, actually. They only knew that the Rek'Sai was up there, but you knew the Karma and the Sivir were still going to be up. And you picked...
Well, okay, arrow onto Snowflower, takes some poke from the Veriscue. Beyond going in. Oh, they nearly killed Snowflower. It was close. But if you can't even get that pick, things are a little bit rough for MVP. And they may pay for it with their inhibitor turret. Teleport, gonna bring Mickey into the bot lane. Meanwhile, Ixu on the side gets bounced out by Max for the moment. But that inhibitor under a lot of threat, and it looks like that one's going to go over to the Afrika Freaks.
ADD used his ultimate there, I think, a little bit unnecessarily.
Yeah. And it looks like the Afrika Freaks are getting ready to end this one. They're slowly but surely picking apart the base of MVP.
They are a little bit low, but Ixu has his TP to come back in if they want to finish the game right now. They could also just wait for the next Baron. There isn't really a rush for them.
That's right.
With their 16,000 gold lead, it's not...
I think they want to end it, though. Ixu teleporting back. That seems like something you only do if you want to try to finish things right here.
I agree with you, Doa. They haven't relented in the least.
Yep. MVP pushed back, and the Afrika Freaks have won the last few team fights so convincingly, you can't blame them for going for it. Here we go, Onslaught of Shadows again, right onto Ian this time. The knockup from Lyra comes in on that Rek'Sai. Beyond again, every time gets into the back with that Curse of the Sad Mummy, but there is no follow-up from MVP. Maha trying to kite back along with the support, but Ixu just all over them. There's the ace, and that is going to be the end of the game. So, crazy series, really entertaining, action-packed, everybody diving into the fountain. All right.
That's a suicidal centaur.
I guess so, man. Suicidal Centaur was also the name of my thrash metal band in high school. What a coincidence. And what a win for the Afrika Freaks. They'll take out the Nexus and they'll take down MVP. And a pretty solid end to the first round for them overall. GG.
Yeah, both teams are going to end this first round 4-5.
Yep.
Both of them looking to improve in the second half if they actually want to become a playoff team. MVP has their 3-match winning streak cut short. Well, you're going to see Africa bounce back from that loss to the Rocks Tigers. But interesting game. The not banning Hecarim. MVP thought they had the answer. Turns out wasn't so great. And ultimately, I think a lot of Maha's overextensions were quite costly in that game.
Yeah. I mean, it's another MVP series where we talk about Maha getting caught out a bunch. I mean, it's kind of par for the course at this point, isn't it?
Well, it was also extra abused because Africa had a great composition for catching out Maha, making it even harder for him to stay alive. If you make that positional error, well, there's a Lissandra, Sivir, and a Karma just waiting for you.
I mean, it's a good way to play against MVP, right? I mean, if you know Maha's probably going to be out of place a little bit, you pick a comp that can exploit that extra hard.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
And in the end, Sivir doing a lot of damage, but it didn't make a bit of difference because it was Ixu on that Hecarim, running people over.
Yeah, the real story, though, for Africa is just the fact that they were able to play better as a 5-man unit. Make sure that it was a 5v4 in a lot of these situations. Use their double TPs more effectively to dig Hecarim out of the big hole that he found himself in at the start of that game. Meanwhile, MVP taking some less than preferential fights, 4v5, and that pentakill was really the straw that broke the camel's back in favor of Africa.
Yeah, exciting series either way, and You know, MVP looking good here and there. I mean, the game where they had Maha and Jin was actually quite good. So still a team to watch in the second round robin. Songyun getting the MVP that game. I mean, he did a lot of work on the Sivir. He did get the pentakill, which I guess qualifies him for the MVP.
I think it did. It was a good pentakill too, where
was,
he had to be conscientious of a lot of the huge, just a huge amount of crowd control that
Sure.
MVP had. This is where they cut out ADD a little bit in lane, but easy to catch him out when you have so much movement speed. Also, just Hecarim's buffs from the Sivir. So we take a look at this pentakill right here. Songyun just not being afraid to even be in melee range of a lot of these champions to make sure that he finishes them off. Good job of auto resetting using that ricochet and then just aggressive flash forward.
Yeah. Somehow they were surviving that one.
Finish off these kills. And just really good use of the vision and the spell shield there at the end.
Yeah. No, that was a beautiful pentakill for sure.
Yeah. One thing we didn't talk about though is that the reason, one of the big reasons why Hecarim was doing so much damage was because of Karma and Sivir. When you're that fast, so the Sivir ult goes down right there, and that's the reason why the devastating charge does that much damage to the Ashe.
You speed up a Hecarim like that, and he is going to absolutely annihilate people. It was fun to see, and you feel a little bit bad for, you know, ADD and beyond because their play was quite good in that game too. But you know, if you don't have any damage to follow up all that CC, you're just gonna get wrecked, and that's what happened. So it is time for an MVP interview with our victorious Afrika Freaks players, and Steve will be doing some translating for us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Doa and Monte, for a great cast for today's match. And now we are moving into interview booth with winner of today's match, Afrika Freaks. And let's hear from our two MVP for today's match, Lira and Songyun. First of all, congratulations for both of you.
기세가 너무 좋은 팀인 MVP 팀을 꺾어서요. 기분이 좋고요.
And Lira is very happy that because MVP had a recent 3 consecutive win and they were very powerful. But I'm very happy we have won against them, and thanks for our fans to come here for cheer for us.
또 오늘 마무리를 같이 하는 듯한 뭐 그런 느낌도 있는데 오늘 상현 선수 자신 있죠? 저희 좀 달라졌죠 요즘?
네, 아주 잘하시는 것 같아요.
So now Cloud Temper is saying that Songyun, we have like asking to Songyun about our interview style, and Songyun just said that yeah, you guys are perfectly doing fine. Just making some jokes before getting into interview. And now Dongjin's going back to the game interview and talking about what kind of like a combination between Ashe and Rek'Sai today. It was kind of well made before you guys come to today's match. And Lira said that before we come here, when we had a scrim or practice, we had a practice using Rek'Sai, and we were kind of play as a team rather than be more aggressive as an individual. So even though some of my teammates are saying that we should fight, but I tell them to play as a team or play as a team and then not just fight in the lane. So
저는 저를 건드린 것보다 제 동생들 건드린 거 좀 싫어하는데 그래도 저희 동생들은 괜찮다고 하고 MVP 선수들도 착하게 미안하다고 사과하셔가지고 그런 감정은 없고요.
Cloud Temper
게임은 당연히 이기러 오는 거니까 이기는
Cloud Temper asked about some like they had a last game MVP had an interview about we can play against Afrika Freaks we can play against them, and then those kind of aggressive interview, and then Cloud Temper asked about that to Lira, and Lira said that I'm not worried about their attacking against me, but I'm just saying that we did very good, and then next time you should not talk in the interview, you should show in the game.
리라 선수가 저희 거기서 한타 할 때 진 것 같았어요. 거의 다 진 것 같았는데.
And now I think they're talking about the pentakill.
알았어. 믿고 갔더니
And then Songyun said today pentakill were made by Lira, and Lira had a call that you should come and keep a fight against. And it was pretty close, a team fight. It was very close. And then Lira said like Songyun come in, keep attacking, and then Songyun said it was pretty easy for me to get all the kills.
또 던졌네.
And Sangyun almost thought before that, Sangyun said that he almost trolled it. And then Sangyun's very thankful to Rira.
딱 이제
It was pretty close.
숨었다가 한번 딱.
And Sangyun said it was all made. I went inside the bush and I came back outside and hit one more time to get a penta kill.
그래서 또 이렇게
And he was very excited that
평단계로
time.
그러니까 예, 아까 말씀하셨지만 아프리카 프릭스가 생각보다 바텀의 존재감이 좀 많이 죽어 있었어요 요즘에.
And Cloud Temper saying that recently Africa Freaks had a really not great condition in the bottom lane, but today you guys have shown a pretty good play.
탑만 가더라고요 맨날.
And then Sangyun said, I'm very disappointed to Rira because our junglers always go to the top lane,
좀 돋보이지 않지 않았나?
but today he came to the bottom lane also, so I think that's what made very shining for us to win against MVP.
하신 말씀 있으신가요?
지는 라인들 보면요. 아 우리 정글 뭐하지 이래요.
And now Liras are making jokes about that. Always when we play the lane that losing, saying that what's junglers doing, and then that's the reason why I'm not going to the bottom lane because they always lose.
편하게 정글
Then
싸움도 하고 막
they're like making jokes about each other.
잘했죠 오늘은.
네, 오늘은 진짜 마음.
But Cloud Tipper said, I think the bottom lane did pretty good today, so any compliment. And the Liras said, everyone did pretty good, and also bottom lane.
그렇다는 얘기냐고 날카롭게 또 찌르고 들어왔는데요. 그리고 세 번째 경기에서 역시나 비오는
Now Dongjun back to game interview.
아무무가 등장했습니다. 그것에 대해
Dongjun said in the third round match, there's Amumu playing from the MVP.
같은데. 안돼 조금 제 개인적인 생각으로는.
And Lira think that personally, he thinks that Lira said that Amumu pick was pretty good, but I think I'm still better than him on the jungler because he thinks that the other teams are more focused on the team fight because they pick Amumu. But today I go around all the lane and we won the lane fight. So in that part, I think I did pretty good on the jungler part for today's match.
기가 막히셨던 것 같아요 아무리 봐도.
익수가 보냈죠. 가서 다 맞아줬거든요. 저는
And then now Cloud Temper asking to Sangyun about complaining him, and Sangyun says, "Oh, because of Lira, we're getting all the hit in front of me. That's why I have many space to deal against other team very freely."
혼자 죽는 듯한 느낌이 들었는데 원딜 입장에서 너무 편했다 말씀이신 거죠? 예.
굉장히 고마워요 그러면.
And now Sangyun said it was pretty great. It was pretty great play from the Lira that got all the hit from the other team.
네. 기억하시나요?
Oh, now they're asking about Twisted Fate. Is it stuck in the golem?
이거 포즈해야 되나 하다가.
Oh, there was actually inside the game, the Mickey had a call that I couldn't move, so maybe we thought about to pause the game, but the Sangyun said, relax, we're doing this fine, just keep attacking the golem and just get into our fight. You don't have to pause, nothing to worry. But that time Mickey was very panicking because he was pretty stuck in the golem, right, like that. He couldn't move, that's why they tried to almost pause the game, but
질문을 좀 더 드리고 싶은데요. 공격적인 플레이 스타일로 바꿔가는 과정인가요, 아프리카 프릭스가?
so Dongjun's asking, is it Africa playing styles are changing to more aggressive?
진짜 롤챔스에 참가한
Because now
팀 중에서
you guys are more aggressive than before.
잘된 경기였다고 생각을 하고요.
So today's match was pretty good compared to the game you guys have lost recently.
좀더 저희가 잘하는 거 연습을 하자로 조금은 바뀐 것 같아요.
So Lira said,
그래서 단점은
usually we were
거의
more focused on the team fight, but now these days we're saying that we should focus on the champions that we're good at and more be aggressive in each lane. I think that part what makes us more better, like much better than before.
아, 중국 팀은요 진짜 많이 싸워요.
예.
진짜 거의.
So now Cloud Temper asking about some scrims between the other region, especially China. You guys had a scrim, and then Sangyun said they're very aggressive because they keep attacking. They're more like rather than team fight, they're very aggressive in the lane fight. So I think those kind of part help us to be more immune in the LCK.
삼고 있다 이런 말씀이신 것 같은데.
So those kinds of scrim were pretty helpful.
이번 시즌에 처음 참가한 팀인데도 굉장히 좋은 경기라고 보여주고
So now Dongjun say MVP is showing very great play throughout the season, even the first round. They're promoted to LCK this season, but they're very good. So what kind of part that like which part are much like better than you guys in this aspect.
다 2대 0으로 세 번을 이기시더라고요.
네,
그래서 저희가 지금
So
초반에 많이 졌어요.
Sanghyun said that in the beginning of the first half we have lost many games. And some game we were very close. We went to like 2-1 game, but MVP is pretty great job on the winning most of the match with 2-0. So in those part, kind of they're very focused and very into the game. So we should in the second round we should more focus on the game that not going so close. We should be more aggressive and get back to the game that we can win other team by 2-0.
올라왔던 것 같은데 항상 개 못하는 것 같아요.
굉장히 무슨
So in Cloud Peppers are asking about like MVP style, and then Sanghyun had a very aggressive language that said they said even they promoted we're still much better, and they had a kind of like little slang on their like they're very bad like other like team ESCC ever.
이라 선수가 대표해서 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
And now Dongjun say any comment for the second round? What do you guys? How are you guys gonna prepare?
2라운드 더 열심히 해서 더 잘하겠습니다.
And Lira said we didn't do a great job on the first round, but we'll be well prepared for the second round and more practice. And thanks for all the fans to come here. And thank you very much. And back to you guys.
All right. Well, thanks for translating, Steven. And the Africa Freaks, maybe not the best first round for them here in LCK Summer, but, you know, strong finish, a win over MVP is certainly a respectable thing. And so that gives us, of course, a 2-1 result for the Africa Freaks over MVP for our first best of 3 of the night.
Yeah, and it was actually a pretty good match between these two middle table teams. And with the rise that we've seen from MVP and Africa, we saw what happened with their second round robin in the spring season where they went on an absolute tear. So there's still an opportunity to crack perhaps the playoff rankings here, especially since Jin Air is on a bit of a decline.
Could be. Yeah, I mean, when you look ahead to the second round robin, a lot of movement that could happen. Now, our second best of 3 starting in about 20 minutes from now is going to be SK Telecom T1 versus ESC Ever. SKT, of course, hoping they can just cruise to an easy 2-0 victory over Ever, and I think that's probably going to be the result. But then again, you never know. Ever has shown, again, flashes of brilliance throughout the season.
Yeah, they have it. That's the big question here. Ever, can they actually get it together? Because we expected a lot from them, and an upset over SKT would be a good start.
Well, we'll see what they can do, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 20 minutes with our second best of 3 here on LCK Summer on OGN. So you've had a little bit of a break, but not much of one. Don't go too far. We'll be back right after this.
Coming up next, SK Telecom T1, ESC Ever, 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
이거 신었을 때 앉았어요 매니저님?
페이커를 뭐 직접으로 한 SKT라고 정말 왕좌에 있는 팀답게 그런 경기를 보여줬습니다.
연기를 했을 때 무대에서 연기를 했을 때의 심정이 너무 듣고 싶어요. 여기서 우승하면 상금이 바로 그렇죠. 바로 이런 것도 중요하죠. 네, 뭐 물론 인기가 어떻게 될지는 저도 모르겠고 이런 생각을 합니다. 그래서 한 명이 받아야 될 팀을 그렇진 않습니다. 보통은 이제 FA이기 때문에 싸움을 할 수 있어요. 네. 대한민국 최고의 클리를 가지는 백발백중 챌린지 드디어 지금 맨날 뭐 헬리콥터 수가 될수 있는 거고요. 하지만 첫 번째 샤프 우승이 키라도 못했어요. 네. 이 상황이 발생을 했는데 과연 결승 두 번째 경기 여기에서도 무너지면 중국팀 80% 이상
아저씨.
과연 중국이 승리할 것인지
아저씨 여기 보세요.
싸움을 시작할 것인지
아니 최대 줄이려고. 이거 하나만 이렇게 많이 상대가 이거 하는 거 이렇게 하겠어. 이러면 이거
SK텔레콤 T1입니다.
네, SKT.
진짜, 예. 갑자기 이거 뭔 일이에요?
우리 브라움이라 할지라도 쪽으로 일단 빠져. 자, 에코가 파고듭니다. 에코가 파고들어. 룰러 이거 룰러까지 다 들어갔는데.
룰러 달기만 하면.
자, 룰러 죽었어요.
끝냅니다. 38분 치즈.
저희 어머니 여기서 나 15점. 너왜 공석을 제주게 한 거야? 아니야 너가. 근데 아다방이 넥타이 같은 안 들어갔는데 그래서 아다방 기회를 안 보는 거지. 잘했어. 되게 잘했어. 변경을 엄청 잘하네.
아직도 보이지 않아 Yes I'm a pretty boy 난 날아다녀 so fly 날라리 boy 월화수 목금 돌난 봐봐 오빠 나봐 bad boy I'm a G to the D golden diamonds boy 누가 아니래 You know I'm busy 오늘의 DJ 나는 철이 너는 me I'm so serious
Peace.
위클리 SK 1라운드 마지막 방송 시작합니다. 지난주 또다시 김정균 코치의 딜량을 대폭발시킨 SKT의 충격적인 패배가 있었습니다. 상대는 아프리카. 사실 어쩌면 예견된 패배였을지도 모릅니다. 바로 아프리카 뒤에는 SKT의 킬러, 천적, 강현종 감독이 있기 때문이죠.
감독님이 세계에서 SK 제일 많이 이긴 팀인데?
2015 스프링 CJ가 SKT를 잡고 2015년 서머 또 CJ가 SKT를 잡았고 2016년 스프링 또다시 SKT를 잡고 2016년 서머까지 SKT를 잡습니다. SKT를 이기고 싶은 전 세계 게임단 여러분, 이제 강현종 감독님을 잡으십시오.
주시가 좀 잘하긴 하지만 제가 좀 잘해서 저만큼 좀 스킬 잘 쓰는 사람이 없기 때문에
MVP에 오른 벤과 페이커의 오르기 화제가 되고 있습니다. 바로나 판타, 나르의 대박궁과 애니비아의 쿼드라 킬러 축제 분위기가 된 SKT. 하지만 그중 시무룩한 한 사람이 있었으니 그 주인공은 혼자 고치 맞은 백무룩. 네, 여기서 문제입니다. 이 상황에서 딜러를 뒤에 두고 쓱 피해버린 탱커 2명이 잘못한 걸까요? 정답은?
제가 볼 때는 세 명이 다 피했어야 됐을 것 같아요.
셋 다 피하면 된다고요? 야, 이거 페이커 너니까 그러지. 말도 안 되는 말 같지도 않은 소리 하고 있어. 네, 이번엔 엑스펜션에게 솔로킬을 당한 듀크. 누가 봐도 아찔한 상황인 것 같은데요. 자, 여기서 두 번째 문제가 나갑니다. 이번 문제 좀 쉽네요. 이 장면은 당연히 솔로킬을 당한 쉔의 실수겠죠? 정답은?
쉔이 오히려 저기서 죽는 게 더 이득이에요.
죽는 게 이득이라고요? 와, 말 같지도 않은 소리 하고 있네. 이러면 우승해야 되나? 이렇게 말 같지도 않은 얘기를 해야 우승하는 건가? 역시 SKT답네요. 예, 한 사람의 죽음 정도로 흔들리지 않는 역시 강팀 SKT. 그나저나 페이커 선수 MVP 인터뷰 때 뭐만 하면은 이거 내가 잘해서 이긴 거다, 내가 잘한 거다, 굉장한 허세를 좀 부리시더라고요.
내가 딜량 봐봐 이상해. 딜 안 했어요. 야 근데 화면에는 너가 되게 멋있게 나왔어. 당연하죠. 화면에 잘했어.
근데 사실 듀크 선수 엄청 잘했는데 저는 사실 이거 MVP 듀크가 아닌가 이런 생각도 좀 했어요.
뭐야? 누구야? 나야. 너야? 잘했어. 왜 너야? 잘했어. 그니까.
전판 승리 기어의 1등 공신은 아무래도
브라움이었지.
네, 이번 썸머 시즌 꼴찌로 바닥을 헤매며 고통받던 CJ 드디어 This is 샤이가 출전했습니다.
와, CJ는 바야흐로 이번 시즌 완전 위기 아닙니까? 그냥 완전 최대 위기. CJ는 내가 필요하다. 샤이가 등장했습니다.
하지만 CJ 또 졌어요. 또 졌습니다.
와 진짜 너무 세다.
잘했어. 괜찮아 이제 우리의 가능성을 보여줬어.
야 가능성만 보여주는 거 아니야?
얘들 고생했다. 잘했어. 괜찮아. 가능성 보여줬잖아.
똑같은 말이다.
아니야. 진짜 우리 가능성 보여줬어. 이상한 것까지 잘하다.
하늘이가
아 그래? 진짜 잘했어.
얘들아 잘 싸웠다. 잘했어.
괜찮아. 상무에도 고생했다. 야, 잘했네.
잠깐만 때리지 말고.
내가 멈춰.
잘했어. 연기력 진짜 좋았어. 아니 왜 울어? 나 울 사람 따로 있어. 다음에 더 잘할 수 있어. 우리 2라운드 진짜 더 잘할 수 있어.
창단 이래 최대의 침체기를 겪고 있는 CJ 힘내시길 바라겠습니다. 화이팅! 자, 위클리 SK 1라운드도 무사히 마쳤습니다. 그리고 다음 주 위클리 SK에서는 당군의 상암 여행기가 이어집니다. 용산 탐방기가 있지 않았습니까? 그때 엄청 고생했어요. 머리 막 쓰고 하루 종일 두통에 시달려가면서 찍었는데 곧 다 편집됐어. 다 편집됐잖아요. 인정하십니까, 피디님? 그때 10분 나왔나? 재밌는 거 많았는데 이번에도 그러기만 해봐요. 아직 다 엎어버렸으니까. 아무튼 상암 경기장을 이용하는 방법, 선수들과 경기장의 뒷얘기까지 제가 모두 파헤쳐 드릴 테니까 많은 기대해 주시길 바라면서 저는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분, 다음 주에 또 만나요.
We can sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Come back and get back a little more.
today's matchup. SK Telecom T1. ESC Ever. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Summer. I'm Doa, that's Monte Cristo. We've got our piggyback broadcast vests.
That's right. We got our piggyback costumes.
That's right. These are the, I don't know, they're very nice vests, I suppose. We're ready to like serve somebody fine wine or park their expensive cars for them.
I'm ready to serve some fans a good match of League of Legends, Doa.
And I think SK Telecom is ready to serve Ever in like the you're gonna get served way. In this best of 3.
Just going back to your 90s slangs.
That's
Falling right back onto that.
Back when I was breakdancing on some cardboard in an alley in the average urban environment, you know.
Serving noobs?
Serving noobs. No, there were no noobs back then.
There
Serving fools.
Okay.
That's right. Got to get the vernacular correct for that reference. Well, I don't know. That's nowhere really to go from there.
It's like, what's this transition?
That's all I got. Just thought I'd make it fun. Really, wasn't it? It was fun. It was fun, wasn't it? Tell me it was fun.
It was great.
Thank you. Okay,
I've never had a better time in my life than right now.
Me neither, and you'll never have a better time in your life than watching this next match. Well, maybe you will. I don't know. If you ever like have a child or, you know, get married or win the lottery, or there's a lot of other ways to have a better time, but this match should still be pretty good. But it's probably going to be a 2-0 because SK Telecom, I mean, you think they're going to crush them. They have the big edge, but it's LCK Summer. Crazy stuff happens. Ever has shown some pretty good stuff from time to time.
Yeah, they have. And SKT, they did bounce back against Longzhu, but they did it with the comfort composition going back to the way they beat the Rocks Tigers with the Inivi Ezreal versus the Vladimir. So we haven't seen the biggest diversity from SK Telecom lately, especially when they came off the losses to Jin Air and Africa, where they looked really bad. Like really not a very good team in those particular best of 3s. But tonight, Doa, they have the chance to go ahead and get back to #1 here in Korea with a win. It would put them, and even if they win 2-1, they'd have 10 points, and so would go ahead of both KT and the Tigers.
It's weird because as disappointing as their season has looked so far, from time to time, SK Telecom could still end the first round robin on top, which shows you that at the end of the day, these guys are still really good.
Well, absolutely. I think the competition, especially with the addition of MVP and ESC, has been a bit fiercer than it was during the spring season.
Yeah.
At SK Telecom, they're making it work. They looked a little bit out of sorts, seeming to fall back on a lot of some of their old issues, Duke being late to teleporting, Blank doing nothing.
That's a problem.
Blank is going to be playing today again, which it surprises me because Blank has not, frankly, had a very good season. When we take a look at him, he gets caught out quite a bit, tends to die in the early game, doesn't seem to have a big effect on map pressure, and that has been a way in which SK Telecom has been dropping not only games but series.
Well, we haven't seen Bengi since that series against Jin Air, too, so you got to kind of wonder what's going on here because he came back and he looked pretty good at the beginning of the season. Of course, like the Jin Air series wasn't great, but, that was one series. So it's kind of surprising to just see him benched again like that,
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Obviously, this is Coma's decision, but we are going to see Blank starting out today. It will be Key on the side of ESC.
Yep.
So that takes care of the most common substitutes we could see because we've had Bless, not Ares, this entire season.
Yep.
And I think Bless is certainly one of the shining bright points right now on the ESC roster.
Yeah, we've seen them swap out the supports now and then, Key for Totoro and back and forth, but Key certainly seems to be a little bit better, and against SK Telecom, you want to bring your best roster.
Yeah, you absolutely do. So all the players are in the lobby right now.
Good.
So
Well, that's a good start.
It's already starting better than yesterday.
Hey, we can fill time But you've already filled so much this week. I don't want to make you have to do that, you know?
I would appreciate that, Doa. So if you could just help
Sure.
out with this process, that'd be great.
It was all me yesterday. I wanted to really put Achilleos through the fire and see what he can handle. He did well.
He did well.
He did well, young Achilleos. Well, Duke, Blank, Faker, Bang, and Wolf, of course, are the roster for SK Telecom. Blank, of course, in for Bengi. Wherefore out thou Bengi. Wherefore art thou Bengi. I don't know, guys. It's one of those days. It's a piggyback broadcast.
It is. And I was impressed that they were able to win with the Shen Lucian Karma comp that they ran. Bang showing up huge on the Lucian again.
Yeah.
So going back to some old tricks, using the Karma in the mid lane instead of that Lulu, but still playing in a very SKT style.
Yep. Crazy Blessed, Tempt, Loken, and Key for ESC Ever. And like we mentioned before the break, this is a team that we kind of expected a lot from early on. They looked great in their qualification matches to get into LCK Summer. They had an interesting time at IEM Katowice, we'll say that. But, yeah, I mean, they really haven't lived up to expectations. Although, at the end of the day, Ever and MVP still doing a lot better than Kongdu and Spenu did last season. So we've got that.
I totally agree with that. Also, this isn't the same roster that we saw at IEM either.
That's true, too,
Bless
yeah.
was a major upgrade for this roster, I have to say. And he's proven that for a rookie player coming in, that he can have a pretty good season so far.
Yeah.
And it's just about, I think, getting the synergy together for ESC, because their objective control is really quite poor right now. They don't get very many Drakes. They haven't been able to put together some clean shot calls around Drake, around Baron, and I think that's really been their Achilles heel. When they don't get comfort picks, particularly the Varus, which is how they picked up the win against Samsung, the game win, not the series win. They did lose 1-2. But Tempt, if you can pull him off of some of these comfort picks that we know they're strong with, then you can do a lot of work. We see a lot of Ashe bans, of course, against Loken. And if you take away their hard engage, the Chain of Corruption, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, then they tend to fall apart because they can't, unlike many other teams, without a dedicated hard engage, they're not really very good because their objective control and positioning is poor at kiting out damage, coordinating when to turn off of an objective to fight. That's been, I think, a bit of a weakness here for ESC.
Yeah, very true. You know, thinking though about the SK Telecom side with Blank kind of being in, I suppose if you're going to give him a little bit more experience, if you want to give him a softer match theoretically, this is a good way to do it. And it really does feel like SK Telecom sees Blank as their future. I mean, Bengi's been around forever. He's had an absolutely fantastic career. It makes sense that they're kind of thinking about moving forward here. And so I suppose giving Blank the most experience they can is probably a good way to do that. Yeah. But it is time. Hey, we're into picks and bans. All right, for game number 1 between SK Telecom and ESC Ever. And we're in our little picks and bans box.
We are in our floating box in the sky. Well, Bard is going to be the first ban, and actually, Ashe is banned against SKT. Wow, that is
a bit surprising.
Curious. Bang, not a noted Ashe player, but he has come up with a couple of Ashe games this season, but usually we see it the other way around, where Ashe is removed from the pool by ESC's opponents.
All right, well, Nidalee banned out by SK Telecom, not wanting to give that over to Bless. No surprise there.
I'm a bit surprised that SKT wouldn't want to first pick it, but I imagine SKT may be gunning for a first pick Rek'Sai here instead.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more comfortable for Blank to have that Rek'Sai. There's a Ryze ban. Weirdly enough, we didn't see Ryze picked or banned in all 3 games in our first series of the night. That was a bit of a surprise.
It definitely was, but giving Faker Ryze is one of the most unwise things professional teams can do in this game. Elise is going to be banned.
They keep doing it, especially international events.
Okay, well, yeah. Look at this. Anivia is banned here, so ESC really trying to say we want to pick Vladimir. Faker's only had a single Vladimir pick this season.
Yeah.
The Azir not banned, one of Faker's top picks, and that will be the first one to be drafted. So not worried about the Vladimir as long as they can have a good laning matchup where the Vladimir will be getting poked, and they can also just push him out with the Azir ultimate.
They're going for it. So, what will the first two picks for ESC Ever be? We'll just have to wait and find out.
No Varus ban, and Varus would be a good pick here for ESC. Because there's no Elise to actually gank the Varus here because it was already banned by SK Telecom.
Yeah.
But the Ezreal ban, I think, has been pretty core to the victories the teams have had over SKT. Maybe you just go ahead and take away the Ezreal early.
Well, we kind of are making the assumption that they're going to go with the Vladimir. I think that's probably a pretty safe assumption to make.
I think that Tempt as a Varus specialist here, you could take either Vlad Shen or Varus Shen and feel comfortable, but it will be the Shen for Crazy dropping off right there in the first round of the draft on the red side, so it will be the Vladimir.
Yep. Blank might be able to get his Rek'Sai after all. And yeah, why not pick up the Lucian for a bang right here, or you could pick up something else as well.
And taking the Rumble, actually.
Okay. Huh.
An old specialty of Duke's. Duke's been really playing a lot of new champions in the last few matches.
Yeah, really take advantage of the 6-11 possibilities, I suppose.
Yeah, and I really like what we're seeing with this Rumble pick. Of course, Smeb has been the most prominent Rumble player in Korea, and as a Shen counter pick, it does a lot of work.
Yeah, this would be actually Duke's first Rumble game of the season, despite him having a lot of experience with that champion in the past.
So Sivir, another common ban against SK Telecom.
Now Talia is available, but probably not going to see her this game with the mid lane already selected.
Really weird that we didn't see an early Karma pick here from SKT, because that has been such a huge pick for SKT. As you can see, one of their top 3 most picked champions.
That's a good point.
But it's falling really far down the draft now as Bless considers Gragas. Now, he had the Nidalee and the Elise taken away. They were looking for ways to stop Bless from having some early game impact compared to Blank's Rek'Sai, but they're still going to be able to get some good ganks off with this Gragas.
Gragas and Sivir locked in for ESC, and the Lucian on Bang wouldn't be too surprising. But what are they going to grab for support here?
Probably the Nami. Their most picked champion this season. Wolf has played 9 games of Nami.
Wow.
So no attempts to take that one away from him.
Yeah.
And if you take the Nami, of course, that will leave up the Karma for Key, and that would give them the Sivir and the Karma combination. Strong engage, particularly with the Gragas.
Yeah, strong disengage, I suppose, with the Nami, and plenty of zoning with Azir, Rek'Sai, Rumble too, so it can work.
Now that shield is going to be, the mass shield across the entire team will be quite useful against Equalizer too, so there's a lot of good reasons here to pick up the Karma, as the Lucian and the Nami will be taken.
I mean, the shield would have been nice against some of the abilities coming in from ESC as well. I mean, the Emo Plague, I suppose, might do a little bit less that way. They're going to go with the Nami anyway. And yeah, you think it's going to be the Karma.
Wow, that is going to be one fast Vladimir with Sivir and Karma speed boosts onto him, so he should have no problem getting into the back lines. And it's going to be a pretty squishy team composition from SK Telecom. We'll see how Duke decides to build, but when we've seen Smeb play it tends to go for pretty heavy damage.
I mean, one thing that SKT has been really good about this season has been dragon control, right? And so this is a kind of comp that can do that well, too.
Absolutely. You've got huge zones that you can create with Rumble.
Yeah.
And with Azir. A lot of good ramp control with the Nami bubble also.
I'd be surprised to see the Alistar instead of the Karma. And I'm surprised. All right, they're going to go with the Alistar for a little bit more engage.
I also think that they see what SK Telecom's doing, and they see how squishy they are, and they realize that with the engage that Alistar is going to bring, they still have the Sivir ultimate, rather, to catch up with the Vladimir.
Yeah.
And the Alistar's going to be just basically outlasting the Rumble damage in a lot of these team fights once he gets a couple levels into his ultimate. So maybe you can get even more engage. I think ESC, we talked about it coming in, but it's been the hard engage that really has worked for them. They've got it here. They have the Gragas, they have the Alistar, plus they have the Alistar-Shen combination, which if he gets into the back lines, pretty terrifying if you're SK Telecom. So they're going to have to be quite aware of where the Alistar is and make sure that they stop it with either the Azir ultimate or the Nami ultimate.
Yeah. Well, should be a great matchup either way. Certainly certainly looks like it's going to be action-packed anyway.
Yeah, should be an interesting game. ESC gonna have to go pretty hard on this.
Yeah.
And SK Telecom, their goal will be mostly trying to kite out the composition because they do have some options for Engage. Tidal Wave and Equalizer both can provide that for you, and we know how Faker likes to play the Azir as a pick champion. One of the very few players to be able to do that. So Tempt is going to have to be quite conscientious about where he is on the map. Otherwise, Faker has shown he can 1v1.
That's right. Well, here we go. SK Telecom versus ESC Ever. Game 1. It's go time. All right. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. SK Telecom versus ESC Ever. The first game in our final best of 3 of the first round robin here in LCK Summer on OGN. And it's been a good one. It's been a really exciting season so far. Except for when Jinair plays.
Hey,
then it's
I
kinda,
like those
then
games
it's kind of
last
boring.
night.
It's kind of boring for Doa when Jinair plays.
Well, I'm sorry. I enjoyed the games yesterday evening. I thought the KT Jinair series was quite interesting with top lane Malzahar, but...
Well, nobody's perfect.
You're right, you're not. I'm sorry, Doa.
Wow. Yikes. I meant you. I mean, you're not perfect.
Too bad. I just reposted that one straight back at you. Hit by your
I was
own,
expecting it, though.
Hit by your own CC.
No, man. I had Shen's like magic sword right here. I dodged it and went right past.
Good old Blunty right next to you.
Yep, Blunty was there. I think it hit Papa Smithy. I'm sorry, Papa Smithy. Sorry about that. My bad. Well, here we go.
All right, so Crazy is intentionally showing on a ward right now because they are going to try and cheese.
Yeah, they've got Loken and Key up there waiting for Bang & Wolf, but Bang & Wolf going into the enemy jungle. They're spotted, and this could be a bit of a collapse here.
This is going to be a 4v2 potentially.
Ooh,
they don't have vision. Uh-oh.
Bang in trouble. There's the pulverize right away. Exhaust, Bang trying to get out. Crazy comes over the wall with the taunt, and Bang not getting out of there, and giving first blood to Loken is probably not how SK Telecom wanted to start this game.
That was some grade A sharp cheddar right there. The cheese
It
coming
was, man.
in, showing the Shen on the side of the map, so they thought they had a potential lane swap coming through. So what they were trying to do, what ESC was trying to do, was to punish a weak side clear from ESC.
Yeah.
And instead, they find Loken and Key in a tri-brush as they face check it.
Well,
no flash from Bang. He still has that available, but ooh, that will be painful.
The Wisconsinite in me is feeling pretty happy about that cheese. That was some quality stuff.
Yep, and look at this. Blank trying to respond. He realizes that they start up by their dual lane. Blank may not want to stick around on this one, though.
Well,
but
he's
Duke's
got
gonna,
Duke there.
Yeah, Duke's going to come up and help out. So
yeah.
Bless is going to lose his blue buff as a result of this play.
Well, that is big for Gragas. I mean, Gragas does use a lot of mana early on. Oh, that would have been nice if he would have been able to end the recall a little bit early to cancel that. But for now, Bless just going to be delayed a bit, and Duke not really losing too much in terms of CS by helping out.
Yeah, we'll see where Bless is thinking about going after this. If he wants to invade, it would be potentially tricky because Faker is pushing up in the mid lane right now, so going to enemy blue buff does have some dangers. Early shop here from Loken, just getting some long swords prepared.
That's right. Prepare your long swords.
I'm pretty sure that's what they said in the Middle Ages.
I was going to say, yeah. Like on a pirate ship, maybe.
You don't use longswords on a pirate ship. You use cutlasses, Doa.
Oh, I mean, you could make a choice.
You definitely can't. You need cutlasses because of all the rigging. And otherwise, if you tried to use the longsword on a boat,
it would get
stuck in things.
I see. Well, I will just use...
You need short little swords on boats, Doa. That way, you have the most opportunities to actually hack and slash at people.
I'll just use my trained attack sloths, remember?
Yep.
It's my pirate animal.
Your pirate animal?
That's right. I won't use swords at all. My army of sloths will introduce you to a new definition of pain as you're beaten to death over 1,000 years. Kind of like the Sarlacc, only really cute. And uncorrupted by special editions.
Yeah, that was a sad addition.
Seriously. I mean, they took the Sarlacc from being like a terrifying pit filled with teeth to a terrifying pit filled with teeth and this weird beak thing in the middle. And it's like, why? Why did you need to add like the world's dumbest Muppet to the Sarlacc? Like, what did he swallow that and now it's trying to get out?
Why does he even have teeth on the sides anymore if it's just that beak thing?
Exactly. Exactly. Jeez. So dumb.
Well, Blank going to be seen by that ward.
Doesn't Blank see that ward?
I don't think he did, because it cut to his vision very briefly there, and it looked like he couldn't see it.
Weird. All right, that's strange.
Yeah, that was very odd.
Oh, hidden feature.
Hidden feature, hidden ward.
I guess so. Here comes Bless. Trying for a hidden gank onto Faker. Faker gonna get out without having to use any summoners though.
Temp did burn his ghost there. Bit of a telegraph on the gank.
Vlad randomly burns his ghost in lane. You can bet there's probably some action about to happen.
I will say this for SKT. They're lucky that this isn't one of those bang-focused compositions where when they ran Shen and mid lane Karma with the Lucian, that they really need Bang to carry, because he is going to have quite a bit of trouble. Still farming okay.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, it could be a lot worse. See what he picks up here going back. It's going to be the Dirk. Okay. So yeah, honestly, I mean, he's a little bit down in CS, but could be worse.
Still a good matchup for him in the laning phase.
Yeah, and I mean, Duke is ahead up in top lane. Faker's ahead in mid lane. So overall, things going pretty decently for SK Telecom, despite being down that first Blood Gold.
Yeah, they'll be able to recover from this. It's not the end of the world, but a little bit of denial here on the minion wave. It's going to miss. Wow, 3 CS right there.
Ouch. Well, at least Wolf got the cannon minion with his Aqua Prison.
Worth.
Yep.
He's taking that right away.
He deserved it.
He earned it by not helping face check that brush.
That's right. He was smart enough to not do that. He knew.
They actually split up right there, which is a pretty common tactic because you don't know where the jungler and the top lane are going to be starting in that lane swap.
Sure.
So you do split up so you can harass two places at once. But that does leave you vulnerable to that kind of play.
Yep. Crazy coming back to lane to pick up some CS. Shen and his magic sword, Blunty. We named it Blunty, remember? Because,
I know.
Because the blade points down, it's never actually going to hit anybody.
The hilt just hits you in the head when it moves over to you.
Yep, it's kind of like a club.
It's like a safety sword where...
Safety sword?
Safety sword, you know?
That does not make any sense.
It does if you're practicing, Goa.
I guess. Wouldn't that just be a practice sword?
Nah, safety sword, whatever.
Safety sword?
Has a guard on it.
If you go to, like, I don't know, fencing school and you're like, can I use safety sword? I'm kind of new for this. You're probably going to get laughed out of fencing school. Yeah.
I don't know if I'd care about being laughed out of fencing school, Della.
Well, what kind of sword would you prefer to use?
What do you mean?
Like, what kind of sword would you want to wield?
If I had to wield a sword?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Really? You've never thought about this?
No.
I'd wield a claymore, man.
Really?
They're huge, awesome swords, yeah.
You always want to cleave a man in half with one stroke?
Of course. Who doesn't? You know?
I'll just take a cutlass. Good on ships.
Yeah, I suppose. But what if you're not on a ship?
I would be on a ship. So
okay.
Don't worry about it.
So, be me on the beach with my claymore, be like, "Come and fight me!" Like, swim out here and make me. Oh,
Probably sink if you're trying to swim with a claymore.
That's true. Yeah. Well, good luck on land with your cutlass, noob.
I'd be on a ship, so it wouldn't matter.
I could like swim out there and poke holes in your boat with my claymore.
I'd be impressed if you could do that, Noah. I'd deserve my fate if that was possible.
I would have the sloths link arms like a giant raft. Float out there. Take a couple days, but I'd make it.
Good luck on your sloth raft.
Thank you. It's good to have goals, you know. I saw that on a poster once.
And the first thing you thought of was, I'm going to make a raft out of sloths. Okay.
Naturally.
All right.
Naturally. Of course. I'm gonna learn to use a claymore and then ride the seas on a raft made of sloths. Yep, and I'd listen to this music the entire time. Thank you, Gragas.
Every day's Oktoberfest on the sloth raft.
That's right. couple kegs of brew, and it'd be a good time. Yep. And the sloths are soft, you know, so I mean, if you need to take a nap, you just lay back. And it's way more comfortable than wooden planks, like your ship has.
Oh, man. Well, not much to say about
not a lot.
This game. Looks like Protobelt first is going to be the build for Duke. So a little bit more mobility there for the Rumble. And Faker just pretty much wrecking Tempt in the mid lane. Right now, 20 CS advantage.
Yep, Gage on to Bang. Wolf responds with the Aqua Prism, but misses. Bang in a lot of trouble. He's got his flash. He uses it. Exhaust goes down. Pops that Summoner heal as well to barely stay alive. Nice all-in from ESC Ever. That was just straight up 2v2.
Yeah, Wolf not actually using his exhaust there either.
Yeah, but surprising.
Blank will try and solo out this Ocean Drake. But we do see Plus there. He's taking a look. And
hi. Oh, hi. Here comes Duke. All right.
Waiting for the Shen ultimate.
Yep, Crazy coming in, gets the taunt onto Blank. Faker engaging, gets knocked away by the explosive cask though. Tempt chasing down Blank. He will help Tempt pick up that kill. And that's 2 for ESC Ever. Oh boy.
Wow, Tempt's really low, but actually manages to get in there with the Sanguine Pool and help pick up the kill. So 2 kills over. And Bless was waiting there to make the play as Crazy freed himself up so he would be able to use that Stand United. And it was very effective because he already had the magic resist. So really the only person who was able to do a significant amount of damage to him would have been Blank against the 2 AP solo laners. Crazy's going to swoop in onto Blank early, and Tempt there with the Hemo Plague getting the health back as it pops. So as he comes out of Sanguine Pool, does have a little bit more HP to work with and has his Q off cooldown for the transfusion, and working out really well there for ESC, setting up the play and punishing. And, you know, you can't make a definitive cross-map play on the Drake like that if there isn't anybody up in the top lane to gank. ESC did not use a TP to get the aggressive play onto Bang. They just did it in the 2v2. So there wasn't a point of weakness that could really be exploited, and SKT caught out a little bit.
Yeah, down 3 kills to 0 now, which is a sight we've seen a couple times already this season.
Yeah, they're making up for it with some of the gold out of the top and mid lanes to keep it still a very close game, under 1,000 gold difference. But
yeah,
you see, slowly working up the lead.
Well, Tempt does need to be a little bit careful here. He doesn't have a flash. Duke having a hard time fighting Shen, though. Wow. Tempt is already doing quite a bit of damage on this Vladimir.
Yeah, Faker opted to go ahead and finish his Nashor's Tooth instead of building any kind of magic resist. And Tempt now with the Spirit Visage should be getting some favorable trades, more healing, and less vulnerable to the Sand Soldier poke from Faker.
Yep. All right, Bang coming back. He's finished his Youmu's now. Bless hanging out in SK Telecom's jungle for the moment.
Trying to take away that red buff. After Duke recalled him, they see Blank on the pink ward top side of the river, so this is going to be tough for Bless, actually, because he doesn't... Oh, he didn't have Smite.
Oh, Duke had a chance to grab that red buff with the Harpoon, but he fired another one to Bless. Oh, well. But at what point does SK Telecom need to start worrying here?
Oh, I think they're okay for now. I mean, this lead is not insurmountable by any means. They just need to right the ship, and they are going to have a strong mid game with this composition. Rumble and the Armor Pen Lucian build, you should be pretty happy, but ESC taking this game late is a real big threat just because their front line is massive with the Alistar, the Gragas, and the Shen.
There's an engage again, the 2v2, Wolf in trouble, exhausted. Here comes the teleport, though. Duke coming up to try to help out Gracie, though. Coming in with the Sand United. Equalizer drop, Bang, still with a lot of health left, but it's a 2v3, and Loken gets out. Here comes Blank now. Over the wall, looks for the double knockup, gets it. Duke already in trouble, though. So low health. And they can't really follow this up. Bless joining the party, and yeah, SK Telecom just going to have to accept that they lost another person.
Yeah, Baker using this opportunity to try and take out a pink ward while everybody else is distracted, so gets into the river and eliminates that, but he's a little bit on the run. Oops. Messed that up a little bit.
Well, dodges a bit of damage anyway. Faker has to use the Emperor's Divide to push Tempt back.
It's all okay. I mean,
it's a short
got the ghost out, so
yeah.
it's kind of not not a big deal for Faker.
True.
And again, a face check into the tri-brush. They're going into ward. They had no idea that Loken and Key were in there. Pretty good instantaneous teleport, though, from Duke, reacting to that situation as Crazy was already set up with the Stand United. So at least he gets in there and prevents any further damage to his teammates. Faker does go back and pick up the blue buff, as we see.
Yeah, and Wolf doing his best Johnny impression today.
Yeah, that is, I mean, they did check it together, so there was less of an issue, but you have to respect the possibility of that Shen. If you don't know where he is on the map, face checking bushes becomes doubly dangerous.
Now Key onto Wolf yet again. Blank coming over the wall, though, and here's the teleport, bringing Crazy up this time. Loken at about half health, but they've got the advantage here. Wolf forced to pop that tidal wave, still very low, but here comes Bless. They may try to dive this. The turret is low. Explosive cast gonna set up probably another kill, but no, the Summoner heal comes through along with the ebb and flow. Key gets the knock up onto Wolf, though, and they finally will take out that Nami. Apparently it's fishing season.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get this turret, too. We see that Blank is still in that top side jungle, so no moves yet to head over to the Drake with Faker and Duke. But Faker gets a lot of time alone here in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage onto that mid lane turret. Temp low health, but he's able to push Faker back a bit. Looks like they will be able to get the Ocean Drake, though, as Duke takes the bottom lane tier 1. That will even out the turrets in the end.
All right, so they do lose a kill in a turret, but turret and a lot of mid lane damage.
Okay, Temp trying to make a play here. Couldn't get the dragon. Now he's trapped in the pit, and he may go down. Wow, that's a lot of healing, though. Faker finally picks up that kill, but not before Tempt manages to take down Blank. Faker in trouble, flashes over the wall. What a dodge.
Oh, that was actually a pretty big mistake by Bless and Key right there, because they had him in a situation where he was going to get hard CC'd if he went over that wall. But instead we see Bless actually use his body slam to go into the pit when Faker still had flash available. So he got out of that situation for free. Faker probably should have died there with no ultimate up, because ESC had him in a great pincer.
I believe I saw Mountain Drake is going to be the next one as SKT pushes up on this mid lane turret. Nearly down. Still a very close game with a slight gold edge to ESC ever. Wow, Equalizer dropped onto Loken. Duke flashing ahead for the kill. What a catch.
Well, you have to respect the distance you can cover with Proto Belt and Flash.
I guess so.
Duke just annihilating Loken.
Oh, Rumble doing his best Ari impression there.
Only going to get worse as Duke builds into this Haunting Eyes. ESC quite a ways away from a Locket or an Aegis or anything that's going to help them.
Yeah.
And there it is, the Haunting Guys.
Yep, that's right. Nocturne and Thresh were upset when that item came out because they were like, hey, we're the Haunting Guys.
Well, what about the Haunting Girls, Doa?
Oh, there's
like
some of them
Evelyn?
too. Yeah, well, you can say guys in the male sense or just the generic sense, too. Either way, upset that an item took away some of their identity.
Did it take away? Maybe it's just in celebration of it, Doa.
Maybe, in celebration of the Haunting Guys.
Heckram's in there, too.
You got it, that's right. I guess Mundo sort of qualifies.
No, he's not Haunting.
Is he dead, though?
I have no idea. Nor do I care.
Well, I mean, he might as well be dead. Doesn't get picked anymore. Oh, Faker taking a lot of damage. Has to bend his way out of there. And bang, takes on the top turret in top lane.
Yeah, and this is SKT. I mean, they've just been answering with more map objectives. So in spite of ESC actually picking up kills right here, the Drake that they were able to acquire, the CS leads that they have in 2 of their lanes, making up for the slight deficit that Bang has right now.
They're going to lose their mid lane turret, and the tier 2 and bot lane is going to go down as well, it looks like.
Yeah, everybody was in the top side doing that Rift Herald. They really wanted that Herald.
I guess so.
And that means that they are willing to give up actually 2 turrets for it. So
wow.
Pretty sloppy trade there. Now SKT, that was the mistake in this game from them, because otherwise they've been snatching up more objectives for these trades, but perhaps overemphasizing the importance of that Rift Herald buff and thinking they have some time, but with nobody in the bottom side, nobody in the mid lane, all their wave clear gone.
Kind of sets them back to where they started a few minutes ago now.
Yep. It's been back and forth. Loken actually going for a very fast rapid-fire cannon. This is a build we don't really see on Sivir very frequently. After that Essence Reaver, typically we would see a Zeal item of some sort, whether it's going to be a Phantom Dancer or a Static Shiv. But this time, going for the extra range, which, when you consider that Loken really does need to stay away from the Rumble and the Azir, does make some sense.
Yeah. Yeah, you do want a little bit more distance between you and the enemy team.
Don't want to be next to a Rumble. I know that's a
Probably
shocking
not.
fact, but...
Well, it turns out that you can be far away from the Rumble and you still might die.
It is harder, however. It is more challenging, and at the very least, he can safely auto-attack the Rumble from a little further away, get some of those ricochet procs down there, but yeah, compared to a Static Shiv, is not going to have as much wave clear, but his wave clear is still going to be A-okay.
That's the plan. Yeah, Duke's been looking pretty decent on that Rumble. A little bit of a rough start, but he's kind of brought it back a bit. Temp late game, though, is going to be pretty scary on the Vladimir. And Loken has actually got a pretty nice CS lead now over Bang, too. Huh. You know, one thing ESC Ever is doing a pretty good job of is getting vision in this bottom jungle. They've been pretty good about warding this game.
Yeah, and this is the composition you want to see if you're an ESC fan. Just, you know, they've had the good aggression this game. They've had the nice dives. Some clever shenanigans at level 1 to set them ahead, with Bang struggling to stay in this game. But now that he's got his 2-item core done, he will be very useful in these team fights, despite his farm disadvantage. Right now, but ESC drawing the game out from a compositional standpoint is in their favor. But of course the question is, are they actually going to be able to play the late game as well as SKT? And you'd have to give the edge to SKT right there when it comes to shot calling, decision making. ESC does have a tendency, as we talked about, to slip up around late game objectives and not play them as well as many other teams in this league. SKT has a chance at first place for a reason. See what they can do. Duke has the Leandries. Crazy actually can't fight him right now.
Yeah, I believe he also got the Rift Herald buff too, didn't he?
I did not see whether it was Blank or whether it was Duke who got it. In fact, we weren't even looking at the Rift Herald when it was completed because we were watching those turrets go down.
Right, I was wondering. Well, Dragon up, and it's going to be Mountain Drake. ESC starts it right away. And SK Telecom, yeah, in a position where they really can't contest this too much. Blank can go for the steal, but I don't even think he's going to. Maybe.
I don't think SKT is very worried about the Mountain Drake going
Apparently
over.
they are. They're going in. He goes for it, pushes him out. Meanwhile, Wolf attempt to get in the back lines. Equalizer drop. Duke gets knocked back onto the rest of the ESC members. Gets taken out almost immediately. Wolf on the disengage. Blank, Bang, Faker all having to run out. And maybe you're right, Monty. Maybe they should not have been too concerned about that Mountain Drake.
They shouldn't have been, because the fact is, with ESC, so put yourself in SK Telecom's position. What is ESC going to do with a Mountain Drake as we watch this Baron get started? Crazy, or at least baited. Crazy does have TP. And they're not going to go for it. 22 minutes a bit early in this game to be thinking about a Baron. If you are ESC, play it slow. You already have an advantage. But as I was saying, what exactly is ESC going to do with a Mountain Drake? Their sieging is awful with this composition. They don't have a split push threat because, as we saw, Duke was winning the 1v1s versus Crazy, so he can't actually split push into the Rumble right now. And if they ever want to siege a turret, well, they've got Shen, who's melee, Vladimir, who is, not that useful when it comes to sieging. He can't really create zones unless he walks up underneath the turret. And Sivir, low range, even with the completion of the rapid-fire cannon.
Right.
So, and also, if Sivir walks up, so vulnerable to getting hit by an equalizer or a bubble or just Faker coming in with the Azir ultimate and pushing him away or into danger, depending. So, a Mountain Drake is kind of whatever from ESC. And so I don't think it's useful to fight for that when you have this kind of disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead to the late game, I gotta say, our Are we so certain that SK Telecom is going to be making the better decisions at this point?
Well, I gotta say that was.
Gotta wonder.
That was a little bit of an error, but Duke also with this build, he's just so squishy right now.
Yeah.
He is going to be building his Zhonya's Hourglass next, it would appear, heading into his arm guard, but that's going to be a major completion for them. They need that survivability because somehow they have to outlast the giant tank line that ESC is assembling.
Sure enough, Wolf not having the greatest stay on this Nami either 0-3-0 at the moment. There's a blue buff.
Plus is here.
Yep.
Oh, he got it!
Wow.
22 HP when
Explosive
that cask hit, not even in range, so goes for the Hail Mary attempt and takes it away from Faker.
Well, when it rains, it pours, huh?
Pours beer or wine, apparently.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
from the sky in casks of in oaken casks.
Might be better than rain, although you want to dodge the casks. What you want to do is set up like some really soft like mattresses, so when it lands, it doesn't break. You just use it.
Nice, I like it.
Yeah, Splan, Blank coming over the wall, Culling used, Blank in trouble. Key with the re-engage, Shen coming in as well. There's the equalizer drop right on top of the tidal wave. Crazy backing off. Blank low health. Temp coming from the side. Faker manages to pick up the kill on Crazy actually at the end of all that.
Yeah, great kiting there. He tried to go in with the Stand United. Without the cask, though, they didn't have all the forms of engage that they normally do. The advantage to ESC's composition is if you set up for a headbutt pulverize combo with the Shen, you can then follow it after the taunt with an explosive cast to knock the squishy members back into your team. But without that, there wasn't the displacement they needed to collapse and really focus somebody down. Instead, Crazy kind of has to jet out.
Yeah.
And gives up a kill in addition to using his ultimate.
Well, SK Telecom down, but certainly not out.
Well, I think they're starting to get maybe a little worried here.
They should be.
They still have a split push advantage against the Shen, as long as the TP is up for Duke, which it will be momentarily, so they can try and use that. But second Spectre's Cowl now down for Crazy, helping him out, and he'll be building into a Spirit Visage next.
Well, this is their time to kind of get it together, right? I mean, this is kind of their last chance to sort of get it together this game. I mean, it's hard to ever count out SK Telecom when Bang is playing Lucian, but still, the window is closing a bit.
He doesn't have the same protection that he would with a Shen and a Karma on his team. Certainly, his ability to play super aggressively is somewhat limited. And the flat armor penetration build, the more armor that Crazy and Bless and Key get, the harder it's going to be for him to do his work. But fortunately, Crazy has been forced to build more magic resist because of the Rumble.
Right.
So it's going to take a little bit for him to really start picking up some more defensive items in that category, and a while until he gets something like a Thornmail that will be a threat to Bang.
Well, quiet point in the game as both teams just kind of farm up. Next Dragon appearing in 30 seconds now.
Yeah, nearly all the gold differential on Logan, by the way.
Yeah,
compared to
looks that way.
Bang.
Interesting. ESC pushing up really far ahead. Blank needs to be careful here. Yeah, just shoving SK Telecom out of that mid lane and setting up for the Dragon, which will be a Ocean Drake. Okay. Now we know our 3 Drakes. Or no, we just know 2 of the 3 anyway.
The third one is still a mystery, Doa.
That's right. And it might remain that way, too. We get Mountain or Ocean again. And they're going in. Loken with a little bit of damage on him will make that a lot bit of damage. Blank flashed for the knock-up, but Loken flashed in response. They didn't get it. Now Bless engaging onto Blank, with Wolf there with a bit of healing.
We're never going to know what the last Drake is, Doa, because Elder Dragon will be spawning next now that it's 29 minutes in.
Yeah, you're right.
So the mystery Drake will forever remain shrouded in secrecy.
I guess we'll just assume it's Cloud Drake then.
Hiding.
Yep.
Having the evolutionary advantage of not being killed because he's undesirable to Champions on Summoner's Rift.
Smart Drake.
Only the smartest. At least he's good at something.
True. He's good at not dying by virtue of being unwanted. Ocean Drake, wow, Bless flashes ahead. They've got the Sand United coming in too. Temp coming from behind with the flank. Bang backing away with the culling. Temp all over him. And man, that is a lot of damage coming out of that Vladimir already. Faker on the side of the Dragon Pit, poking away at Key, manages to get the kill. But Temp picks up another one in the back. That's a double for him. Faker backing away. Bless managed to take the Dragon. And there's a flash. Crazy going in for the taunt on the Faker. Emperor's Divide pushes everybody back. Oh, but Duke comes in from the side. And now he's in trouble. Tries to proto-belt his way out of there. Faker trying to have up Blank. Re-engaging. Duke going to go down. Zonia's getting very low. Not going to survive. Another kill for ESC as Loken picks that one up. And all right, now things are getting really worrisome for SK Telecom.
Wow. I mean, Duke coming in from the side for the equalizer is one thing, but because Faker had already used the Emperor's Divide, ESC was able just to collapse onto the flank, and I don't know what's going on here. I mean, the TP comes in. Duke is running across the map. He never uses his TP. It was a 3 versus 5 attempt on the Drake.
Yeah.
So SKT just vastly outnumbered. Key, his ult runs out, and even though he tries to headbutt over to the Drake, can't quite survive. Temp picks up another kill. And this right here, okay, so Faker's like, okay, I gotta go now. Crazy's going to flash taunt, and then there's the ultimate from Faker. Dodges that, but Duke gets way too close to a composition that still has Sivir ult available.
You know, early on, Duke stopped in the mid lane for a while to kill minions, and if he would have just kept going, they might have been able to set something up.
I don't think so. I think once the double kill went down from Tempt in the bottom side of the river, there's not really a lot of hope. I think you just got to get out of that one. But Faker was already free. And it's just poor communication from SKT about whether they were going to be able to escape or not. Faker with his flash and the Emperor's Divide and his heal available was going to be able to get out of that one. And they didn't know, Duke didn't know that the Sivir ult was still up, so he was easily chased down.
Man, you watch SK Telecom right now, and you're like, how does this team have a chance to end the first round robin in first place? I mean, I guess it's from, you know, a much better level of play early on in the season, but it has been painful to watch SKT over the last 3 weeks now.
I don't think SKT is playing poorly in this game. I think that the level of competition in this league is also higher. And ESC has been on point with a lot of these dives. Their skirmishing has looked good.
I suppose, but...
And they gave themselves a leg up. Put Bang in a hole in the early game, and it's been catch-up for SKT ever since.
All right.
Well, 3 flash there. Force out of Wolf as Key rounds the corner and threatens a pulverize. Duke still able to do work against Crazy, so that's their point of strength right now, is split pushing with this Rumble.
Bless engaging on the Blank here. Explosive cast brings the Rek'Sai back, and that's going to be a nice pick for ESC ever. Blank not surviving, and now they're going to go right onto the Baron.
So much engage from ESC. Great cask from Bless, chained immediately into the pulverize, so able to focus down Blank, and Blank too close. But this is ESC when they're at their best. It's decisive engages.
Here's Crazy coming in just to make sure SK Telecom can't try anything. There's the Baron. They're going to engage. Wolf caught again.
Well, they had to try. I mean, they're so far behind in this game now that they needed the information about what was actually going on in that Baron pit, but unfortunately, the knowledge that that Baron has already been taken doesn't do them a whole lot of good, and now they can just transition. The waves have been set up in this bottom, or top side rather. They can just take this turret instantaneously.
Yeah. Meanwhile, mid lane getting pushed pretty hard too. Top lane, not really too in favor of Ever at the moment, but it doesn't really matter. They can just keep going. Duke following. Blank was there. The SKT, it just seems like they're having a really hard time finding an engage on this now.
Well, they don't have a whole lot of engage, Doa, unfortunately for them. And when you pick so many squishies, becomes a problem. And their idea of how to win this game was to basically win the laning phase. And that's what they were doing. And Bang and Wolf should have also had a stronger lane in that 2v2. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way just due to the pathing and Bang's death right at level 1, giving the first blood money over to Loken.
Yeah.
So, and then they couldn't transition the effectiveness of their victory from getting CS advantages in mid and in top into efficient team fights. And they've been splitting up a lot. ESC has been doing better about staying grouped up together, and ESC has been really decisive about their use of Shenel. I mean, Crazy's been great this game.
Duke on the run. Tempt is coming in as well. See if they can catch him. Faker coming up too. They're going to flash for it. Duke flashes in response. There's Faker though. Duke dropping the equalizer. Doesn't hit anybody though.
It was a zoning equalizer.
I guess so.
I mean, it was. They just didn't want them diving any further.
Yeah.
Crazy had already burned his flash right there. I think probably too optimistic on that play, considering Duke had Proto Belt and Flash and Zonia's. I would not have used my Flash there if I was Crazy. Too many ways for Duke to escape, and
I suppose you don't really need that kill at the moment.
No, you don't. And it's much more important to push the minion waves while the Baron buff is active, rather than go for a kill, which would be hard to acquire.
Speaking of going for kills, Duke with no flash right now should be an easy one. Forever. Crazy just coming down with Sand United. Duke getting some farm. Almost getting some farm before he dies.
So close.
Oh, well. Tried to clear the wave a little bit, but can't even do that. And now ESC pushing down the spot lane. Faker taking the blue buff, and then he's probably going to rejoin his team. But by the time he gets there, that's going to be a dead inhibitor turret. Maybe a dead inhibitor, too. Yeah, it will be. All right, well, things are pretty bad for SKT right now. ESC ever rotating over to mid, Bang dropping the culling, but not doing a ton of damage with it.
Yep. So pretty smooth here from ESC. They're doing a good job of closing this game methodically.
Yeah.
They got the flash out of Duke earlier, like you said, so they just made a different play to Duke later.
Silver ult, immediately Tidal Wave goes down for the disengage. Blank kind of on his own in the back of that fight. ESC, though, just wanting to zone SK Telecom away from that inhibitor turret, which they will then completely own. The Mountain Drake certainly helping out. SK Telecom, maybe one last-ditch effort. Nope, they're going to let him go for the moment. Elder Drake is live.
So here we go. Recalls back to base to set up for the Elder Dragon. Might as well. You have that chance, but man, SKT used 2 bans on the Nidalee of the Elise here just to try and contain Bless's early game, but he was just doing great work on this Gragas, synergizing very well with Crazy to set up a lot of these ganks and a lot of these teamfight initiations.
Yeah.
Key 2 showing up pretty big in this game on the Alistar.
Well, SKT trying to just zone this Elder Dragon as much as they possibly can. Bang going in onto Crazy. Doing some damage too. SKT needs to be extremely careful here. They're 10,000 gold down, and they've got a super minion wave pushing into bot lane right now. Somebody's got to go back and do something about that. Looks like it's going to be Duke. All right, there's a flash from Wolf. Wow, has to get away.
Wolf's had to burn a lot of flashes this game because he's been positioned pretty far forward when they should be using Blank's Tremor Sense to get the necessary information. So Wolf doesn't actually have to be there.
Yep, here we go. Elder Dragon started by ESC. SK Telecom threatening. Wolf still has that tidal wave. He could use it at any moment here. Faker just doing enough damage or doing as much damage as he can. There goes the tidal wave. Dragon taken by ESC. They're going to engage now. Bless with the big explosive cast. Faker throws everybody back with the Emperor's Divide and then gets out of the fight. But Bless zoning really well. Duke drops the equalizer as a disengage tool. But it's not going to help too much. Wow, Faker nearly taken out right there by Tempt.
Logan's coming, and there's the auto following them through.
Yeah, that'll work. And that should be about it. ESC ever closing out this first game, and SK Telecom kind of outplayed from minute 1 here.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to get any kind of lock on the tempo of this game. ESC with the dives, playing around the minion waves very well, and just outsmarting SKT.
Yeah.
Playing with vision pretty well in this game too, but SKT just not operating as a 5-man unit. ESC with the better teamwork, and that's a win.
Well, an interesting start to the series for sure. ESC with a Game 1 win over SK Telecom, and flashbacks to the Africa series are beginning to happen, I think, for everybody out there.
Yeah, pretty dominant showing from ESC, and
yeah,
you have to say, they've been struggling. They have 2 wins out of their 8 best-of-3s played so far this season, finding them in 8th place in this league. So that is not a good sign for SK Telecom, especially because ESC has not beaten anybody above them in the standings.
Yeah, that's pretty shocking. But I suppose the same could be said about.
Let's get closer.
Let's get Telecom. All right, sure.
I take it back. ESC did beat Africa. So they did beat somebody who was slightly ahead of them in the standings, but nobody in the top 5. And that, if they pull out a win here, maybe this is where they turn their season around. We've seen stranger things happen, especially with Africa going on an absolute tear to end last season.
That's true.
And ESC, we know, has a lot of talent. There's not a question about that. Tempt had a very good game on the Vladimir. And as far as we've cited some of these players, especially players like Loken and Key and Bless, as potential stars in the future who are just really beginning their League of Legends careers.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. And, I mean, if you look at SK Telecom as well, I mean, how many seasons have we seen, 2 spring seasons in a row that they've looked kind of off in the early part and then come back really strong in the second half. So you can't write SK Telecom out, off just yet, but it's probably the weakest I think we've seen them look in a long time.
Yeah, definitely not an ace performance from them. But let's see if SK Telecom can bounce back. I do think there was stuff it was minor things, I think, that happened in that series that caused them to be caught out. Maybe some missed calls, especially the Mountain Drake call was really weird to me.
That's right. Well, some time to reflect on that. We'll be back in just a few minutes, guys, for game number 2. See if SK Telecom can tie things up. See you then. Oh, I guess they're going a little bit longer, huh?
That's all right.
How about right now? Or now? Maybe now? Okay.
The laughs that you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa. Wow.
저도 샤이 만나면 형처럼 얘기해요.
얘가 뭔데 뭐지야? 샤이 나오죠,
CJ는 내가 필요하다. 샤이가 등장했습니다.
이제 골카 들어갔고 그런데 이거 네
잡았어요.
하루가 떼고 샤이 앞장서는 샤이 샤이 우직한 방망이 질이 시작됩니다. 진짜 더블 킬입니다. 샤이 방망이 질이 다 밀어요. 하찬이 전사. 플라이더 전사 4명 전사. 펜타킬 이벤트.
서드라킬은 수시로 나오는 것 같은데 아직까지 펜타가 터지진 않았고요.
트리플 킬. 자, 쿼드라킬. 나오네.
혹시 저희랑 인터뷰에서 약간 좀 아쉬움이 남는다는
예, 더 보고 싶은 또 사람이 있을 수도 있는 거고.
좀 아쉽네요.
더블 킬.
이거 되네 더블 킬.
1세트에서도
그렇죠, 예.
아우렐리오 소리 나와서 아슬아슬했던 장면. 거기서 혹시 나 이거 잡혔구나.
잡힐 것 같다고 생각한 적은 없었고
망했어요.
실수를 해서 제가
예, 그래서 결론은 페이커 선수가 실수해서 킬을 냈어요.
트리플 킬.
썸데이 선수가 진짜 마음 먹고 나온 듯 탑 야스오를
솔직히 야소가 나왔을 때 썸데이 선수 클래스로 될까라는 생각을 했어요.
쿼드라 킬.
페이커 선수 오늘 또 경기 앞두고 캡틴 잭 선수가 또 해서 이렇게 하고 있는데
캐스파컵 해서 잘 보고 있고요.
페이커입니다.
여러 가지 슈퍼 플레이들이 그냥 다 나왔습니다.
그렇죠?
그렇습니다. 역시 페이커.
기분 좋네요.
매 매치업이 모두 다 스토리가 있습니다.
무리하냐? 블레스까지 2명.
터졌어요. 아름다운 배치기였습니다.
스토리의 반격.
역시 임방류.
빠졌습니다.
함께하는 저희의 첫 탑방이잖아요.
탑방이요?
노래를 저도 모르겠어요.
풍성한 주 6일째 온라인과 온에어로 즐기는 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
생방송의 묘미가 있네요 지금. 짜장면 최고 몇 개?
영광입니다.
굴비. 네.
매주 각각의 매력 있는 중계와 함께 즐기세요. 2016 코카콜라 제로 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
We can sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
And we're back on LCK Summer, and Tempt gets the MVP. 6-1-7 on the Vladimir, and man, he was wrecking people.
Yeah, I really like this Vladimir play that he had in the mid lane, coming in with the Ghost and the Flash aggressively after using the Hemo play, gets the heal during his cool, then pops back around, so very helpful. Committing to that all in, and look at him on top of Bang right here. Only a one-man Hemo play, but it does enough. Equalizer not in the best position there, as ESC is mostly able to dodge that out, also not in the choke point, so there isn't any kind of ability to dissuade them. But this was the weirdest play probably from SKT. They start this fight, and they're split. Duke is running to the mid lane, not using the teleport. So pretty easy for ESC to collapse on a flank 5v3 and then take a big team fight win.
Yeah, and I mean, SK Telecom all throughout that game was having issues with the team fights, their decisions on when to go in, kind of filtering in one by one later on. It was not my favorite SKT game ever.
Yeah, and also the equalizer placements that we saw in those replays, not really on the choke points there, not really stopping them from going up the ramp. What you want with Nami and Rumble is a lot of ramp control, right? You have so many abilities, the Azir Soldier as well, to start blocking off those ramps and playing around Dragon Priority, but they never really got there in this game because they were taking weird fights a lot of the time, or fights where they were a man down.
Yeah, I mean, it was very unlike SK Telecom, because normally they're so tight and all that, but again, like, maybe it's more like SK Telecom now.
I think the reality is, Doa, in their three out of their last 4 matches, that has been the reality
pretty bad.
Of SK Telecom. So
yeah.
Perhaps we have to readjust our expectations, because ever since that Jin series, they haven't looked as coordinated, and they don't seem to really communicate very well. Another mistake that we saw frequently made by SKT in that game was not being on top of whether Sivaral was up, where the summoners were. So perhaps it was just a bit of an issue with the how they suffered in the early game with the first blood and the trick that was played on them by ESC. But we'll have to get into the next game and find out. Players are loading in.
One wonders, going forward, if we, dare look that far ahead, if SK Telecom kind of continues to play like this. It seems unlikely that they would make the finals, and if they don't make the finals, that'll be the first time that we've had a finals without SK Telecom since 2014. And that would be kind of crazy. Bengi's in. Hey, look at that. Okay, so SK Telecom bringing in Bengi for the first time since their match against Jin a few weeks ago.
I think this is smart. Blank actually did start some of the snowballing on the bottom side of the map, because he tried to take that solo Drake and got caught out, ended up dragging like Duke and Faker into that mess too, and that's where the first part of that highlight clip happened with the Vladimir picking up the kill. So Blank just hasn't had that much of an effect. You cannot make an aggressive play onto a Drake like that as a jungler if you don't have knowledge of where the enemy jungler is, but they took that risk, and then of course the power of that Shen ultimate coming in that fight was pretty clutch. So I don't know. I think Blank's decision making has not been good recently. I was talking about that coming into the broadcast, where he just doesn't do much, and when he does do things, he gets himself killed.
It's strange too, because he seemed so solid for a while, and now kind of falling back into some old bad habits, and we know that he was having nerve issues in the beginning. SK Telecom actually hired someone to help him kind of get through those, and it seemed like it worked. And now he's kind of regressing a little bit, and so they're going to bring in Bengi, and we're going to see how that works out. But I think at this point, Bengi's probably the way to go.
It's a good meta for Bengi. You have to, when he can play Rek'Sai, Elise, Gragas, why not just throw him in there? We'll see how this is going to affect ESC's plans for bans. SKT was the one banning out the junglers in this last game, and they will have to probably ban out the Nidalee again, because to this day, Bengi has never played a professional game on Nidalee, so we don't expect him to start now.
Probably not.
And giving that to Bless, not going to be
then again,
a great idea.
We don't know what Bengi's been practicing.
It's
he
not
could
Nidalee.
be becoming
it's not Nidalee.
A secret Nidalee expert. It's possible.
Well, my jaw would hit the floor after all the times we've been through Nidalee metas in the jungle. If now is the time that he decides to become a Nidalee player, that would be quite astounding.
I mean, Bengi finds a way to survive, He just finds a way to, keep going. Like, after the nuclear apocalypse, he's going to be, one of the few League of Legends players that's still around, to be like him and Mad Life. Probably Ambition, too.
So you're basically calling him a cockroach.
Well, I mean, there's he's got cockroach-like tendencies, but in a good way, in a favorable way, right?
In a way, just like the Cloud Drake has tendencies that keep it alive, through hard times. It has evolved to deal with the hardships and the realities of the world.
I guess, but I'm more thinking of like a favorable way to survive, not surviving because either you are a cockroach and it's just you have that ability, or you're just completely unwanted.
That is a favorable way to survive.
They both are, really. Yeah.
It's like evolving being poisonous, it's perhaps you might think of it as an unfavorable quality, but the lack of desire to be killed is, that's way up there.
Yeah, I mean, those like poison dart frogs in South America, whatever, they're poisonous. It's good for them.
Don't touch them.
Nope, I wouldn't. Wouldn't do it. They're fun. They're pretty to look at, though.
We are
nice frogs.
Yeah, we are getting Bengi into the game, guys. That's
a
delay right now, so has to set up his PC.
Apparently. And luckily for us, Score is nowhere around, so there shouldn't be any adverse effects on technology that we may not be expecting.
Score just has an aura which disables electronic devices around him. Very inconvenient to be a pro gamer.
He's like a human EMP now or something like that, as we found out yesterday. Just for some reason, I don't know. Seemed like they had to build him a whole new computer from scratch or something. Who knows, man? I mean, that was an interesting time for you guys.
It was an interesting time to be an esports broadcaster.
I felt like you picked such a easy word though for Hangman. You picked piggyback.
It was supposed to be fun though. I didn't want to win. Jeez.
You don't want to win? You don't want to beat thousands of people at once?
No, I don't care about
Where's your competitive spirit, man?
That's why I'm not a pro gamer.
Oh, there you go.
I just appreciate the competitiveness of others. I will watch the hard Hangman games, but
sure.
I wanted to have fun with the OGN Legion. Doa, can you actually discredit that? It wasn't
Sounds
about
fun to me.
It wasn't about fooling Twitch chat. That's easy.
Well, no, I mean, you have to pick something that they can deduce, but not something that's so easy, because we had already been saying piggyback in the Twitch chat for like an hour at that point.
You can actually. Can
I pick the next
word? You can.
If we do it, if we get there,
you can pick the next word. Doa.
We're not quite there yet. We're not quite to Hangman levels of delay yet.
That comes after an hour.
That's right. That's right. We need to get an hour first. Like, what is it, about 20, 30 minutes in? That's like show your socks on stream level, and then you get to like Hangman level down the line.
Yeah, after 2 hours, though, it's actually take off your pants and put them on your head. That's that delay level.
There's a point where you just start showing random clips of Cloud Templar dressed up as other champions, too.
They didn't show us. I was so annoyed.
Well, I linked our video in Twitch chat, so at least people got to see it.
We had the better cosplay by a pretty significant margin.
By far? You just wanted to avoid saying by far, didn't you, there?
No, I say by far quite frequently.
Oh, well, I mean, but that specific moments. I can't speak English today. I don't know. It's really hard.
Can't speak English while telling me how to speak English. Classic Doa.
I can't speak English. I'm sorry. It's like when someone just, oh, there we go. Never mind. Picks and bans. All right. We have been shrunk. Honey, I shrunk the casters.
And look at that.
The box. Oh, the Anivia
ban again.
Yeah. All right.
So that was the question that I had coming in tonight, because the win that we saw SKT take against Longzhu was one of a lot of comfort compositions we had seen before, whether it was protect the Bang Lucian or go for the Anivia Ezreal.
Oh, there's an Italy ban. So, what do you know? They're not going to try to get it for Bengi, and they don't want to leave it up for the first pick. The Karma ban coming out.
I think ESC's draft here is smart. They're taking away both of the tools that SKT used to beat Longzhu.
Yeah.
So they're forcing them into potentially an uncomfortable situation, but the jungler's going to be left up here. Shen removed as Crazy jumped on that one pretty quickly, and you'd have to say you're probably pretty happy with a Duke versus Crazy matchup if you're SK Telecom that doesn't involve a million globals.
Wow, the Rise ban coming in as well. So, yep, not wanting to give over that Rise to Faker.
Well, they just want to first pick Vladimir again. That's what ESC wants here. Now, whether SKT is going to allow them to do that is another story.
I feel like you just ban the Vlad. Who cares?
Are you worried about the Bard, though? Clearly, Wolf doesn't want to play it, and Key has shown how dangerous he can be on that champion. And yes, there's the Vladimir ban. That is, I think, the smart way to go forward.
I think you're much more worried about the Vladimir than the Bard, even though Key's Bard obviously is really, really good, but...
Temp did a great job on it, though, so...
Yeah.
Now you take away the Rek'Sai, which is Bengi's bread and butter champion.
Or the Gragas.
Wow,
Yeah.
first picking the Gragas, so a lot of faith. But you know what, Doa? I like this. I like this pick because ESC is saying, well, all we did last game was group up and hard engage on you, catch you out and kill you. And what does that well? It is the Gragas. So Azir, Sivir.
Yeah, so a little bit less ability to catch people up now that the Karma and the Sivir are unavailable to ESC ever.
And now this is the time that the Varus came in. I theorized that it may be a Varus for Tempt in the last game. You can still switch it up, of course. You know, Varus and Gragas, not the greatest synergy together, but you have to be very careful about how you use those ultimates. But you can catch somebody, if you can bring somebody to you for a Chain of Corruption, they can be used well together.
True.
But certainly we've seen a lot of Varus versus Azir matchups. Maybe he's a little bit worried. The Elise still on the table. Bengi likely to play the Elise, which would force him into a cleanse. On the Varus.
And maybe the, well, Kalista Ahri would be...
It's more hard
something
engage.
different.
It's just more hard engage. Why not take the Kalista Alistar here?
Yeah.
How did you win the last game? Hard engage. So if SKT, I think this is smart. If SKT is going to continue to try and fight you 3v5, then just play something that will just destroy them. They can't escape from Kalista Alistar with a Gragas there too. And we've seen many times this season when Kalista has been picked, yes, the pick rate has gone down, but most of the time it's considered a Sivir counterpick. So they want to actually deal with this Sivir well in the laning phase.
Yep, that's right. So the Rek'Sai can go over to Bengi if they want to take it. And the Braum, I suppose, wouldn't be bad.
Well, would give Wolf some more mobility and tankiness, so he's not punished for being out of position quite so much. And he has the Glacial Fissure to disengage with.
He died a lot last
he
game too, so I think definitely wanting to play something a bit more tanky. It looks like it might be the Elise for Bengi after all.
I think you do take the Elise.
Oh, wow. Soraka? Really?
Want the sustain, so SK Telecom saying that they want to kite here. Nope, Braum at the last second, so they're going to switch it up. But we'll see if Bang can block some important projectiles.
So saving that top pick for last is SK Telecom. Now, two final picks for ESC ever. They could go with the Blanc. It would certainly be safe, I suppose.
It would be, and they probably are less inclined to take Varus into the Braum, and especially into the Elise Azir combination. That is potentially quite deadly when it comes to creating picks in the mid lane, so you may want something a bit more mobility. And taking a look at that Maokai, man, just insane amounts of hard engage once again from ESC. And you know what, Doa? This is what I was hoping to see from them all season, because this is the thing that they're good at. They spend a long time trying out other strategies, and they just couldn't be effective with them. And I think when you have a new team, that it's best just to play to your strengths, even if they're not the most meta strengths. Just because if you could do one thing well, maybe you can take a series or a game here or there with it.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a newer team like that. Oh, and wow, the last-minute change over to Hecarim.
Wow, bold. Gnar still available. Duke does play a good Gnar, and that may just, in fact, come in at the end here.
I think Gnar makes a lot of sense. You're not going to send a Taric or a Braum to the top lane, so what's it going to be?
Could be the Aurelia pick.
Okay.
Clearly a pretty strong laner, and will be able to put some pressure down early onto the Hecarim, but come the late game, man, the Hecarim is just so devastating.
Yeah.
His team fight presence is huge. Getting into those backlines is pretty simple for him. They've got a lot of champions that can provide flank pressure with the LeBlanc and the Hecarim, but just engage, engage, engage for ESC. They've got good pick pressure too if they can isolate a target for the LeBlanc. Pick him off.
I like it. I feel like it's kind of what we saw KT Rolster doing a little bit last year, you know, just super heavy engage every game, and, you know, until they got kind of better at everything. This is what really worked, and it seems like ESC ever is kind of finding that niche too.
Yeah, exciting to see them play. So a lot of pick potential here, still good damage in team fights, good scaling for ESC. SK Telecom, they're not going to have that same tankiness that ESC is going to be fielding with the Hecarim, Alistar, and the Gragas, so have to play a little bit more cautiously. And we'll see if they can actually pull it off this time. Good skirmishing, though, from SK Telecom, and they are going to be very fast with the Irelia and the Sivir combination.
Yep. So, game number 2, SK Telecom looking for a chance to tie things up against ESC Ever. Yet another sentence I didn't expect I would say today, but something that's becoming all too common with SK Telecom this season. Let's see if they can do it. Force a game 3. It's go time. And the Infernal Drake will grace us with its fiery presence at the beginning of game number 2 between ESC and SK Telecom. And, you know, another thing to think about, I suppose, as we go into this is if that early cheese hadn't happened in game number 1, you know, how would things have been different?
Yep. I don't know because the coordination was off, but Bang being behind certainly didn't help. If anything, Bang has probably been the most consistent player on SK Telecom this season.
True.
So putting him behind can potentially put you in a hole, but we shall see if he doesn't die immediately in this game.
At least Wolf's having a good time.
Smacking his shield around.
Oh, Braum, are you okay, man? That's, wow, Braum having a nervous breakdown in the river. That does happen sometimes, I suppose.
Nervous breakdowns in rivers? Does that happen to you from time to time?
Well, I mean, I think it happens to champions on Summoner's Rift a lot, is what I'm saying, you know, because you just have this moment where you realize that you're a champion in League of Legends and you're never going to be anywhere else besides this map right here.
I think what I learned, though, is not to take you near the Han River. That's what I learned. It's my takeaway.
Well, or don't let me be in the Han River anyway.
Those keep you away from it entirely. You know?
I mean, it's hard to do. It's a giant river that goes to the middle of the city, so good luck.
Yeah, okay. I'll try. Play river defense here.
Okay.
Well,
then things got odd.
It's pretty standard start here. Both teams, dual lanes will be taking a jungle camp. And what exactly is the plan here for SKT? They are going to start on the top side of the map with the jungle, and that means that they may not have an early gank onto Crazy, but that has to be their focus, is snowballing Duke before Crazy can get into terrifying late-game Hecarim status.
True enough.
So Crazy going to have to be really cautious because the ganking threat of an Elise Irelia cannot be underestimated.
Yeah.
So right there using the Equilibrium Strike at level 2 just to even up the HP, and Bengi is going to go for a 3-minute gank. So.
Yep, coming in with that red buff, and Bengi is back. Can he have a successful gank? For his first game back in a few weeks, here he comes, walking right into lane. Duke engaging with Crazy already. Duke lower health, he can stun him with that Equilibrium Strike. Teleport coming in, Crazy pushing Duke back. Bengi trying to find an angle here. It's not going to work out. Bless flashes for the body slam. First blood onto Duke, and man, that could not really have gotten much worse for SKT.
Wow, great read there from ESC. They were so ready for that gank, Doa. I mean, we already saw Bless was at the top side, hunting around the jungle, seeing where Bengi was on the map, and then also the wave pressure was pushed in the mid lane. So Temp got an absolutely free TP right there. Did use his flash and didn't get an assist, so there is a bit of an asterisk there. Bengi may be able to make a counterplay, but man, just stacking people into that top side, and Bless shows up big with the body slam flash kill. Just gorgeous, but I mean, there's nothing that can stop the TP. They disrespect the double TP, and Crazy decides to go aggressive, shove back, and Bengi, I don't know where that cocoon was going.
That was, I didn't even see that the first time because it was so off. Man.
Wow, that was a huge misplay.
All right, you're benched.
from Bengi. I don't
bring back Blank.
I mean, he doesn't have flash. There's not even any kind of prediction there, and there was no one else to be cocooning. So just a missed skill shot, mechanical error there from Bengi.
I mean, well, maybe he thought Crazy was going to head towards Tribrush to loop around, but I mean, that's got to be the reason.
I mean, Crazy could not physically have ever made it to that location at that time.
Don't know. I don't know.
That's a misclick.
Guess so. It's a pretty bad time to have that happen. And nice little goal lead for ESCever already here in game number 2.
So that's going to be pretty good, but they do know that Temp Slash is down, so they're waiting to see if he'll use his W, if they can make any kind of play. But they're not going to.
Well, Temp and the rest of ESCever playing some pretty calm, calculated League of Legends here, which is good to see. I think we're in for a, I mean, especially if ESCever 2-0s SK Telecom, I think we're in for a really good second half of the season.
Yeah.
In terms of...
For KT, yes.
Well, for anybody, really. I mean, KT may have a chance. It's not like they never win championships. You know, they won in 2014. They, you know, they made it to Worlds where they did pretty well there. So
Got knocked
they
out
do
by
okay once
the
in a
second place team, Rocksteiners.
Yeah, so once in a while KT's okay. They become okay team. SK.
I would say winning a championship is better than okay, but that's all right.
Oh, yeah. That's what SK Telecom generally does. But world champion Faker on the run, slowed down by Bless. Faker's got his flash, he's got his exhaust, he's not going to use either. Just accepts his fate.
Key is here just to pick it up.
I love it.
His bot lane was not there on the map at all, so Key got a bit of a free roam. Meanwhile, Loken happy just to freeze in this bottom side, and Faker just wandering off into the wilderness, accepting his death, I guess.
That was just a this is my life now death. It's like, well, I could try to escape, but it's already over.
Bless didn't have ult. He's only level 5, and he didn't have flash either.
Man. This is bad.
This is certainly not SKT's finest hour tonight.
Maybe you do need to keep me away from the Han River.
I knew it, Noah.
I do say never bet against SKT, and I'm probably always going to say that, but I may actually be wrong. It's possible.
Well, there's a lot of season left.
There is. And SK Telecom is, well, they've never looked this bad, though, in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Last year or so.
Yeah, that's probably a true statement.
All right, here comes Bengi.
He's
seen by Ward.
He doesn't know where Bless is.
Nope, Bless knows where he is.
Looking for a blue buff. And here we go. The plays are beginning.
He's going to find a blue player, and he's going to be blue as he gets launched against the wall there. Bengi has his flash, can repel over the Rift Scuttler. Explosive cast. He gets wall in. Whoa! The alley-oop. And
served up.
Him. Wow. Man.
Well, he had no idea where the enemy jungler was.
This has gone from beating SK Telecom to styling upon SK Telecom.
I don't know what's going on with SKT's junglers because neither of them seem to have any respect to the fact about where people could be on the map.
Yeah.
They did want to take advantage of the pressure that they had in the mid and the top lanes to try and do an invade and take away this blue buff, but Crazy and Tempt were reading that super well, and Bless showing up once again. Bless is having a great series on this Gragas.
Yeah, absolutely. And things are rough. Now, maybe the one bright spot for SK Telecom is that Duke has been able to get a decent CS lead over Crazy, but he's also died, and Crazy has 2 assists, so it really isn't that different. So never mind everything I just said.
Cool.
It's all terrible.
Yeah, the assist certainly helping out. And Ninja Tabby first for Crazy just to give him some sort of relief against the auto attacks from the Stinger Aurelia. And Crazy is setting up for a gank here. He's hiding a brush right now. They want to kill Faker. Again.
That's right.
They're going to dive him.
Yeah, looks like they actually are.
They know he's there now, though. Faker knows he's there. He was seen on a ward by the Raptors.
Bengi there, too, so I don't think this dive is going to actually happen. No. Faker getting a little bit more CS. But SK Telecom pretty terrified right now. I mean, the really scary thing is if ESCever can get this Infernal Drake, then things are extra bad. Faker in a little bit of trouble here. He's got his flash, he's got his exhaust, he may not use them, but they're there in case he needs them, really.
Well, I love the way Crazy's playing this lane so far, because the fact is on Hecarim, when you're playing in this top lane, Duke just chunks him out pretty mercilessly. Now it's going to go early, but when you're playing on this Hecarim, you don't want to walk up to farm deep into the lane, and it's better just to lose a few CS and try and make plays, because when you have that Ghost and you have the ultimate, you can go ahead and just dive the mid lane pretty ruthlessly and indiscriminately in the mid game. So why not just leave there? Yeah, you're going to miss a few CS, but you have to walk up to them in melee range too and get bad trades versus Aurelia anyway. So fall behind and see if you can just make plays, especially if you can get this LeBlanc fed.
That's the plan.
So that instead of just exposing yourself in a long lane on a champion that doesn't have very many tools to escape, just go ahead and see if you can feed somebody else on the map.
I suppose as far as the 1v1 goes, Duke still has the edge there.
Oh, yes. Certainly. The Aurelia, despite the death, still doing a lot of work in this top lane, forcing Crazy to go back again. Does pick up a Bombi Cinder, so I thought we were going to see a Trinity Force, but we will not. We will see some more pushing HP. But Crazy going to TV right back into half his HP and damage.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Gragas parties. But if I was a 1-0-2 Gragas at 11 minutes into the game against SK Telecom, I would be partying too.
I'd be feeling pretty good about myself. And
oh, yeah.
Bless has every reason to. He has been the more effective jungler in this series.
Oh, Bramalt on to Loken. Bang coming down here. Flash is used by both supports. And Bang, if he would have connected with that Boomerang Blade, would have left Loken with very little health.
Yeah. Nice aggression from SKT, realizing that with their wards that Key was in the river, and Loken playing a bit too aggressively under those circumstances.
Well, this might be able to be an Infernal Drake for SK Telecom if they pull back, because Faker and Bengi are there. I don't know. Maybe they can. Yeah, they're going for it.
Well, Crazy doesn't have TP, so with TP advantage, this is definitely a good call from SK Telecom.
Yeah. So Wolf and Bang getting aggressive in bot lane, just shoving Key and Loken out, and it's a big pickup to get that Infernal Drake.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. So good aggression from SK Telecom to give them space to do that. And Crazy also just misusing his TP in the top lane and getting chunked out for, so he immediately had to go back. That was just basically a free objective.
Yeah.
SK Telecom recognizing that timing window and making the most of it. Meanwhile, Bless is thinking about what he can do up here, but Crazy just doesn't have very much damage, and he's just going to build, looks like a Glacial Shroud next, so it's going to be a pretty low damage Hecarim. Not that they need Hecarim to do a lot of damage with this composition. Certainly Tempt and Loken will provide enough.
Bengi and Wolf moving into the river. Going on a bit of a warding mission, it looks like, as Crazy comes down from the top lane. They're going to go after Bless, try to take his Raptors, and they will. Fight over the ward, and oh, nobody getting explosive cast used. Bless cocooned though by Bengi, so no follow-up there. Meanwhile, Crazy throws Duke into the wall. Duke though is not going to be too bothered by that.
No, still doing A-OK in the trades. Loken and Key having a much harder time in the laning phase. Interesting, they had Berserker Greaves against BF Sword for quite some time, and only now building into the Blade of the Ruined King, so taking a bit of a hit there. That is reflected in the CS total. Blue buff taken by Tempt, and they're going to go straight onto a red invade. They already have the pink ward prepped.
Yeah, Bengi's there, though.
Bengi will die if he is found, so...
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Bengi. Will the prophecy come true? No, he flashed. The Monte Cristo prophecy. Well, maybe you meant Duke.
I did.
I see. Good. I thought you meant Duke.
I
Makes a lot more sense, yeah. Well, Blade Surge getting Duke farther down lane before he dies. Tempt with another kill.
And then TP right back into the mid lane so that Faker's not going to be able to chip this one out. So ESC, once again, just outplaying SKT on the map. Free kill, trying to normalize this top lane, gave Crazy some advantages, take away the red buff, so good invade. And roam from Tempt, and Bless there to set up kills, and it's just Bless is doing a hell of a lot more in this series than the SKT junglers.
Wow, Bless onto Bengi's explosive cast. That was just a, hey, yo, what's up? I can waste my ult on you moment.
Yeah, not going to go in there. Faker certainly could have been there faster than Tempt could.
Sure.
not going to try and make a play. At least Wolf and Bang are amping up the pressure, and having the better wave clear with that Sivir early on means that Loken just has to stay under his turret.
There is that, yeah.
But Bless is making the right call here. You want this Hecarim to start getting ahead, to start doing well. Finally going to be building a Trinity Force now. Crazy moving towards the Phage as his next item. So getting some basic resists with that armor and transitioning into some more offensive items.
Yep, Bless is just going to grab his own red buff. And Faker has been able to put some decent pressure onto this turret in the mid lane. Not bad.
Well, he's been successful at this in game number 1 and now game number 2 this evening. But it hasn't actually helped. Faker, for the most part, has been playing pretty well, but sometimes the rest of his team letting him down.
Going for the pink ward. Cocoon on the key. It'll do a little bit of damage. Nope, not a whole lot.
Duke there, just waiting in the river. He wants to get some more trades in. Oh, wow, double distortion.
Yeah, attempt actually taking a big chunk out of Faker's Azir. All right, Duke just, wondering if there was maybe a gank coming in, but spots nobody with the Scrying Orb, so he knows that Crazy's just being a little bit aggressive.
Indeed. Crazy gonna be falling back now. You can see he's very worried. Crazy going for the blue trinket pretty early on in this game. Not something that we see from a lot of top laners, but does make sense when you consider Hecarim. And if he does face check a Bengi, there's basically no escape for him because the Cocoon will be able to find him barring any more mechanical errors.
Yep. Minute 20 until the next Infernal Drake is up. And we'll see if SKT can find a way to take that one.
It's going to be really hard, I think, for SKT. Sure, they have the Infernal Drake, but the Abyssal Scepter now completed for Tempt.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they'd be able to fight for it, per se.
Crazy about his Ghost. I'm not sure what his game is. I think he was trying to maybe fool Duke into thinking that there was somebody else there.
Try to get the flash or something.
But that did not work at all.
Nope.
Oh, he has to be really careful. Duke going to draw a couple turret hits, but not where you want to be 45 seconds into a Drake.
Yeah.
Because Crazy's going to have to go back, and this may open up an opportunity for Duke to deal with this top lane turret and swing this gold lead into SK Telecom's favor.
Yeah, that would be big if he could take out that turret and then teleport down for Dragon. It's up to 25 seconds. Wow, Bless going in. Gets Cocoon, though. Has to be careful. Still has that explosive cast. You know, Key's also been chunked out in a big way as well.
SKT just, getting the poke damage down, methodically moving forward towards Infernal Drake number 2.
Well, they know they really need this one. It's up now. Right now, there we go. Ward's taken out. They've got the vision back again. And they may just go and start this. Yep, they will. Okay.
It's
a little bit
Crazy
risky.
Going to commit to this. He could TP. There he goes.
Yep, teleporting in. Loken coming up from the bottom as well. SK Telecom still half that health of the Dragon remaining. They need to back away. ESC could just take over. Faker coming down. Duke could teleport in if he wanted to.
No, he doesn't. Not yet, at least.
Yep.
I want to see if they can get this top lane turret down, but the Dragon has been released, and there's a lot of Callista Spears in it.
I don't think SKT wants to give this Infernal Drake over to ESC ever. All right, Sivir ult pop, they're coming in. There's Duke on that Aurelia, teleporting in from the back. Crazy on top of it immediately, though. Explosive Cask splits up SK Telecom. Wolf blocking some damage. Crazy getting in the back line, so Loken having to disengage. Duke picks up the first kill of the fight. Bless too low to keep fighting. Faker coming in completely untouched on this Azir so far. Temp very, very low. Duke still chasing. Faker with a kill, and SK Telecom looks like they've got this one.
Absolutely awful decision from ESC. Faker coming in right now. He does get punted underneath the turret.
Oh, man. Faker getting a little bit too close there. They're going to keep fighting.
Bang flashing for that too, but couldn't get the second proc of the Boomerang Blade. Still going to get the bottom turret and then transition into a Drake. Duke is high enough HP to actually tank this one out. Still overcommitment, over-aggression from Faker. But man, ESC just left Bless in the back of the pit, getting auto-attacked by the Infernal Drake until he nearly died. Explosive Cast was wasted, and then as SKT pushed down the river, they tried to actually make some sort of follow-up play, but everyone was too low. They didn't have their engage any longer.
Wow, and Tempt teleporting there to maybe try to pick somebody off? Not sure.
I mean, Bless just stays in the back of this pit getting chunked out, and they decide to engage. Explosive Cask is down. What really are they going to do? Okay, you get the Hecarim into the back line, but look at Duke. He just eliminates the Callista immediately. They took far too much damage from the Infernal Drake, and they felt they had to go for that because they had already committed their TP to the attempt, but they were split. Some of them in the pit and some of them on the bottom side of the river. SKT sticking together as a 5-man unit. And Faker here, it was a good move by Key. But with the punt available to Alistar, I have to respect that. And instead, Bang gets a little bit desperate and flashes for a kill onto a Key, which never materializes as the first hit of the Boomerang Blade wasn't enough and the second one didn't land.
Yep. Well, that does leave SK Telecom with 2 Infernal Drakes at this point. And they have taken a bit of a gold lead. It's going to be extended by this kill on the top lane turret. So despite being down in kills and kind of losing out on some earlier skirmishes, it kind of looks like SKT is coming back pretty strong in this one.
And the longer the game goes on, too, the effective gold lead is absolutely massive with the 2 Infernal Drakes. The value of those stats just increasing more and more and more as time goes on.
Yeah, for sure.
ESC probably going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat here because it may only look like 1,000 gold, but it is going to be a lot more come 5-10 minutes from now.
SK Telecom's walking into the mid lane to try to push this one down. It's really low. Faker's done a good job of poking that out all game. Good wave clear for ESC though, so we'll stand for the moment.
Yeah, this is a potentially rough situation. Faker does have to back off. He doesn't want to get picked off. Engage still extremely strong from ESC, but man, props to SKT's bottom lane this game. Their aggressive play was the reason why this was even possible, because if we had seen Loken and Key start to get rolling and then dominate the bottom side, nearly impossible to take that Drake away from the Callista, but this is one of those games where, because Bless was paying so much attention to trying to help out the Hecarim on the top side, they didn't play around the actual Drakes that were appearing in this game. You need to change your focus into the bottom side of the map if you start to see 2 Infernal Drakes in a row spawning. Even if your top laner is having a rough time of it, being denied quite a bit of CS, because the advantage that you have with a Callista, with 2 Infernal Drakes early, you should be winning that bottom side of the map. You should be ganking there. You should be teleporting down there. You have a TP advantage already with 2 TPs to 1, so I think it's just a misread by the team of ESC as to where they needed to go with regards to the Drake RNG.
Seems that way. All 3 outer turrets down now in favor of SK Telecom. And now we see how quickly SKT can possibly close this game out.
Well,
so far so good.
Yeah, but pushing forward more going to be difficult, so I think they have to start turning their sights to a Baron at this stage.
Probably.
Before they go any deeper down the lane. That's where the vision control is going to go. They are fortunate in that they have all of their outer turrets remaining except for the mid lane turret, so it will be easier to push up the top side and then fall back to the safety of the river.
Very true. Crazy pushing the bot lane now, trying to be as much of a split pushing threat as he can.
Wow, Youmuu's for Duke. Aggressive Aurelia build.
Very.
But this leaves him somewhat vulnerable to getting picked off by the LeBlanc.
Yeah. All right, Sivir Ultimate. SKT's going in. Bless the target. Teleport coming in, though, for ESC. Braum Ultimate use. Faker already on the disengage. And now ESC chasing down the Azir. Bang is there, though. And they need to back away.
Wow. TB used there by Crazy. Duke holds strong with his. So SKT just getting the ultimates out of ESC and then backing off So now the TP advantage, and this is where Duke is really going to shine. He's going to be able to tear through these minion waves with Trinity Force and Youmuu's Ghostblade.
Wow.
So the split push is the big threat right now. Great job by SKT.
Tons of damage on the Loken, too.
Why
That's
is he
Sivir doing
teleporting?
work. I don't know. He just wanted to join. I guess I want to engage on this. Braum Ultimate, or not Braum Ultimate, the Q from Wolf misses.
They don't have Sivir ult. They can't engage right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they went for that, but it does allow them to put pressure on Baron, but he could have just walked down and done that anyway.
Yeah, they should have just held strong
Yeah.
there and tried to play for the tier 2 in the bottom side. It's like a little bit trigger happy from Duke with the teleport, but they still go for the Baron.
Well, they've got a lot of damage with those 2 Infernal Drake buffs, and it doesn't look like ESC can even think about opposing this.
I mean, they have Azir, Sivir, and the Aurelia. They're going to be able to burn through that Baron super fast. That's what they get. So now the split push may be able to commence. Temp did use his TP, so nobody with teleport right now. Means the 4-1, a very good option for SK Telecom.
Next Dragon up right about now. And SKT has a lot of power to go after that. It is a Cloud Drake, though, so who cares?
No one cares any longer, though.
Nope.
It's just about pushing.
You know, I tried for a while, you know, but even I had to admit that Cloud Drake just was pretty useless.
Really? Even you? That was the bar?
Even me, man. I mean, because I tried, you know, I really tried. I was like, well, you know, maybe if you miss a skill shot and you don't have Cloud Drake, it's because you didn't have Cloud Drake. And if you hit one after you have Cloud Drake, it's because you had Cloud Drake. But I think I was lying to myself, Monty.
You were lying to the fans too, Doa.
I think but it was more about me lying to myself. That was a true tragedy.
Was it?
It was. And so now I have to admit that Cloud Drake is that great.
Do you get to admit it to the fans too?
I admit it to the fans too, yeah. Cloud Drake may actually be the worst buff ever.
Would you even call it a buff at that point?
Yeah, just a bad buff. I mean, it does buff you. It does increase one of your attributes. Just in a nearly meaningless way.
Well, good news, Doa. It may be giving you more out-of-combat move speed soon.
Oh, yeah. Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Don't change it in any other way, just more out-of-combat move speed.
Right, sure.
Sorry, they give it enough, and all of a sudden it will actually become useful. And we can call it the Rotation Dragon.
Or the Dragtation, or Road Dragon.
No, we're not going to call it either of those things. That's not very catchy, Doa. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to shoot that down.
You don't like Road Dragon?
Stop trying to make Road Dragon a thing. It's not going to be a thing.
Hashtag Road Dragon. It's a thing now. I'm making it a thing.
It's not going to be a thing, Doa.
Road Dragon. Hashtag better for the Road Dragon.
Well, not too successful on the split pushing here for SK Telecom. They haven't increased their gold lead dramatically since taking this Baron. We'll see. They've got some more time left on the Baron. Now they're going to be coming into this mid lane. Duke is going to join up with the rest of his team.
Yeah, it has been interesting. They really haven't done a lot. Well, they've caught Key, and that Alistar in a little bit of trouble. They managed to cause the ultimate to come out, so that is a bit of a win. Having that down, it's going to make it a little bit easier to push that mid lane tier 2. He can't really be part of that fight. Yeah, they're just going to have to give it up. SKT still pushing down the mid lane. Going for that. Oh, wow, they catch Bless with the Cocoon. Wolf trying to do the counter engage. Key loading up the Fate's Call. Crazy going deep with that Hecarim. Gets low. Key thrown in with the Fate's Call. That's going to be some kills coming in for SK Telecom, though. And they may be able to end it right here. Explosive Cask used, and this is looking pretty bad for ESC.
And they couldn't stop Duke from getting huge in this game in spite of the attention that they paid into the top side of the map. And, man, giving up those early Drakes, SKT really capitalizing on that.
No kidding.
And running away with this one.
That's right. There goes Nexus turret number 1. Temp still up to try to stop it. Nexus turret number 2 looks like Crazy may come back up at the very end. Oh, but Temp completely caught out, and that's a kill that should secure the game. For SK Telecom, Faker coming in missing with the Emperor's Divide. Loken's still up. Duke thrown into the fountain, and SKT getting pushed back here. Oh boy. It may not be quite over yet.
It will not be.
Oh.
The death timers aren't going to be long enough for ESC to really strike back, but Bengi trying to run
boy.
away.
Oh no, it's bad.
The Cloud Drake, it's working, Doa.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh,
Double
it's
kill
not.
for Logan. No, it's not. It's not saving them. It's going to be an ace.
It was close, though, before Crazy
Oh.
TP'd in. So an ace
They
as
needed-
SKT not able to take out this Nexus, but ESC really not going to be able to push too far out on this one.
Not too much. I think they needed another Cloud Drake. That was really the key. All right.
You
well,
almost got your wish of Cloud Drake being useful, Doa.
That's true. That's true. But even then, it just wasn't.
You're right, it wasn't. I said almost for a reason.
Yep. It's putting the period on the end of that sentence. Well, the Nexus at about half health. SK Telecom, though. Oh, boy.
It was a good hold from ESC.
It was, yeah.
Probably not going to have a major effect on the outcome of this game, particularly with Baron up in just a minute and a half.
Yeah, everybody from SK Telecom back up again. Let's see what they can do. Crazy taking a long time to kill that Rift Sculler.
I mean, you know the game's over when you ace the enemy team at 30 minutes and you can't even take one of their 2 remaining outer turrets.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, let's watch that replay again. So SKT, they catch Tempt. It looks like it's going well at that point.
Yeah, Loken does have a QSS, so actually nice flash there from Loken onto Faker. So he gets a lot of damage off with that Runaan's Hurricane, too.
Yeah.
A little bit over-eager punted into the back. Faker then with the exhaust on top of him just can't deal any more damage. And Loken just hopping through the minion wave, inching closer to Bengi and Bang. And there's a, see the Cloud Drake kicking in right there.
Yep.
Faker
Not kicking it enough.
Trying to, he is getting further away. Sadly, there is a teleport hacker.
Yep. That's an ace. So, SK Telecom looking to set up another winning
위클리 SK 1라운드 마지막 방송 시작합니다. 지난주 또다시 김정균 코치의 딜량을 대폭발시킨 SKT의 충격적인 패배가 있었습니다. 상대는 아프리카. 사실 어쩌면 예견된 패배였을지도 모릅니다. 바로 아프리카 뒤에는 SKT의 킬러, 천적, 강현종 감독이 있기 때문이었죠.
감독님이 세계에서 SK 제일 많이 이긴 팀인데?
2015 스프링 CJ가 SKT를 잡고 2015년 서머 또 CJ가 SKT를 잡았고 2016년 스프링 또다시 SKT를 잡고 2016년 서머까지 SKT를 잡습니다. SKT를 이기고 싶은 전 세계의 게임단 여러분, 이제 강현종 감독님을 잡으십시오.
CJ가 좀 잘하긴 하지만 제가 좀 잘해서 저만큼 좀 스킬 잘 쓰는 사람이 없기 때문에
MVP에 오른 벤과 페이커의 오르기 화제가 되고 있습니다. 바로나 판타, 나르의 대박궁과 애니비아의 쿼드라 킬러 축제 분위기가 된 SKT. 하지만 그중 시무룩한 한 사람이 있었으니 그 주인공은 혼자 고치맞은 백무룩. 네, 여기서 문제입니다. 이 상황에서 딜러를 뒤에 두고 쓱 피해버린 탱커 2명이 잘못한 걸까요? 정답은?
제가 볼 때는 세 명이 다 피했어야 됐을 것 같아요.
셋 다 피하면 된다고요? 야, 이거 페이커 너니까 그러지. 말도 안 되는 말 같지도 않은 소리 하고 있어. 네, 이번엔 엑스펜션에게 솔로킬을 당한 듀크. 누가 봐도 아찔한 상황인 것 같은데요. 자, 여기서 두 번째 문제가 나갑니다. 이번 문제 좀 쉽네요. 이 장면은 당연히 솔로킬을 당한 쉔의 실수겠죠? 정답은?
쉔이 오히려 저기서 죽는 게 더 이득이에요.
죽는 게 이득이라고요? 와, 말 같지도 않은 소리 하고 있네. 이러면 우승해야 되나? 이렇게 말 같지도 않은 얘기를 해야 우승하는 건가? 역시 SKT답네요. 예, 한 사람의 죽음 정도로 흔들리지 않는 역시 강팀 SKT. 그나저나 페이커 선수 MVP 인터뷰 때 뭐만 하면은 이거 내가 잘해서 이긴 거다, 내가 잘한 거다, 굉장한 허세를 좀 부리시더라고요.
내 딜량 봐봐 이상해. 딜 안 했어요. 야 근데 화면에는 너가 되게 멋있게 나왔어. 당연하죠. 화면에 잘했어.
근데 사실 듀크 선수 엄청 잘했는데 저는 사실 이거 MVP 듀크가 아닌가 이런 생각도 좀 했어요.
뭐야? 누구야? 나야. 너야? 잘했어. 왜 너야? 잘했어. 그니까.
전판 순위 기어의 1등 공신은 아무래도
브라움이었지.
네, 이번 썸머 시즌 꼴찌로 바닥을 헤매며 고통받던 CJ. 드디어 This is 샤이가 출전했습니다.
와, CJ는 바야흐로 이번 시즌 완전 위기 아닙니까? 그냥 완전 최대 위기. CJ는 내가 필요하다. 샤이가 등장했습니다.
하지만 CJ 또 졌어요. 또 졌습니다.
와 시주 너무 세다. 엉망이다.
잘했어. 괜찮아 이제 우리의 가능성을 보여줬어.
야 가능성만 보여주는 거 아니야?
얘들아 고생했다. 잘했어. 괜찮아. 가능성 보여줬잖아. 똑같은 말이다. 아니야. 진짜 우리 가능성 보여줬어. 이상한까지 잘하다. 아 그래? 진짜 잘했어.
얘들아 잘 싸웠다. 잘했어.
괜찮아. 상무에도 우승했다. 야, 잘했네. 내가 훔쳐.
잘했어. 경기력 진짜 좋았어. 왜 아니 왜 울어. 압박 심하게 못 해. 우리 사람 따로 있어. 다음에 더 잘할 수 있어. 우리 2라운드 진짜 더 잘할 수 있어.
창단 이래 최대의 침체기를 겪고 있는 CJ. 힘내시길 바라겠습니다. 화이팅! 자, 위클리 SK 1라운드도 무사히 마쳤습니다. 그리고 다음 주 위클리 SK에서는 당군의 상암 여행기가 이어집니다. 용산 탐방기가 있지 않았습니까? 그때 엄청 고생했어요. 머리 이렇게 막 쓰고 하루 종일 두통에 시달려가면서 찍었는데 곧 다 편집됐어. 다 편집됐잖아. 인정하십니까, 피디님? 그때 10분 나왔나? 재밌는 거 많았는데 이번에도 그러기만 해봐요. 아주 다 엎어버렸으니까. 아무튼 상암 경기장을 이용하는 방법, 선수들과 경기장의 뒷얘기까지 제가 모두 파헤쳐 드릴 테니까 많은 기대해 주시길 바라면서 저는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 다음 주에 또 만나요.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Welcome back to LCK Summer. Duke gets the MVP for game number 2, wrecking people on the Aurelia. But, still not maybe SK Telecom's finest hour.
Well, I think Duke did a fantastic job in that game because not only did he have an immense amount of pressure placed on him at the top side by Tempt and by Bless, but still managed to make it work. You see, like this team fight here, coming through and gets knocked up, but flashes and then finishes off the kill onto Loken. Also doubling back to make sure Crazy is the next one to go down.
Yeah.
Or attempted, let's say, to
Someday.
make sure that Crazy was the next one to go down. Didn't actually get it, but it really was about his laning performance because he translated that into a carry performance, taking out the back line of ESC. And this one right here, really fun play to watch. So you catch out Key, and then the follow-up here from the rest of SK Telecom. And Duke's just going to roll on through and snipes one. Logan's going to pop over that wall. And there's number 2, Transcendent Blades for the double kill.
That was good. There he is. Duke, bask in his glory. He's the MVP. What a guy.
But I think the real story here for SK Telecom is that they won that game off of the strength of their lanes despite not having basically any jungle presence. And that is scary.
Yeah.
Because it shows both the strength of SKT. Bang and Wolf, very dominant in their lane, helped transition into some of those Infernal Drakes. Duke fighting through ganks in his lane where basically Bengi really didn't help a whole lot. In fact, helped set up the first blood in response for ESC, and still lane dominant, still pushing forward, still picking up those kills, still there to take out the back line of ESC. So it at some points in this best of 3, it's felt more like SK Telecom was overcoming the hurdle of their own jungler, whether it was Blank or Bengi, rather than their jungler really contributing to the early game or the laning phase kind of at all.
Well, it's like you mentioned, it's a scary prospect going forward for SK Telecom. Like, one of these guys is going to need to step up, and it looks like for now it's going to be Bengi that SK Telecom continues to go with in their final game of round 1, their final game against ESC ever. Nidalee and Ashe, the first 2 bans to come out.
Yeah, that's so the Ashe ban has appeared in game 1 of this series, but it really has been ESC's pick more so than it has been SK Telecom's, and they're going to adapt here, not going to give the Shen over this time like they did in ESC's victory.
Yep. Waiting for the next ban from ESC. It will be maybe the Rise, perhaps? They banned it out second in game number 1. They're going to go for the Azir this time. Faker having a pretty good game on that Azir in game number 2.
And, it was picked up as a first pick by SK Telecom in game number 1, so they will be forcing Faker into something new.
So you think their last ban would have to be Rise then, because SK Telecom's probably not going to ban that out.
Well, what about the Karma? What does that mean? SK Telecom could certainly early pick a Karma.
Vlad.
No Vladimir.
Vlad makes sense for SK Telecom to ban away. Same 3 bans this game as they had in game number 2. And so they will ban the Rise. So the Karma is available then.
Karma has been a pretty popular pick, first pick on blue side for SK Telecom this season.
Yeah, I think
could
you
go
just
back
for
to
it.
the comfort, but ESC should definitely look to snatch that away if possible, and it will be the Karma.
Yep, makes sense. Not a whole lot else to worry about. Plenty of top laners available, plenty of junglers available for Bengi. Well, either Elise or Rek'Sai, either one he gets is okay. ESC, though, thinking about taking the Rumble. What do you think about that? You wouldn't. I feel like you wouldn't want to take that in the first round of the draft.
I
like
would
this.
not blind pick it.
Yeah.
If you see the Trundle come out in this game, that's where maybe you start thinking about taking a Rumble pick here. But otherwise, I think the Gragas for Blessey's been really turning in a great performance on it this series. And I do believe you take the Sivir here also.
Yeah.
Sivir was one of the keys to your victory in game number 1. You also just can't give away the Sivir Karma combination. And they're just going to stick with the Gragas.
Okay, well, I mean, it served them well all night. I mean, even last game where things didn't work out for ESC, Bless still looked good on that pick.
Bengi.
And so, yeah, the Rek'Sai for Bengi would not be too shocking. He could go for the Elise, but he didn't have a great game on it last time, so might as well do this. And they might just pick the super safe Ezreal for Bang.
Yeah. Ooh, blind picking the Aurelia. Well,
and be brave.
I mean, Aurelia is just such a strong power pick right now that we'll have to see what ESC wants to do about it. No Shen on the table to effectively dodge out of those Aurelia W auto attacks.
All right, well, the Bard is up for Key. He had the chance to take it last time, and he didn't do it, though.
I think you got to go for a lot of these picks right now. The Trundle, now that you know what the top lane matchup is a potential answer into the Aurelia. Able to go toe-to-toe, certainly, in the 1v1. Thinking about taking the Nami away instead of actually going for the Bard. I think you play to your strengths here if you're ESC and try for the Bard and hope that Key is going to get some of those Bard plays that he is well known for.
Yeah, I mean, go for some engage. SK Telecom has looked a little bit vulnerable in terms of team fighting today, but they're going to go with the Nami anyway, so Nami Trundle.
Really saving that counter pick here for Tempt in the mid lane, and it's probably going to be the Karma in the mid lane, but of course Ezreal Karma is a very strong early game lane for Poke. You can't discount the fact that Wolf may be playing that Karma pick himself.
I mean, something like the Victor is still available for Faker if he wants to go for it maybe. I mean, LeBlanc's still an option as well.
Yeah, like you say, there are some good blind picks if they do want to select them, but instead they could go for huge amounts of sustain here with the help of the Soraka.
Well, it's like we talked about before the game, right? With Bengi having a pretty tough time impacting anything. You really want the strongest lanes you can possibly have if you're SK Telecom.
Well, they may go back to the Elise, even though the Cocoons were definitely not on point in the first gank last game.
Yeah.
Having that Aurelia-Elise combination is scary for any top laner, and Trundle, another one of those champions without any real escape abilities besides just using the pillar.
So it will be the Soraka and the Elise. Locked in for SK Telecom. And yeah, the Varus for Tempt would be probably a pretty great pickup.
Will be able to poke from range, and they're setting themselves up for a lot of wave clear and a strong 4-1 split push composition.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm ESC, if I decide to put all of the eggs in the crazy basket against Duke. I know that sounds the crazy basket. But when you talk about these two top laners and their individual skill, we really saw Duke outclass Crazy in the last game. And yes, he had a good matchup into the Hecarim, but even so, the Aurelia, Trundle, it's going to be a little bit hard, I think, for Crazy to overcome Duke. And that makes a bit of a difference. Because they have to win the split push here.
Yeah. And it's going to be the Varus.
So a return to comfort for Tempt in the mid lane.
All right, seems reasonable.
A lot of poke in the mid lane this game. Tempt is, I guess, not going to run the cleanse, which is a bit bold because a Cocoon into a tether from Faker could set up for a stun straight into a root.
Yeah, he may change that summoner at the end, but or soon anyway. But yeah, the Ghost's a bit risky. Okay, looks like he will probably stick with it. Keep an eye on it until the very end.
Well, SKT, we'll see how well they can do. They won out of the laning phase this time. More passive lane this time around with the Ezreal and the Soraka. And they're looking to group up and teamfight around the Karma, as has been their wont this season. It is Faker's most played champion.
Yep.
and has been showing that style that they have had all year with Faker on more supportive mid laners, buffing up Bang so that he can carry these fights. And Ezreal, we've seen what Bang can do with that champion in the late game. It is a huge amount of damage.
Sure enough. Well, ESC Ever with a chance to take a win over SK Telecom. It would be a huge win, probably their biggest win of the entire first round. A great way to go into the next games next week. SK Telecom, a win here will put them at first place at the end of the first round robin. So despite some stumbling here and there, SK Telecom still arguably the strongest team in the league. Let's see if they can pull that off. And it is time. Game number 3, SKT versus Ever. Let's do it. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Another Infernal Drake. Could be a big deal as we move into game number 3 between SKT and ESC Ever.
Ward dropped into the Tri-Brush, so a bit of early information here from ESC. Find out if we are going to get those standard lanes soon enough. ESC potentially on the cusp of a really big win, like you said, Doa, and this would harken back to the end of last year when they actually beat SK Telecom to win Kespa Cup, and then go on to IEM Cologne to win that too. And that was really what set off a lot of the expectations around ESC's performance, but they've failed to live up to those ever since then, making it into the league, but not having the strongest presence and finding themselves in 8th place right now, pretty far down the standings.
Yeah, true, but I mean, we've seen today that these guys certainly have potential. I know that's a word that's thrown around a lot in the League of Legends scene, but these guys really do seem to have it.
You gotta love how Bless has been playing this series. He has been excellent.
Certainly has. On that Gragas for the 3rd time tonight. See what he can do with it.
No, it's been very effective. Tempt is not going to switch over to Cleanse, by the way.
Yeah.
So sticking with the power to reposition in team fights with the Ghost.
Well, the poking begins immediately. Bananas flying fast and furious.
Just how I like my bottom lanes, Doa.
Bananas flying fast and furious?
Yeah. It's the most exciting kind of violence, banana violence.
Wow.
Just like banana phones are the best kind of phones. What can I say?
It's true. The data plan is pretty cheap.
Yeah.
In that you can't have one because it's a fruit, not an actual phone.
And banana hammocks are the best kind of underwear.
Are they really? All right. Next time on LCK Too Much Edition. Much information.
TMI.
TMI. Now we know. And G.I. Joe said knowing is half the battle, so whatever that battle is, I don't know if I want to know the other half of that one.
I think you do, Doa. I think you do. I think you're deeply curious. It's okay. It's okay to be curious, you know?
You know, speaking of bananas.
Oh, really?
I got a blender, and I've been making banana smoothies lately with other fruits. It's been really good. Like grapefruit. And avocado. I guess avocado isn't a fruit, but I've been putting it in there anyway because I'm crazy like that.
It may technically be a fruit. I'm not actually sure.
I know like tomatoes go back and forth, but I think avocado is still a vegetable for now. Who knows? Who cares?
Not you, apparently.
Nope. Not at all. Food groups do not concern me. Only flavor.
Only flavor, the pure flavor of avocados. Man, those things are expensive in Korea.
Yeah, well, what do you expect, man? They have to import them a long way.
Or grow them in greenhouses, you know, whichever.
Well, I don't know if we have that technology here.
I'm pretty sure they do. Having been in the Korean countryside and seeing tons of polytunnels, I tell you they do.
Well, why don't they grow avocados then? Here comes Bengi to give us the answer. Crazy. Use of delicious, nutritious avocados to help him survive this gank. Same goes for Wolf, though, taking a lot of damage. Wolf in trouble, and Soraka gives up the first blood to Loken.
Faker's in the bottom lane right now.
Crazy gets out in the top lane. Loken very low. Bless backing off.
Yeah, Faker with a quick TP, but still couldn't save Wolf.
Yeah.
So TP used, but you still get a 1-for-0 trade. Nobody in the mid lane right now. Faker gonna lose a few CS, and Tempt will get a free recall back here.
Wow.
Crazy. We didn't actually get to see how exactly those ganks unfolded because it was the Observer was switching back and forth very quickly, including switching back right as Faker TP'd in, so we didn't get to see what he did. But in any event, the replays will show us all, Doa.
I can't wait for the information to be revealed by the replays.
It's an exciting time of year.
Sure is, man.
Time of replays.
I'd only be more excited if they started growing avocados domestically in Korea.
Well, BF Sword at 5 minutes here, thanks to the first blood.
Wow, that's good for Loken.
Picked up by Loken, and in a matchup where Bang is going to be building tier first, that makes you a very happy little sibler.
Does it?
Yes, it does.
That's great.
That's what Loken is right now, happy sibler.
Happy little sip. Bob Ross approved. A happy little champion and a happy little lane.
His happy little best friend sword.
That's right. Best friend sword.
Pretty sure that's what it stands for.
Absolutely. What else could BF stand for? Dive on the Crazy, but Bengi misses his cocoon again, and he will take a lot of turret damage before he flees in shame. And that will be the key for Key and Bless to go for this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, no recall yet from Bang, so he doesn't have any items. There's really not a great way for him to contest this.
Ugh.
Yeah, ESC going to get a huge boost here.
Yeah.
In the early game, and Bless doing a much better job about playing around the Drake. You'll notice the change that Bless made. Hey Doa, did you see where Bless was ganking in this game?
Where? Bot lane? You're right, he was.
Bot lane with the Infernal Drake up first. And I think that was one of
Nice.
the adjustments that they made over the course of the downtime between game 2 and 3 was that they said, okay, Bless, like I know that you wanted to get the Hecarim ahead and really help out that matchup. And of course, you always want to get a Trundle ahead if you can.
Yeah.
So that you have the power of that split push. But sometimes you have to make a decision and say, I'm sorry, top laner, you're on your own in this game, or whoever's in the top lane. We need to get an advantage in the bottom side. They see the Soraka down there, very limited in terms of movement in the laning phase, and they just go ahead and take that advantage, get the gank, the successful gank off on the bottom side of the map, and now it's ESC with the Infernal Drake advantage in this one.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, too, getting that Infernal Drake does help your top lane. You know, it gives Crazy a little bit more damage on the stats. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Well, yeah,
It's help.
It will be a lot later, but it's certainly very low gold value at 5 minutes into the game.
Sure. It's an investment.
It is. It gains interest over time, becomes more powerful. That's how percentages work. It's a good time. And now ESC just flipping over to the other side of the map and taking away a blue buff. There's still waiting to spawn, so Bless snags that one straight out of the enemy jungle. And that is not going to be very pleasing to Faker and Bengi, as Bengi scuttle. What do crabs do? Do they scuttle?
He's not a crab,
or
he's a spider.
A spider, yeah. What do they do? Crabs scuttle, so what do spiders do?
They skitter.
Creep, skitter. Ah,
Skitter.
you're right. They do skitter.
That's right. Skittering spider. Terrifying. Meanwhile, Bless
in the
gets red
meantime.
buff. All right. Well, Bang with a little bit of his CS lead, so he's been able to hang in there with Loken despite Loken having that BF sword. But Bang has actually not even been back to buy yet. Wow.
No, he has not. And he's done a good job keeping up in CS in spite of that, but I mean, the tier going to be late as a result of this. Wolf's death early, I mean, he's been trying to stave off this incredibly fast wave clear. He's afraid now if he leaves the lane that this BF Sword Sivir, if Bless comes down, might actually just take out the turret.
Yeah, that's a good point. Might just be able to take the objective.
But basically no kill pressure, so it's sort of a double-edged sword because he could stay here and keep the pressure off, but at the same time, Loken and Key do not have to stop pressuring because Bang has no mana and he has no items, so he's not doing any damage, really.
Duke Transcendent Blades goes after Crazy and the healing, helping him win that duel. going to continue to increase his CS lead a little bit.
Attempt here, they're using Faker's recall timing just to push into the enemy jungle a little bit. Bless takes away the Raptor camp. No smite on Bengi.
Oh, Bang just picks up a Manamune just to be able to do some damage anyway.
Just trying to hold on in this laning phase, but the chip damage keeps coming in. Courtesy of Sivir and Nami. Still the double TP though for SK Telecom, and Duke doing just fine in the top lane. TP advantage. Crazy just used his TP to move back into the top lane, and Duke's just going to run. So now we see a potential opportunity at the next Drake for SK Telecom to really commit to that and try and make a play.
Yeah, it could be. Bang just continuing to farm. It's just going to be, you know, it seems like SK Telecom just wants this to be as passive of a game as possible early on.
Yeah, I mean, they do want to scale, right? But they can't give away too many of these very valuable Drakes and still expect to do well. That 8%, I mean, if they don't get an Infernal Drake this game, that could turn around the top lane matchup, and that is really core to how this game is going to play out as to whether Trundle or Aurelia is going to be able to win that 1v1.
That's a good point. Have to wait and see what Dragon's coming at next. They cut away before we quite caught it. Ah, the farming wars. Duke definitely winning those trades for now, man.
Yeah, has a couple of completed items already, so he'll be doing A-okay. But the longer this game goes on, Crazy's ultimate is going to become pretty significant to how those little duels play out, because Subjugate is significantly stronger than Transcendent Blades. They're going to try and dive him again. Bengi this time. Can he get this?
Oh, he misses the cocoon again. Well, to be fair, Crazy flashes it, so Summoner out of the way.
They use Faker's teleport for that.
Oh,
I mean,
wow. Yeah,
Bless still on the bottom side of this map, too. We have 20 seconds until the Drake comes up.
They're going back in. The dive is real. Crazy does get taken out, and Bengi able to repel, stay alive. Meanwhile, Loken does take the bot lane tier 1 turret out.
Yep, zoning him off the turret was Bless. And Faker, no more TP to use, so they're just going to wait at the Drake. Bless patiently clearing out the wards, and it's going to be a Mountain Drake.
Yeah, that could be big. And Ever's going to go for it.
Yeah, with their 4-1 split push composition, it actually is going to be pretty darn significant. So here we go. Drake taken away. They are going to trade turrets for it, but still the objective kill and the objective advantage in ESC's favor as they pick up their second Drake of the game. SKT will try and answer here with the Rift Herald, but it's going to be starting pretty slow, so Bless may have an opportunity just to get up into the top side of the map, considering how much HP that Rift Herald has. But
looks like it's...
Yeah, they're going to go through it pretty quickly, and they're not going to make an attempt.
Should be fine.
Varus was back in base, so.
And we saw there's another Mountain Drake on the way now.
Well, this is all going to be about Duke. So he's got the lead in the lane once again. He's going to have a Rift Herald buff to help him out. So can they neutralize the Trundle? The rest of ESC, however, is going to be pretty powerful. Obviously, Bang's scaling is going to work well over time, and he hasn't been denied any CS. In fact, he has an advantage in spite of everything. So doing some great work, despite not getting help in that bottom lane from his jungler.
I mean, when it comes down to it, when SK Telecom really needs Bang to carry, he carries. And that's kind of been something that's happened without exception throughout most of his career.
And that's why you ban Ezreal.
Yeah.
Ezreal is an extraordinarily high damage late game carry, so if Bang gets there, you know he's going to deliver.
Yep, sure. Duke delivering on to Crazy already. He's got that Trinity Force now. And when they start making him very fast, Aurelia, with the Karma speed boost, it's going to get pretty scary for ESC Ever.
Yes, and the back line, especially that Varus, will have a lot of trouble dealing with Duke's Aurelia if he has a huge lead, which he is slowly but surely accruing. Now you see Crazy having to recall yet again. Just can't get anywhere close to that minion wave right now. But the first two Drakes are uh-oh. Faker gets caught out.
That's right, Chains of Corruption onto Faker. There's
Ooh,
a tidal wave
beautiful.
coming through. Exhaust used. Nice Aqua Prison from Key, too, to lock that one up. And Tempt with the kill onto the mid lane. And now they're going to be able to do a ton of damage to this tier 1 in mid. They've got that Mountain Drake, and they're already putting it to good use.
Wow, that gank was incredibly crisp from ESC.
Yeah, no kidding.
They absolutely chained their abilities to the best,
Watch that one
basically
again.
the best possible way you could do it. I mean, Chain of Corruption coming in to start things off, flash body slam straight into the tidal wave. They bounce him out, and then after the flash, the bubble, man, Key. Whew.
He predicted that one,
Yeah,
man.
beautiful Nami play.
Yeah, he had that one in the air before Faker even hit the button. That was beautiful.
So really well done. Get a kill onto Faker, and they take out the mid lane turret too. So maintaining a slight edge in the gold game and helping prop up Crazy just a little bit. So the rest of the members have to carry because it's not going to be Crazy in this game. At least not for a while.
If we go late enough, maybe. Battle of the Raptors, but it looks like Bless is going to possibly take this one. Oh. Bengi smited a little bit early, I think.
No, Bengi got
opposite,
it. Yeah. I haven't seen this Varus skin before.
Oh yeah, me neither actually. It's kind of cool. So cool, I didn't even notice it right away. Uh-oh, Baker on the run. No summoners except for that teleport. That's not going to help him survive. Two-shot barrage comes through to soften some people up, but Loken's going to be right there to pick up that kill.
Very odd that Faker was even in the bottom side of the river.
One wonders what he
to
was
start
doing there.
that off in the first place. Second time he's died in this best of 3 alone in the bottom river. He just simply surrounded by the members of ESC. Nobody there who could possibly help him from his own team.
Oh, wow, Duke flashing in, going after Tempt here. Bang, trying to pick up that kill. Transcendent Blades. Duke can't get to him in time. The pillar after the tidal wave, and ESC turns it around.
Yeah, great stop right there on Duke, coming in with both the tidal wave and the pillar to keep him under the turret. He dove just a little bit too close.
Yeah, man.
Ended up with that turret aggro while he's trying to finish off Tempt. So that gank right there pretty much just horribly fails in the mid lane. And ESC still working on turning this one around. I mean, Duke comes in. That flash was a little weird. It looked like he didn't have to use that. I'm not sure why he went for that in the first place, but the explosive cast straight into the tidal wave and Crazy just showing up.
ESC has been chaining their CC so well.
Yeah,
in
they've
this
been
match.
doing great. Really clean
Yeah.
use of their abilities, but man, Key has been awesome. Key and Bless this series have been absolutely outstanding.
Very impressive stuff. And at this point, the worries begin about SK Telecom. This game, you know, to a certain extent, it's starting to feel a lot like game number 1, isn't it?
It's certainly not out of control yet for SKT, and they do scale super well with this Ezreal, and Bang has been reliable, so.
They do, but Dragon Control going to ESC, Faker getting caught in the river. I mean, there's certainly similarities. Now Bengi, the one caught. Bless comes in with the body slam, dodges the Aqua Prison with that repel. SKT gonna try to turn this one around, but Loken has got enough damage to be kind of scary on that Varus, and ESC will get out.
Yeah, the poke there really huge.
Yeah.
From Faker and Bang, and giving up a Mountain Drake is not going to be the end of the world for ESC. They can choose here. They don't have TP either, and I think right now, you give up that Mountain Drake just so that you can get a little bit more farm onto your Trundle.
Yeah, probably.
Instead of just having him walk down into the bottom side of the map and contesting, but that may be the decision that ESC makes. They are in the river, just playing Ward Wars right now around the dot brush. Crazy still there, and Duke is the one to start motioning down into the bottom side. Has a pink ward in the tri-brush, so knows he can't be seen.
Yep, Cocoon does not connect. Wolf very low, so SKT's engagement options are limited. Explosive cast knocks Bengi away. Faker forced to flash over the Chains of Corruption. ESC missing a lot of skill shots. Here comes Duke coming down with the TP. Tidal wave through the middle does slow down Duke a little bit. Wolf coming into this fight. ESC trying to kite backwards as best they can. Crazy coming from the side. Big pillar slows down SKT. Flashes in. Tries to get the ult onto Duke, which he does. Whoa, big true shot barrage. That's a lot of damage coming in from Bang already. Mountain Drake activated, but nobody able to really go after it yet.
Wow, Loken absolutely saved that team fight for ESC because he swooped in with a Sivir ult and actually intercepted the Cocoon with Spell Shield that may have been able to catch out ESC. So Crazy, ambitious with a flank on the Trundle with just a Titanic Hydra. Gets chunked out pretty quickly right there, but nobody's actually able to take this Drake, and fight's going to reset. People pretty low on both sides. Crazy now with an advantage when it comes to the teleport timer if he does want to just wait this one out before heading into the top side and maybe seeing if he can get that top lane turret. That'd be a good trade for ESC, I think, at this point.
Yeah, ping's going down on the Dragon, so they're still kind of thinking about.
Well, Tempt has a very low cooldown on that Chain of Corruption. It's already back up, and so is the Explosive Cast, quite nearly.
Yep. Should be by the time there's any sort of fight. Faker just heading to the bottom lane. Looks like SKT's going to give this one up.
Well, they don't have Wish any longer, which is a much longer cooldown. So if you're playing around your enemy right here, you have to be worried because 3 ults, Explosive Cask, Chain of Corruption, and the On the Hunt are all back up, and you're still struggling. No True Shot Barrage, no Wish. And you don't really have definitive ults on your mid or your jungle, so.
And so that's going to be 2 Mountain Drakes for ESC Ever. They're going to be able to push objectives such as Baron really fast.
It's scary, right?
Sure is.
Crazy becoming more relevant simply because of the threat he poses with a lot of these Drakes as we head into the late game. You can't leave him alone with a turret even if he's behind now.
Last waiting goes in onto Wolf. Whoa, Wolf just blown up. Tempt adding some damage into there. Bengi caught with the Chains of Corruption. Another kill for ESC Ever. Yeah, that's a TP you want to cancel.
Trying to get vision, and they were doing it the right way with the support of the jungler, but everybody was there, and except for Faker, who didn't have presence in the mid lane. So without the mid control, the collapse is pretty easy as Tempt is there. And they're going to try and do this Baron. As you said, going to go down fast with a couple of Mountain Drakes.
That's right, SKT trying to stop it. Sivir ultimate use. They're going to turn around onto the Baron again. Two-shot barrage goes through, doing a bit of damage. Duke coming in now. He could be scary. Gets 1 kill on the Nami. Baron does go over to ESC Ever, though, and that's 2 kills as well. The Baron, I guess. 1 for Loken. Gets the kill onto Duke, and Bang trying to chase. He can add in a lot of poke damage. Crazy turning and sacrificing himself to get his AD carry away.
I don't know if that's the sacrifice you make, Doa, because Crazy was going to be the one split pushing with the Baron buff. Of course, he's not going to win the 1v1 versus Duke, but let's take a look at this replay again. He's caught out. There wasn't anybody in the mid lane, and the Tempt was just there ready and waiting to collapse. They thought it was safe because Duke had been pushed so far up in the top side, but Bless is pretty far ahead right now, so.
Yeah. And now, how much can ESC Ever take with this Baron buff? That's the big question.
Well, less than they'd like with Crazy's death there at the end.
Probably, yeah. The split pushing options are a bit more limited.
Yeah, Crazy has to sort of awkwardly join up with the rest of his team now.
Yep.
They do have good wave clear. They do have good poke with the Boomerang Blade and the Piercing Arrow, so some work can still be done. Tempt not really going with a particularly heavy build for armor penetration in this game, actually going with an earlier Manamune. So armor pen only coming in from the Maw of Malmortius.
Loken already doing work to that top turret. Man, you combine the Baron with the 2 Mountain Drakes,
Yeah,
that
disgusting.
is some
Huge
objective
amounts.
destruction.
Yeah, huge amounts of damage to those turrets.
Yeah.
So they're going to try for a 1-3-1, actually, just temporarily sending Loken up there.
why
Take
not?
out the last tier 1 turret.
Why not, man? 5,000 gold lead now for ESC Ever. Crazy pushing up the bot lane. Pushing down the bot lane might be more appropriate. Duke comes in, and Crazy probably still can't win that 1v1. Do need to be a bit careful there. Bang with the True Shot Barrage to try to thin out the minion wave a little bit. And this tier 2 turret's still in quite a bit of trouble.
As gold lead becoming oppressive.
Yeah.
Also mounting, but SKT holding at least for the moment. Their wave clear enough to get the job done.
Well, it's the items, it's the Drakes, it's the poke that ESC Ever has. It's hard for SK Telecom to deal with.
Faker 2 going for the Zhonya's Hourglass here, just attempting as much as he can to stop the physical damage. And that is most of the damage coming out of ESC, so Armor very effective at handling ESC's composition.
True.
It's about holding on. SK Telecom, it'll be hard to do, but if they can hold it to the late game, armor stacking combined with the damage from Ezreal and the huge shields from Karma could possibly send them to a win, but already having lost one Baron and those 3 Drakes, it's going to be tough. Still, they did not lose an inner turret on that Baron, which is pretty clutch.
Well, that's the kind of hold they need to have a chance in this game.
Crazy going for Iceborne Gauntlet, so really committing to a damage build and saying, well, I'm just going to steal your stats, Duke, to add to my defensive statistics.
Hooray, statistics.
Statistics. Your favorite subject, Doa.
Ah, yes, numbers. Numbers are my kryptonite, man.
Your only weakness, numbers.
That's right. I have no other weaknesses in the entire world, just numbers. Fortunately, numbers are pretty big part of everything, so pretty big weakness.
All right, so Drake up in a minute. Duke still with that Rift Herald buff rolling. And once that falls off, maybe Crazy will be able to do a little bit more to handle the 1v1 situation.
Possibly. Bang going for his red buff now. Next dragon in about 40 seconds. And DSC can kind of just fight around it and continue to get an edge.
Well, they're moving Trundle away from the Aurelia here. So they will have to use a teleport if they actually want to make this play. SKT having more options with more teleports in this game. Bang recalls right before. Should, with the home guard boost, have time to get back there. Lots of things going down the enemy jungle. ESC doing a better job of setting up and pushing forward. Bless prepping this Drake nicely.
Yep, that's right. Aqua Prison comes in. Bengi on the run has to flash into the red buff pit, and that's ESC's cue to go onto this Mountain Drake. This would be their 3rd Mountain Drake.
Oh, and they're just taking it down so quickly. Bengi not going to even pop in there for an attempt at a steal.
Man, and that's 3 Mountain Drakes now for ESC ever. They are going to just annihilate any objective in their path. Faker slowed down by Crazy. He's kind of winning that duel. But yeah, you can't let ESC near your turrets anymore.
Yeah, what's SKT's plan? I guess they're just going to try and move into the top side right now, but you can't let them near Baron either. A minute and a half until the next Baron, and it is just going to melt for ESC with the 3 Mountain Drakes.
Yeah, we saw how fast they took it down last time, and it's going to be even quicker this time around.
All right, well, Crazy slowly working his way back into relevance here, but not really well suited to any kind of team fighting with the damage that he's building for the most part.
Well, Loken going to be able to do a lot of damage himself. Infinity Edge is going to give him the biggest crits, man.
It is. Fat crits.
Oh, yeah. Stay away unless you want to get crit from a distance, because he's got rapid fire cannon, too.
All right, well, here we go. Setup beginning for the next Baron. Crazy's just been bouncing between top and bottom, absorbing as much farm as he can. Attempting to catch up. Loken will just push up this top lane for the time being, and that'll be in a good place for ESC once the Baron spawns.
Yeah, very true.
Telecom trying to see if they could get a lucky pick there onto Bless, but it's not going to work, and they don't have any wards in the river at the moment, and the tier 1 turret in the mid lane still up for ESC, so they've got a really good hard point to work around right now as they play the ward game, top river.
Now Crazy is pushing Duke back for the moment, but it's a bit safer for Duke to just fall back and farm anyway, I suppose.
Yeah, well, they don't have the waves in any kind of position right now to make a play, so SKT has to start getting a little bit nervous. Baron has spawned, and they don't have eyes on it. And they also don't have a blue trinket available to see it. Here we go. It's ESC's time. They should really consider this. True Shot Barrage has to be used just to check.
They don't see them doing it yet. Baker's starting to do a bit of damage on this Karma. Crazy and Duke really dueling down the bot lane.
Yeah, subjugate used though. Crazy now backing off as it continues ticking. It's one less tool that they're going to have, and looks like Trundle is going to recall right now. They actually said Bang bottom side. They're trying to kill the Trundle.
Wow, yeah, they're trying to catch Crazy, but they're not going to be able to find him. Yeah, Bang already turning around. And I think they realize, too, that if they send Bang to bot lane, ESC can just rotate up to Baron, and they're going to be fighting a 4v5 without their AD carry.
That was actually smart of Bang, because they had a pink ward behind the red buff, so he could make a feint down there and see if maybe they could get that kill without alerting ESC to the fact that he wasn't going to be there to defend a Baron attempt.
Sure. Bengi just checking to see what's up. Fires a cocoon off, doesn't hit anybody though. Baron is up.
Still, ESC, I think they need to start pulling the trigger on this one, at least trying to bait SK Telecom forward to pick up kills, but they need to commit in some way. There we go.
Oh, flash body slam onto Bengi. He's going to try to repel his way out of there. Teleport coming in for ESC as well. Bengi taken out by Loken. Faker thrown against the wall with that explosive cast. Flashes over the wall to try to escape. Slowed by the pillar, and that's a kill for Tempt. And this Baron is all but going over to ESC already.
Yeah, the poke damage still going to be coming in, but no jungler to help secure it.
That Baron instantly died. Nice attempt by Bang at the end to try to steal it with the Mystic Shot, but that Baron died quicker than I think I've seen any other Baron die.
Yeah, Duke didn't even bother TPing in for that one. I mean,
No.
Bengi died so quickly, and I love the patience from Bless. Really just holding on to his explosive cask as long as possible. Right there, not using it, waiting for the repel to go through. And he realizes that he's not going to need it to secure that kill, which allows him to set up the pick onto Faker immediately afterwards. So just patient usage of Gragas' abilities, faith in his teammates to continue the CC chain to pick up the kill onto Bengi, and that is going to be a second Baron of the game for ESC and a near 8,000 gold lead.
You know, I mean, SK Telecom coming into this being the #1 team for Dragon Control in the lead, or in the league rather, and they have only gotten a total of 3 in this match so
Also,
far.
ESC was second worst.
Yeah.
They're behind Africa. They only had 38%, so they are not... They haven't been typically getting those Drakes, but they have been certainly dominant in this game. Ocean Drake going to be up in 30 seconds, so that will be our third kind of Drake, and the final one that we will see before the Elder Dragon spawns.
All right. Yeah, 4 Drakes and 2 Barons this game. Going to ESC. Was popped. They're just going to tear through another turret. And they need almost no time now to take out these objectives.
Yeah, even the Trundle, who has been weakened in this game now, soloing that mid turret and throwing out a hopeful caster. Look at what the damage Crazy did. He got it down to about 1/4 already.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the nice thing about Explosive Cask as well is that you can use it to just push people off the turret and rush it and take it. So it's got that utility as well. Bang taking a big Varus arrow to the face. Shielded by Karma, but man, look at that. Every time one of them auto-attacked him. Well, Bengi caught by the Chains of Corruption. Of course he's going to repel away from it. Meanwhile, Crazy just destroying the mid lane turret by himself.
He's got the Sheen too, so
yeah,
really able to do a number on that objective. And the ESC patient here, Bang. Makes a big boomerang blade.
Yeah. All right, well, they'll take out this turret with no trouble at all. Wow, Cocoon hits a minion from Bengi. That one hurts. Inhibitor down to about half health already. Meanwhile, Crazy still fighting in that mid lane. Inhibitor like 1 hit away from death. Loken has to be healed. Uses that summoner heal, in fact, to stay alive. And so no inhibitors taken, actually, by ESC ever. Gonna just fall back and go for that dragon, I guess.
Yeah, time to just go back. No need to over-push your advantage. You got the 2 inhibitor turrets down. Play it slow and steady with this edge that you already have. Continue stacking those Drakes, because now you have 5 Drakes in this game. And if you get an Elder Dragon, the true damage is going to be ever so real.
Yeah. Well, you got to think this game might be over before that Elder Drake shows up.
Well, we'll see. There has been A little bit of a hold right here from SK Telecom for the time being. Only a little bit of Baron left to go before it expires, and there it goes.
Still 11,000 gold down is SK Telecom. They're trying to make a play onto a Loken who does not have a lot of vision right now, and they're going to find him in that Tri-Brush. Loken trying to back away, gets out with the cleanse, uses that spell shield as well.
Yeah, Bless holding on to his explosive cask yet again.
Yep.
Just in case they had a chance to re-engage. Not going to use that ability. Does get his AD carry out of that situation. SK Telecom's trying for the desperate pick attempt right there, throwing down the ping ward, realizing that he didn't have vision. And Loken making a bit of a mistake, walking a little bit too close to a scary, dark area of the map.
Could be anything in there. Garen's SK Telecom. Normally having SK Telecom in the fog of war and you don't know where they're. Normally that's a scary thing.
Not when you've got Bless on your team.
Yeah, today maybe not so much. Crazy going in onto Duke. They both have GAs, so this is going to be kind of one of those eternal conflicts that never ends. Bless. Aggressive ESC comes in, going on to Duke right now. Whoa, nice tidal wave. Actually zones out a lot of members of SK Telecom. As Duke comes back with that GA, a little bit of health left. They're going to get the kill now. Kill onto Loken. SKT backing off. It's a 5v4. And with those 3 Mountain Drake buffs, they should be able to push in here and get an inhibitor too.
This may be the end of the game, Doa, depending.
Certainly could be.
With Duke dead, that is one less threat that ESC really has to worry about for their backline, which is going to be poking in onto these Nexus turrets.
There's two inhibitors.
Just so much damage. Wow, ESC playing this incredibly safe. They say, okay, we got the inhibitors down. We don't have a wave in the top side. But we do have a Baron coming up in a minute and a half. We can chain that Baron directly into an Elder Dragon.
Sure.
So they're going to play this methodically, Doa.
You know, talking about SK Telecom's strength in the late game, though, normally it'd be like, well, it seems kind of worrisome to let SKT go this late, but it's such a big lead already for ESC.
I mean, it's 13,000 gold and 5 dragons. So yeah, you're not coming back from that one.
Yeah.
There are limits to how much a super buffed up Ezreal can do. And we found them. We found them, Doa. Temp's like, what?
Oh, there you go. Wow, blue buff. Wow, so sneaky.
Weird for that giant golem to be a better ninja than Shen.
It's true. Much better. We didn't even know where the golem was for a moment.
Yeah, we always know where Shen is.
Oh, yeah, every time.
It's like shouting about where he is, creating giant purple shields, having his stupid glowing sword follow him around.
He's in the band room right now. Waiting out his band.
Is that like the penalty box? Is that where the champions go?
Maybe.
Just shove them in there for the game. You're not wanted here. Go away.
Yeah, there's all the other like 100-some champions that just weren't picking our band, and they're just like, well, at least we're not in the band box.
Have to be in there alone with that insufferable guy Shen, always like yelling and stuff.
Yeah, like Shen, quiet down. He's like, I don't know the meaning of quiet. Oh, all right, Bang getting eaten by a troll, gonna flash away, and that is really scary, man. Crazy is huge, gets exhausted, turns onto Wolf now, and 4v1, and they can only bring Crazy down to about a 3rd health. Baron is up.
And it's going to die instantly.
Yes, it will.
Wow, look at that damage.
Jeez.
Triple Mountain Drake for you, ladies and gentlemen.
That was the 2 members of ESC doing that in the beginning. Tidal Wave used, Bang, he's going to walk around it.
Yeah, smart.
ESC just backing up.
Smart to burn the ult right there. They wanted to use the Tidal Wave just to disengage because they did take a lot of damage on Attempt and Loken as a result of that Baron attempt. So tough to turn around and fight after that. Again, ESC staying very calm and collected. And coming into this series, we said that was one of their faults, is that they don't play around objectives well. Well, they absolutely have been in this Game 3.
Yeah.
They haven't been taking unnecessary risks as by the book as you could want it.
Wow, look at Loken, 452 CS. He has been farming up a storm this game, and he's 5-0 too. Huge performance on that Silver Brand. ESC looking like they want to end here. Coming in. Bang slowed down by the turret. Both inhibitors in mid and bottom down in favor of Ever. Got super minion waves on the way.
Yep, just the patience though.
Yep.
Crazy eating a little bit of poke on the side. Bang. Likewise though, takes a piercing arrow and Duke has to return.
That's the cue. They're going to go in. Silver Ultimate used. Going for the turret, making a pick on the Bengi. Wow, Bless with a big explosive cask splits up SK Telecom. That is exactly what ESC wants to do. This could be the final fight of the game as they move in. SK Telecom fighting for their lives, but they will end the last match of the first round on the losing end as Duke can't even fight. There goes the second Nexus turret, and ESC Ever comes in, and what a big statement at the end of round one, taking down SKT 2-1, GG.
And that makes SKT 1-3 in their last 4 best of 3s.
Yeah.
They've taken losses now to Africa, Jin Air, and ESC. Their lone win against Longju. So perhaps a troubling time for SK Telecom, but ESC ending the first round robin with a statement match.
No kidding.
Bless and Key were just fantastic in this series. Excellent play from both of them.
You know, and you really can't say that it was just SK Telecom playing really badly. I mean, this was more Ever beating SK Telecom than SK Telecom beating themselves.
And you have to like the way even ESC played in game number 2. Yeah, it got out of control with the 2 Infernal Drakes, but look at the adjustment that ESC made in between those games. They were able to say, okay, now we're going to play differently with the Infernal Drake coming up first. We saw the change in priority. Even though both top lane matchups were very important for ESC to get advantages in, this time the adjustment worked. They got the kills on the bottom side instead, transitioned that into 5 consecutive Drakes, and actually won the game. So I was really impressed by the on-the-fly changing that we saw from Bless, who's a rookie player, to make that level of adjustment between games 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's really exciting going into the second round of LCK Summer now, knowing that Ever has this ability in them to take down SK Telecom, and suddenly I feel like this tournament is wide open. You know, maybe it's not going to be SK Telecom dominating for the 4th season in a row. Maybe it's finally time for somebody else to win it.
Yeah, that said, they weren't the first place team in the regular season last season
either.
The Tigers held that honor, and SKT still put on an impressive playoff run to take them out in the finals. So there is the fact to consider that SK Telecom does tend to power up the closer you get to the end of the season.
That is true.
And the closer you get to the playoffs.
And the world's buff.
Yeah, they do have the playoff buff, the international tournament buff. So, you know, who knows really what we're going to be seeing from them. It's still a solid record. I mean, they're 6-3 at the end of the day. But it's just this last half of the first round robin. But, you know, we have a little bit of a break now. We're not going to have matches tomorrow for you guys. We're not going to have matches Saturday for you guys. So the teams will have some time to adjust.
Hey, and Key is the MVP
really
for
well
game number
deserved.
3. Absolutely. I mean, just thinking back to some of the plays this guy made, predicting Faker's flash and hitting him with the Aqua Prison. Awesome play. Great tidal waves as well.
Well,
slowing down Wolf there.
Yeah, Flash Exhaust is a set up by Bless Time to get into that fight. This was the real beauty, though. The Chain of Corruption, the Flash Body Slam, Tidal Wave, and then, would you like a predicted Aqua Prison? I think you would. Great setup there from Key. And follow up on his allies' abilities. I don't know why Faker was even in the bottom side of the river right there. That was a very weird position for him to be in on the map. And
wanted to show off Temp's abilities.
But
Key's abilities.
I mean, you see the synergy between this Gragas and the Nami. So good. Bless and Key working great together in these team fights. And again, wrapping up Duke. Totally critical because Duke was the one who had the advantage to keep him out of the fight. And that is going to be a pretty big success for ESC. Duke not able to get out of that one as he is surrounded when his GA pops up. Another good Aqua Prison.
Nami is a great CC bot if she's played correctly, and that was like textbook awesome Nami play where hitting the right people with the Aqua Prisons, using the tidal wave to zone and split the team, like really, really good stuff.
And it was a takeaway. We said maybe you should go for the Bard Key. It was banned in the first game. We all know and love watching Key play Bard, but the takeaway pick on Wolf. Remember, Wolf has played this champion 10 times this season, by far his most played support.
Yeah.
So it's a denial pick as well, and it really was effective.
Very true. So, wow, what a cool end to round number 1. And that's going to be it for us. We're going to be back next week with round 2 of LCK Summer, guys. So thanks for watching. Doan Monte Cristo here in Seoul, South Korea. We'll see you next time.